Hogwarts, this professor is too much of a muggle. Hey. Look who's back for more adventures. We love having you here to continue this story that keeps us all awake. Important note, all of this is pure fiction. So don't try any techniques you hear here in real life, your neighbor might call the cops. This amazing novel and all its rights belong to the original author. We're just the ones giving it voice and drama. Are you enjoying the show? Prove it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and leaving that like that motivates us so much. And if you want VIP access to exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting with things you won't find anywhere else. Chapter 1: The Dropout from Ilvermorny. New York, Broadway. The Gershwin Theater. The finale of Faust, cellos, double basses, clarinets, French horns, and pianos, the sounds of every instrument flowed forth. Virgin. Mother. Goddess. Queen, please protect us with your eternal mercy, as brilliant holy light streamed down from the dome, the pure silver light shimmering and flowing like a substance, shimmering and scattering the dry ice mist. Restrained yet distinct exclamations echoed from the silent theater auditorium. Security guards patrolled both sides of the stage, catching glimpses of the flowing light and slowing their pace slightly. Even though this scene had been repeated several times, they couldn't help but marvel at it each time. Below, well-dressed audience members gazed up at the stage, their expressions fixed on their gaze. As the brightly lit golden rotunda slowly dimmed, shock lingered on their shadowed faces. The only difference was the two elderly men in the back row. Their expressions were calm, but their eyes gleamed with amusement, as if they were enjoying the fun. The man on the left was hard to discern, but beyond his thick, graying beard, one could only see a pair of crescent-shaped glasses. His eyes, far from cloudy, shone a clear, azure blue. The moonstone and the liquefied grass are truly stunning stage designs, the gray-haired man muttered softly, a smile etched in his voice. Thanks to him, everyone here, including me, will have a sweet dream tonight. A friend beside him nodded slightly, his voice hoarse and weak. Moonstone, born in June, symbolizes health, longevity, and wealth. The moon's subtle glow can calm and soothe restlessness and anxiety, allowing one to drift off to sleep. Judging by the sagging skin and wrinkles, he was older, but his beard was gone, and his hair was different, shorter and more silvery, exuding an indescribable mystery. The old man with white hair and beard pondered for a moment, a question that has nothing to do with the opera. Nico. How did this wizard stage special effects designer get approval from the United States Magical Congress? You didn't even have the patience to wait until the curtain fell, Albus. The old man named Nico was a little dissatisfied, but fortunately the most exciting part of the show was over and the answer to the question also involved some interesting things, so he didn't care too much. In fact, he didn't submit it to the United States Magical Congress for approval at all. Oh, Albus Dumbledore's eyes lit up, and he immediately became interested. The horrors of the Woolworth building will not allow him to openly violate the statute of secrecy. Arrogant Albus. What makes you assume that he violated the statute of secrecy? Those flowing moonlight. If any Auror or inspector makes a complaint, they will find in the court of inquiry that these stage effects are all created by Muggle technology, and his Muggle assistants can reproduce them perfectly. An obvious smile appeared on Nico Flamel's face. This kind of thing has happened more than once in the past 2 months. Last week's New York Ghost News was a special report on him on the front page. I remember, the dropout from Ilvermorny who struck down the congressional judge with procedural justice. Dumbledore stroked the armrests of the chair with his fingers, raised his head to look at the stage. His deep gaze seemed to look through the curtain to the backstage. Melvin Lewynter, everything is impermanent. It's just an illusion. Everything that is unpredictable has become a reality here. As the last chant ended, the actors stood side by side, and some behind-the-scenes staff also walked out of the backstage, facing the thunderous applause from the audience, and bowed to express their gratitude. Behind the leading actors, the two people in charge of stage special effects design stood together and were talking in a low voice. Melvin, your name is already famous in Broadway. I heard that someone in Hollywood has offered a high price to hire you to make a movie. Your name will spread all over the world. A young white lady muttered. She was wearing a navy blue blazer and had long golden hair draped over her shoulders. Standing next to her was a tall and handsome man, his hands hanging naturally at his sides, a gray-black ring on the slender ring finger of his left hand, black hair and black pupils, a gentle smile on his face, and his deep, dark pupils reflecting a strange glimmer. Thank you for your blessing, Melvin responded absent-mindedly, turned his head and glanced at the audience. The opera was over, the lights in the auditorium were on, and thousands of spectators were neatly distributed according to their seats, like rows of similar cloth dolls, indistinguishable from each other. "I'm going to the bathroom, Claire. Wait for me in the office after the curtain call, okay? You're my boss after all. I wish you a smooth trip to the bathroom." Melvin glanced at her indifferently and turned to leave. When he arrived at the backstage sink, the noise had become vague and distant. A slightly chaotic smell penetrated his nose, the smell of disinfectant mixed with ammonia. Melvin couldn't help but frown slightly as he walked into the bathroom. Whirlwind cleansing. In the quiet and empty bathroom, a whistling wind suddenly sounded out of thin air, the kind of wind that could only be heard in the wilderness or in the valley. A transparent and invisible cyclone swept through the room, enveloping and restraining the unpleasant smell. Melvin waved his hand, and the formless cyclone suddenly gathered in front of him, condensing into a small black ball, which at first glance looked a bit like hazelnut chocolate. "Stink bomb!" Melvin chuckled softly, feeling quite happy. Compared to the unfamiliarity when he just left school, the wandless cleaning spell was now very easy to use. Transfiguration was more proficient, and the speed of silent casting was significantly faster. The increase in magic power in the past 6 months had finally caused a qualitative change. At his current level, he should be able to deal with most of the senior aurors of the Magic Congress head-on. The audience's mood tonight was particularly intense, as if several extraordinary beings were hiding beneath the stage. Putting away his projectiles, Melvin looked up at the mirror. It reflected a room that was reversed from reality, as well as a figure that was reversed from left to right. Deep within the figure's eyes, the dark pupils still held a faint, crystalline glimmer, though only a very few creatures could see it, a sign of the growth and flow of magical power. Yes, this world truly does have incredible magic, and those who master it are called wizards. And Melvin Lewynter happened to be a wizard, and the place where he studied magic was called Ilvermorny. Ilvermorny is the only wizarding school in the United States. Located atop Mount Greylock in Massachusetts. It is a castle steeped in history and legends, and is now one of the world's most renowned schools of magic. Unfortunately, Melvin never completed his studies. The wizarding government of the United States is called the Magical Congress, and its education laws are imperfect, having last been revised 50 years ago. The laws do not contain any provisions resembling compulsory education, and the professors at Ilvermorny are quite tolerant. Furthermore, Melvin did not have any troublesome relatives to deal with. 6 months earlier, in late 1990, Melvin had spent his 7th Christmas at school. With graduation approaching, he took a leave of absence and became a stage designer for the Gershwin Theater on Broadway, quickly rising to prominence. The rewards were a generous salary and a rapidly growing magical power. Melvin quietly felt the flowing magic, memories of attending Ilvermorny resurfacing in his mind. He turned on the faucet and rinsed his hands with the cool water. School history records that Ilvermorny was founded in the 17th century, starting with a simple stone hut. Its founder, Isolde Sayre, was not a great wizard, having achieved any notable fame in the wizarding world. Her no-mage lover, James Stewart, was even less so. The school's only commendable quality was its inclusive philosophy. Over the centuries, it was able to capitalize on the wave of immigration, attracting wizarding students from around the world and developing into one of the most renowned schools of magic. This success was inseparable from the founder of another legendary school of magic, Salazar Slytherin. As a collateral descendant of Slytherin, Isolde Sayre has an inexplicable connection with the legendary wizard. Legend has it that she stole Slytherin's treasures, including countless gold, silver, and gems, a mysterious snakewood wand, and ancient magic research manuscripts. The treasure may be hidden in the school's underground warehouse. The snakewood wand has turned into a snake tree and lives on the cliffs of Greylock. As for the research manuscripts, they may be hidden in the restricted area of Ilvermorny's library. These have nothing to do with Melvin. The gift he received was from an alien horned water snake, fantastic beasts and where to find them, a unique North American journey horned water snake, a magical snake-like animal with a sharp horn on its head. There are many different species in the world. A large number of specimens have been caught in the Far East. Its main habitat is currently the Americas. Legend has it that a wizard has seen an alien horned water snake in Massachusetts. There is a gem on its forehead that can give the water snake the ability to be invisible and fly. It is suspected to have the power of foresight. New author, new book, please collect it. Chapter 2 Direct Recruitment of Principals. The show ended, and the audience dispersed. The vast theater gradually fell silent. Melvin returned to his office, Leaning back against a solid wooden chair, his eyes closed as he rested. A sense of ethereal magic flowed through his body like a stream, refreshing and soothing. His mind cleared, and his thoughts drifted away. According to the water snake, emotions and beliefs connect the soul, and the secrets of magic lie deep within. Thousands of years ago, ancient wizards studied the soul in magic. Some, obsessed with the pursuit of power, lost themselves in the dark arts, while others, gifted with extraordinary talent, achieved remarkable success. The founders of Hogwarts were among the latter. Sadly, with the decline of ancient magic, all their achievements were lost to history. Influenced by centuries of immigration, Ilvermorny absorbed wizards from around the world, becoming a place comparable to Hogwarts. Throughout the generations, there have always been a few exceptionally gifted teachers and students who left their mark on various magical fields. Unfortunately, no one has ever truly grasped the true essence of magic. Their achievements have become the invaluable knowledge stored in the library. The horned water snake, nourished by the snakewood, lives for millennia. Ultimately, it absorbed this knowledge, combining it with its own unique talents to forge a new and uncharted path. Melvin twirled a ring on his ring finger, calculating silently. While ordinary human emotions can increase magical power, the efficiency is still too slow. Compared to his peers, half a year only saved him several years of arduous aura training. For more efficient magical power, wizards are more suitable, especially powerful wizards. Tonight's events confirmed my suspicions. There were still sporadic noises in the corridor outside, actors were removing their makeup, and backstage staff were arranging props. As they passed near his office, they all silently fell silent, their footsteps light. Despite his gentle demeanor, the young head stage designer exuded a mysterious aloofness. Furthermore, the previous head stage designer had personally demonstrated one thing: this young man was not to be trifled with. That was 5 months ago. The previous designer attempted to steal his stage ideas, submitting the stolen plans that morning. By noon, the mishaps had begun. He was narrowly avoided by a car on a corner, nearly hit by a projectile as he passed a tall building, and stumbled along the way, barely making it out of the street. From that day on, bad luck plagued him whenever he set foot on Broadway. The whole incident has become an urban legend circulating on Broadway, and its influence has paved the way for a more sobering theatrical atmosphere. It's possible that it will even be adapted for the stage many years from now. Knock knock, come in. Melvin sat up and looked up. The door opened halfway. It was Claire who knocked. The usually astute assistant looked bewildered. After opening the door, she paused for a second, then blinked, as if realizing something. "Sir, your guest has arrived." "Guest?" Melvin frowned slightly. Before Claire could explain, the door swung open, revealing 2 elderly men with warm smiles. One had white hair and a vigorous demeanor, while the other had silver hair and silver eyes, a mysterious aura. "I don't recall having any guests tonight. Let alone one who is the renowned president of the International Confederation of Wizards, president of the Wizengamot, and a member of the Council of Merlin's Order. What do you think, Mr. Dumbledore?" "Mr. Nicolas Flamel." Melvin raised his eyebrows and chuckled. He was a little surprised, but not shocked. These famous bigwigs always like to disguise themselves and sneak into inconspicuous places, and then suddenly appear. This is what is written in drama scripts. Both of them are living legends in the wizarding world. They have appeared many times in alchemy textbooks, not to mention various newspapers, magazines, and chocolate frog cartoons. Of course, Melvin was able to recognize the two mainly for other reasons. On the one hand, it was those distant memories deep in the soul. On the other hand, it was the International Confederation of Wizards conference last summer. He had looked at the chairman from a distance while attending the meeting. Dumbledore was squinting and dozing off in the guest seat at the time, which left a particularly deep impression on people. Nicolas Flamel gave Dumbledore a teasing look, grinning, and reached out to put a golden object in Claire's pocket as an apology. It wasn't the wizarding currency, the gold galleon, issued by Gringotts. Melvin could see clearly that it was a genuine gold coin. One side was engraved with the Statue of Liberty holding a torch and an olive branch, and the other side was engraved with a double eagle of St. Gaudens. It should be the eagle gold coin issued by the Federal Reserve 5 years ago, each coin containing 1 ounce of gold. It was indeed a substantial apology. The assistant, who was under the confounding charm, was completely unaware and turned away on her own. "My full name is long," but it certainly doesn't include such a long list of names." Dumbledore blinked, then explained with a hint of apology, "Please forgive our two old fellows for our rudeness. I had planned to make an appointment with a beautiful assistant for tomorrow's meeting, but she said she was very sorry that you wouldn't be available for the next week. That gold coin is enough to make Claire forgive me. What about you? I am only delighted to have two legendary wizards visit me so late at night. Please take a seat." Melvin smiled meaningfully, stretched out his index finger and shook it a few times. The drawer under the table opened by itself, and the documents and miscellaneous items on the table suddenly came alive, jumping into the drawer, and the table became spacious and tidy. With another wave of his hand, the tea set in the cabinet flew out of thin air, and a teapot with a lilac flower print and 3 teacups fell on the table, standing in a row with a ding-dong sound. Dumbledore and Nicolas Flamel sat opposite, watching with interest. The magic was not amazing, but the smoothness of the whole process and the age of the caster were worthy of all praise. Just when they thought the spout would pour out black tea, they saw several streams of burnt brown bubbly liquid filling the cup, with tiny bubbles and a faint sizzling sound. "There is no tea prepared in the office. This is my own collection, Coca-Cola." Melvin smiled gently, motioning for them to taste. Dumbledore and Nicolas Flamel exchanged a glance, then lifted their cups to their lips and took sips. Nicolas Flamel's brow furrowed slightly, his centuries-old teeth unable to withstand the ravages of carbon dioxide. And he calmly set down his cup. Dumbledore's eyes lit up. The rich sweetness, the refreshing vapor, and the fizzing bubbles, like candy exploding in his mouth, perfectly suited his taste. This Muggle drink had been popular for a century. He had tried it 70 years ago, but the proportion of bubbles back then wasn't quite right, making it too stimulating, and the blend of sweetness and herbal notes wasn't harmonious. Mindful of his first meeting, Dumbledore drank the entire cup in 2 measured gulps, then slowly set it down, his gaze casually glancing at the teapot. Before he could lift his fingers, the bottom of the cup touched the table, and it instantly filled with cola and water. Melvin wasn't sure if he was seeing things, but it seemed to him that Dumbledore's smile had only widened. Nicolas Flamel also smiled and nodded. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Lewynter." "My pleasure." Although he was puzzled by the sudden visit of the 2 legendary wizards, Melvin did not immediately ask about their purpose. Instead, he followed the topic and chatted about some irrelevant topics. This is the style of British wizards. There is a wizard fable that goes like this. A British wizard mispronounced the levitation spell and summoned a bison. The bull's hoof was about to step on his face, but he was still shouting that his grammatical pronunciation was more in line with pure Latin. For the next half hour, they talked about tonight's stage, various Broadway theaters, from Gaiety to Dante, from Faust to Macbeth, and talked about the evolution of stage effects over the centuries. It was mainly Melvin and Nicolas Flamel who talked, while Dumbledore was addicted to sweet drinks and just listened quietly by the side, stroking his beard and drinking Coke. The author, through the mouth of the devil Mephistopheles, conveyed a nihilistic power of absolute rule. He believed that all Faust's achievements would eventually be destroyed. He heard the clanging of shovels and thought it was the people building, but in fact it was the devil digging his grave for him. After Melvin finished speaking, he picked up his Coke and took a sip. He glanced at the old wizard opposite calmly, feeling a little complacent. "You have the experience accumulated in the past, and I have the wisdom from the future." Nicolas Flamel thought for a moment, and as expected, he showed an expression of amazement. "I didn't expect there would be this level of interpretation." As expected, art is the work of the interpreter after it is completed. Even when Gaiety was writing, he did not have such profound insights. "Please believe me, I lived next to him at the time." Melvin opened his mouth, but thinking of the age of this person, he could not say anything to refute. He was silent for a moment, turned his head and looked at the man next to him. "Mr. Dumbledore, what can I do for you?" Dumbledore looked at the two of them and chuckled. "Mr. Lewynter, I would like to hire you as a professor at Hogwarts. Ilvermorny, a history of the school in 1620. Isolde Sayre met a strange horned water snake on Mount Greylock. As a branch of the Gwent family, Isolde Sayre did not inherit Slytherin's Parseltongue, but was surprised to find that she could understand the horned water snake's words and understand each other's thoughts. The two happily became friends. After founding Ilvermorny Academy of Magic, Isolde Sayre named one of the houses the Horned Water Serpent. On the eve of her adopted son Chadwick Booth's 11th birthday, Isolde Sayre promised to make a wand for him, but she could not find a suitable color. At night, Isolde had a dream. She dreamed that she walked to the river, and a horned water snake emerged from the water and asked her to cut off a horn from its horn. After waking up, Isolde also came to the river, and received the gift of the water snake as in the dream. She used the horn of the water snake as the core of the wand to make a wand with powerful magic. One late autumn evening, the horned water serpent warned Isolde Thrall, "Danger is approaching. Your family is doomed. Stay alert. Friends in the mountains will help you." 13 days later, Isolde sent the dark wizard Gormlaithgaunt, raided Ilvermorny and cast a powerful curse that put Isolde and James into deep sleep, intending to kill them and kidnap their newborn twin daughters. While she was casting the spell in Parseltongue, her adopted son, Chadwick, who was away, suddenly received a warning from the horned water serpent's wand. He quickly returned and, with the help of William the Puckerk, a cat panther, and a young thunderbird, defeated Gormlaithgaunt. Chapter 3 Muggle Studies. Me? A professor at Hogwarts, Melvin was stunned. Professor of Muggle Studies, Dumbledore nodded and explained with a smile. Originally, this subject was taught by Professor Quirinus Quirrell, but he changed his research direction and will take over the school's defense against the dark arts class next semester. I am looking for a new professor of Muggle Studies. I have seen your play and learned about your deeds. I think you are very suitable. Melvin was not moved by his praise. Recalling the report about himself in the ghost column, his expression was subtle. "I really can't think of where it is suitable. First of all, you have excellent grades. You should know that I haven't completed my studies. Don't worry about those rigid evaluation methods, Mr. Lewynter. In my opinion, your resume is very outstanding," Dumbledore said slowly. "Since Miss Serafina Pickwery graduated, you are the only one who has been recognized by the 4 colleges of Ilvermorny at the same time. You have performed well and achieved excellent results during your school years. Interviews show that the professors of Ilvermorny are very optimistic about you." Headmaster Agilbert Fontana revealed that although you did not take the ultimate wizarding level examination, you obtained a full certificate in the ordinary wizarding level examination. To have achieved his own achievements in Muggle society, to have skillfully combined magic and Muggle skills, and to have flexibly controlled the boundaries of the Statute of Secrecy, this is exactly what students need. Nicolas Flamel remained silent, but his expression was a little strange. Albus was still the same. He was still looking for news in the ghost news an hour ago, but now he pretended to be very knowledgeable. Principal Fontana never hesitates to praise all students. Melvin did not refuse, nor did he agree immediately. "I am honored to receive this invitation, but it is really too sudden. I need time to think about it seriously." Dumbledore did not ask any further questions, and said goodbye very tactfully. "I think I will still have the opportunity to enjoy your wonderful performance next weekend. See you next week. I will ask Claire to reserve the best seat for you, and I wish you a good sleep tonight. Gentlemen, thank you for the moonstone." Walking out of the theater door, the neon street lights were still bright, the view became wider, the midsummer night breeze blew, and the smell of gasoline and dust lingered at the tip of the nose. 2 old men with strange looks walked on the street without attracting anyone's attention. Passers-by seemed to be unable to see the 2 people, but they could accurately bypass them when passing by. "Let's go." Dumbledore walked happily on the side of the road, holding a can of soda. Vending machines are wonderful creations of Muggle technology. The 2 men walked slowly, but their speed was beyond imagination. They were still on the street a second ago, and appeared at the end of the street in one step. Nicolas Flamel showed a thoughtful expression. "Hogwarts has never had a foreign professor. Albus, why did you suddenly invite this young Mr. Lewynter?" "Wrong stereotype. Hogwarts has had many foreign professors, most of whom are from Boxbuttons." "You still haven't answered my question." "Because Mr. Lewynter and Hogwarts already have a wonderful fate." Dumbledore took a sip, a satisfied expression on his face. "Did you notice his ring?" Nicolas Flamel paused, a silver light floating in his light-colored pupils, and he quickly searched through his memory for the details just now. The image of the young wizard with a ring on the ring finger of his left hand appeared before his eyes. It was a matte black ring, without any precious gems or delicate carvings, only some shallow lines, and it was ordinary. The strange thing was that with the alchemist's hundreds of years of experience, he couldn't tell the material of the ring. Nicolas Flamel narrowed his eyes slightly, and looked carefully, and finally saw some sporadic traces from those lines, which seemed familiar. "Is that the Slytherin emblem?" Burp Gershwin Theater. "The actors and staff have left." The corridor was silent, and the sound of the clock hands shaking could be heard in the office. and the crystal chandelier cast a soft light. Melvin looked out the window, glanced at the wall clock, and his thoughts floated with a light and shadow. Dumbledore and Nicolas Flamel, one is the most powerful legendary wizard today, and the other is an alchemist who has guarded history across centuries. They were unexpectedly kind and talkative when they met for the first time. Because he understood Muggle society, he extended an invitation to him. Although he knew that there were many doubts about his past experience, he did not ask for any details, and there was no sign of legitimacy. At least he did not perceive it. Glancing at the commemorative calendar on the desk, it was the summer of 1991, when the story began. No matter how open-minded and tolerant Ilvermorny was, after experiencing the Salem witch trials in the 17th century, the Purge riots, and the 1926 New York riots, the Magical Congress of the United States of America has always implemented the strict international statute of magical secrecy. He fooled the Aurors and the Inquisitor in his last trial, and he might face stricter scrutiny in the future. Regardless of the situation in the no-mage world, Britain would always be the center of wizarding culture. The British Ministry of Magic was more influential than the American Magical Congress, and the environment there was more suitable for him to sow seeds and harvest magic. Click at 12 o'clock midnight, the sound of the meshing gears of the mechanical clock was most obvious. Melvin put away his chaotic thoughts and was about to put away the tea set on the table when he suddenly found something under one of the teacups. It was golden and it was another gold coin. He took it into his hand. It was cold to the touch, thick in weight, and exquisitely carved. It was not a no-mage currency, nor a gold galleon issued by Gringotts. It was a gold coin issued before the Goblin Rebellion. At that time, the Goblin Kingdom was well established, and the gold coin was made of real gold, about 1.7 ounces. Because it is out of print, the collection value of the Goblin gold coin far exceeds its face value. If you take this to Gringotts, even the most greedy goblin will become amiable. Zhang, the gold coin was thrown into the air and turned rapidly, and the light reflected showed a dazzling metallic luster. What a heartwarming wealth. A week later. I didn't expect Hogwarts to compensate foreign professors with a considerable resettlement fee. Melvin finished reading the employment letter from Hogwarts, looked up at the two old wizards, and had a wonderful feeling in his heart. This is the right thing to do. Hogwarts is more like a family for teachers and students. Dumbledore was quite complacent. If you say so, then so be it. Melvin closed a few pages of parchment, and on the cover was the Hogwarts emblem. I have no objection to these terms. The treatment at Hogwarts is very generous, but there are some personal matters that I need to confirm in advance. You say, teaching will not take up all of me. I will also study and develop my own career at school. Melvin noticed Dumbledore's slightly narrowed eyes, paused, and explained, of course, it has nothing to do with dark magic. It is mainly in the field of stage drama, writing stories belonging to wizards and exploring the expression forms of magical art. You are very welcome. Dumbledore smiled brightly. Hogwarts has its own ghost troupe, and in the past there was a student troupe. I even participated in a performance when I was in school. Although the result was a disaster, the school very much welcomes professionals in this field. Believe me, teachers and students will be happy to see the drama club re-established. The principal was so straightforward that Melvin wanted to agree on the spot, but he restrained himself. In addition, I also have some ideas about the course content. Dumbledore's eyes lit up and he immediately became interested. Descendants of Slytherin. The House of Gaunt is direct descendants of Salazar Slytherin. The family was selected into the Sacred 28 in 1930. In order to maintain the purity of their bloodline, the Gaunt family has been marrying close relatives for generations. The Gaunt family, once quite wealthy, lost all their wealth due to the extravagant squandering of their members, and once gave birth to many restless and mentally abnormal vagrants, who were famous for their unstable personalities and violent behavior. The shop of Borgin and Burke in Knockturn Alley once collected many silver jewelry sold by the Slytherin family, most of which were engraved with Ouroboros patterns, including Ouroboros, Kundalini, Merkaba, and combined with Slytherin's unique S mark. All the collections sold by the Gaunt family were removed from the shelves after 1947. The staff of Borgin and Burke claimed that they were looted by Death Eaters. Chapter 4: Accepting the Invitation. The window, not completely closed, revealed a small gap, revealing scattered neon lights and streetlights. The sound of stage singing and background music penetrated the walls, traveled through the corridor, and entered the office, becoming somewhat muffled. The crystal chandelier hanging from the ceiling slowly rotated, casting a gentle, shimmering light and shadow in the room. I've looked up relevant information and found that the textbooks at Hogwarts are all old books from decades ago. The Life and Social Habits of British Muggles was published in the 1970s, and Muggles Who Discovered is material from the 1950s. No match, or in other words, your research on Muggles is still stuck in the steam engine era and is completely outdated. Melvin talked freely. This was the result of his correspondence with a no-match professor of Ilvermorny. As Professor Fleming wrote in his paper, wizards look down on Muggles with their self-righteous arrogance and can only see the superficial surface. Students should adapt to the new era instead of memorizing adventure novels from more than 10 or even dozens of years ago. As profound an insight as the mark in the stone, Dumbledore looked up at Melvin, his blue eyes filled with admiration. Ms. Umbridge has expressed similar ideas. She always says that the arrogance of wizards is causing magic to wither, but most wizards still hold ignorant pure-blood concepts and are even unwilling to walk out of the castle to look at the sky made of steel and concrete. Ms. Umbridge, Melvin expressed his doubts at the right time. A friend of mine, an expert in Muggle affairs, and a candidate for Professor of Muggle Studies, right? Dumbledore couldn't help but smile, not denying. Rather than staying at the school to teach, she'd rather delve deeper into Muggle society. She plans to lock her wand in a chest and live in London as an ordinary person for a few years. For a pure-blood wizard to have such thoughts, she reminds me of the naturalists of the Age of Exploration. Dumbledore was puzzled. Naturalist, Nicolas Flamel, standing beside him, explained, scholars aboard the expedition ships of the Age of Exploration were generally well-born and knowledgeable, yet willing to risk their lives to explore the vast world. Melvin nodded and added, their mission was to open the eyes of the ignorant and backward world to the world. I hope that Hogwarts students can also become naturalists of the magical world. I commend your aspiration. Nicolas Flamel raised his teacup, this time filled with genuine black tea. As the headmaster of Hogwarts, I promise you this. Dumbledore's voice was gentle but firm. After seeing the two elderly men off, Melvin leaned back in his chair, his eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at the hanging crystal chandelier. Their last meeting, Nicolas Flamel was the main conversationalist, Dumbledore listening in and rarely interrupting. This time, Nicolas was the silent, taciturn one. If there was anything in common, it was that both of them glanced repeatedly at his ring. There was no sign of legitimacy, relying solely on the knowledge and insight accumulated over many years. It took him nearly 6 months to confirm that the markings belonged to Slytherin. Life is a journey of learning. Melvin stroked the ring, pondered for a moment, then stood and left the office. There was no idle chatter tonight, and the negotiations went smoothly. So, the main hall was still open. The stage illuminated by the elaborately designed lighting, casting a shadow over the audience. A young assistant stood near the VIP entrance, gazing up at the stage with a slightly smug expression on her face. Melvin turned to look at the stage, just in time to catch the most exciting moment. The musical currently playing was The Green Witch, his first production at the Gershwin Theatre, and the one that established him and his assistant on Broadway. The play featured numerous magical scenes, and Melvin designed the stage effects, a perfect match in every sense of the word. Thinking back on it now, it brings back a touch of nostalgia. Approaching with quiet steps, Melvin lowered his voice and said, Claire, Mr. Lewynter, I'm leaving, going to Hollywood. The assistant wasn't surprised. No, I'm going to England to study and explore the market. Oh, but you're going to Hollywood, huh? It was night. Dumbledore strolled slowly down the street, his eyes darting back and forth, curious about the things on either side. He held a can of Coke, fresh from the freezer, and condensation dripped from the aluminum can. Compared to the red Coke he'd had last time, this blue syrup seemed sweeter. Nicolas Flamel behind him walked slowly, his steps trembling a little. If I'm not senile, things like changing the teaching content require submitting a written report to the board of directors and the Wizarding Examinations Authority, right, Ms. Marchbanks will agree. Dumbledore automatically ignored the existence of the board of directors, took a sip of Coke, and suddenly changed the subject. Is the matter of the Philosopher's Stone arranged? If everything goes well, it has been placed in the underground vault of Gringotts, but, Nicolas Flamel paused, I mean, are you really sure? There has been no news of the you-know-who for more than 10 years. Dumbledore's smile faded, and his eyes were deep and dark. If Voldemort is really hiding in Albania, he will definitely not miss Quirrell. He likes souls like that the most. If Voldemort returns to Britain, he will definitely not miss the Philosopher's Stone. Nicolas Flamel frowned. You failed to stop that young man. I tried, Dumbledore sighed. Before leaving school, I had a conversation with Quirrell. He has completely lost himself in the pursuit of dark forces, his soul tainted by the shadow of black magic, a thought that even Fawkes's flames could not purify. Alice, Nicole, we must admit that even the Imperious Curse cannot completely change a person's mind, and I cannot change Quirrell's choice either. I only regret that the days of peace and stability have only arrived so recently. Professor Lewynter, I apologize for sending this informal letter so soon before I start my new position, but such is life, the unexpected always arrives with tomorrow. I've encountered some obstacles in my employment. You are an exceptional wizard, but the world places greater value on false reputations, especially those older wizards and witches at the Wizarding World. After hearing about our meeting, these senior professors want to meet you in person and may ask some vague, general questions. I hope you can be prepared in advance. Don't worry too much. Others may not understand your insights, but Ms. Marchbanks is an open-minded person, and I believe that everything will work out as planned. Torrential rain descended upon Scotland in late summer. A torrential downpour cascading down from the castle towers. I sat in my office listening to the rain as Hogwarts awaited the arrival of a new professor. Your future colleague, Albus Dumbledore. Early in the morning, outside the Woolworth building, Melvin pocketed the letter he had received that morning. Dressed in classic wizard attire, his wand tucked inside his lapel, he carried a brown suitcase, not much to attract attention. This neo-Gothic skyscraper, approximately 792 feet tall, boasts 57 floors. Construction began in 1910 and took 3 years to complete. Considering the efficiency of American construction, it's hard to argue that Mancuso wasn't involved. Surprisingly, the staff member who contacted him was a familiar face. Mr. Graves, the Auror, came from a wealthy family. His mother was the former president of Mancuso, Serafina Piquery. Perhaps influenced by his mother, Graves always harbored lofty ideals. Upon graduation, he joined Mancuso, refusing help from his family and dreaming of restoring his family's glory through his own efforts. However, things weren't going smoothly. 20 years later, he'd only risen to the position of deputy head of the Auror office, or even deputy. Melvin walked into the building calmly. He'd been having a disagreement with Mr. Graves. 6 months earlier, upon arriving in New York, his stage designs had caused quite a stir, appearing in newspapers both No Magic and Wizard. It wasn't long before the news spread, and the Department of Law Enforcement took notice of his behavior. A deputy head of the Auror office, facing a crucial promotional opportunity, lodged a complaint after the Easter holidays. Melvin ultimately won the case, and Mr. Graves was demoted. Who could have foreseen this? The middle-aged Auror followed him, silently watching as Melvin helped the staff register his wand, obtained his Hogwarts acceptance letter, and smoothly completed his departure formalities. The portkey from New York to London is about to be activated. All passengers, please prepare yourselves. 10 more, I'll miss you, Mr. Graves. Shut up. 7, 6, 5, Mancuso, a history since its founding. Mancuso has relocated its headquarters 5 times. After the Mancuso was established and stabilized in 1693, it constructed a large magical structure in the Appalachian Mountains as its headquarters. In 1760, Mancuso relocated to Williamsburg, Virginia, the hometown of then-President Thornton Harkaway. Following Harkaway's resignation, Mancuso relocated to Baltimore, where President Amber Fleming lived. Following the outbreak of the Revolutionary War, Mancuso relocated again, to Washington, D.C., to avoid the conflict and the no-Maj government. In 1892, due to the Bigfoot unrest, Mancuso relocated to the Woolworth Building in New York City. Chapter 5, Old Mrs. Marchbanks. Melvin gripped the old cane tightly. A subtle tremor emanated from its interior, and a faint blue glow emanated from its surface. Suddenly, a sudden surge of suction gripped his palm, firmly adhering to its center. For a moment, the surrounding space trembled. Everything before him was dragged and stretched, blurring his vision. The intense pull felt like a cold iron hook behind his navel. Seconds later, he arrived in another country, another wizarding government, the British Ministry of Magic. Still dazed after landing, Melvin gathered himself and found himself in a narrow, square room. The walls were paneled with dark, glossy wood. There was no light, and the decorative stripes between the cracks shone faintly, like gilded material. The Ministry of Magic hopes you enjoy your day, a cold female voice boomed out of nowhere, clear and loud. It was impossible to discern its source, as if an invisible woman were standing behind him. Classic Cockney accent, Melvin muttered softly. The door in front of him swung open, revealing a familiar face with graying hair and beard. Dumbledore. Many wizards find this voice too cold, suggesting the Ministry and the Wizengamot are unsympathetic. I agree, too, but it's too much trouble to change, so it's stuck. Dumbledore smiled gently and held out a badge. Anyway, welcome to London, Professor Lewin. Melvin took it. It was a silver, coin-shaped badge bearing the information from his entry application, Melvin Lewin, employed. The headmaster actually greeted me personally. Hogwarts orientation is more thoughtful than I expected. The school has some additional paperwork to complete for hiring foreign professors, as well as the review I mentioned in my letter. We'll discuss the details on the way. Let's go over there first. Melvin felt his tone was odd, as if he had something else in mind. He pinned the badge to his chest, picked up his suitcase, and left the room. Entering this world-renowned wizarding government for the first time, Melvin looked around curiously, his dark pupils illuminated by the light. A wide, straight corridor lay before him, its dark wood floors pristine. Dozens of fireplaces lined the walls, and wizards constantly streamed in and out. Flue powder emitted a turquoise glow, and a dome of magic and alchemy, inlaid with golden symbols, swayed gently, ever shifting. Melvin followed the headmaster through the corridor into the entrance hall. Upon entering, he saw the famous Fountain of Magical Brotherhood. A group of pure gold statues sat in the center of a circular pool. Numerous intelligent magical creatures surrounded the wizards and witches in the center, gazing in reverence. This was blatant racism. Decades later, such statues would have been pulled out and criticized. Turning left, not far away, was the security checkpoint. A bearded wizard manned a square table. A sign read security check and a single pan brass scale. When a wand was placed in the tray, it clicked and a thin parchment slip was ejected from the bottom. 10 inches, the wand core is a water snake horn, and the service life is 2 years, a rare wand core, and a service life that does not match the age. The middle-aged wizard was a little surprised. Yes, Melvin nodded and smiled, and then passed smoothly. The whole process was a bit sloppy. Melvin knew in his heart that his answer was not important. After all, the chief wizard of the Wizengamot was standing next to him. If Dumbledore could not guarantee the safety of the Ministry of Magic, no matter how strict the security check was, it would be useless. The two walked into the door, and Melvin remembered to ask, "Principal, what exactly do you mean by the extra procedures you mentioned just now? I need to apologize to you." "What do you mean?" Melvin had an ominous premonition. The Board of Governors cannot directly interfere in school affairs, and faculty appointments do not require their approval. Originally, you were planned to start directly. Dumbledore didn't lead him to the elevator. Instead, he walked straight inside, stopping before a black wooden door. But Mr. Malfoy learned of the changes in the curriculum and applied for a review from the Wizarding Examinations Authority. Melvin understood this was the meeting of veteran wizards mentioned in the letter. So, Mrs. Marchbanks organized a meeting to discuss whether the curriculum should be changed. After careful consideration, I believe the new professor of Muggle Studies is the most suitable person to persuade the committee. Dumbledore pushed open the wooden door, stepped aside, and winked at him. The letter didn't mention the meeting being such a surprise. Melvin's face was expressionless, and he glanced at the headmaster. He felt a tinge of resignation before he even officially started. However, he held it back. He entered the room, and the wooden door closed quietly. The meeting room was not very spacious, dimly lit. A round table sat in the center, and many elderly wizards were seated at it. Griselda Marchbank was one of them. She looked slightly hunched, her face densely wrinkled, her eyes cloudy, and she looked incredibly old. Melvin could only compare her to Nicolas Flamel. The old wizards sat silently in their chairs, saying nothing, not greeting each other. They looked so gloomy that if it weren't for the slowly rising and falling chests, one might have mistaken them for wax figures. Melvin found a seat, put his suitcase away, and seeing they showed no sign of introducing themselves, he cleared his throat. "Melvin Lewynter, greetings everyone." His manner was neither humble nor arrogant, his voice gentle and polite. "Speak louder." "What?" Melvin looked up. It was the old witch who spoke. "Speak louder." "Young man." Mrs. Marchbanks' first impression of Professor Lewin was his youth, at least younger than the old men present. And Marchbank never looked down on youth. In this country with a long wizarding history, The Examinations Board is a remarkably young institution, established just over 500 years ago, compared to the Ministry of Magic, the International Confederation of Wizards, and the Quidditch Association. Marchbanks had already been an examiner there in the last century. She had personally supervised Albus Dumbledore's exams, and she had held him in higher regard ever since that final wizarding exam a century earlier. Yes, Melvin thought rapidly. Since the group of veteran wizards hadn't asked any questions, he didn't know how to respond. It seemed he was the only one presenting at this meeting. He ran through his familiar speech in his mind and quickly composed a draft. I have a dream, wizards and muggles. A small spell enhanced his voice, and it carried naturally throughout the rotunda. 500 years ago, a great British wizard founded the Wizarding Council, uniting the world's magical intelligences. 300 years ago, Britain established a wizarding government. The Ministry of Magic was like a beacon of light, bringing hope to thousands of wizards suffering in the Muggle conflict. Britain was the first country to establish the Wizarding Examinations Board, but many people have forgotten the original intention of this organization, to select and train outstanding wizarding talents, in order to respond to the imminent magical crisis. It's a bit weird, but inexplicably very inspiring. Marchbank, who was hunched over in the chair, slowly straightened her back and stared at the young man. Her cloudy eyes overflowed with visible brilliance, and her eyes became brighter and brighter. She seemed to see the young man from 100 years ago, the famous wizard Griselda Marchbank. Griselda, derived from the Germanic words gris, grey, and hild, battle. In the medieval stories of Boccaccio and Chaucer, a patient's wife was named this. Chapter 6 of The Leaky Cauldron. 1991 was drawing to a close. On the second-floor balcony of a detached house in Hampstead, London, a young, brown-haired girl sat cross-legged on the floor, clutching a children's encyclopedia in her hands, a thick dictionary beside her. A few soft clouds drifted across the azure sky, their white clouds drifting slowly in the breeze. The sunlight seemed to rim the clouds with a golden edge, illuminating the pages with a dazzling brightness. The only sound in the world seemed to be the sound of pages turning. The paper was pristine, the sound crisp. Hermione Granger had loved reading since she was very young. Previously, she could only flip through the pictures in books, but after learning to read in school, she could appreciate the fun of books more deeply, and her obsession deepened. Compared to other children's entertainment, reading did not disturb their parents' work and did not require the participation of peers. This meant they would not be excluded. Hermione's parents ran a dental clinic. Being a dentist was a great job, with a good salary and plenty of vacation time, but summer always kept her busy. The phone at home was always ringing. They had to buy medicine for the next month, organize patient files, and liaise with insurance companies. After all, it was their own business, so they had to personally handle everything, and occasionally, they had to deal with children with cavities. As she turned to the next chapter in the encyclopedia, she heard the phone ring downstairs again. Wait until summer vacation is over, Hermione muttered softly, her fair face wrinkling as if remembering something. She would go to school after summer vacation. North London College, Westminster School. The little girl silently recited these schools, closed her book and dictionary, and, following her mother's advice to protect her eyes, looked up into the distance every half hour. The sky was bright, almost blindingly bright, and soft clouds moved slowly. A growing black dot caught her attention. That's, Hermione's narrowed eyes quickly widened, and she couldn't help but scream, an owl. Oops, the barn owl's cry echoed outside the Devon village of Ottery St. Catchpole. Its steady voice, its flapping wings creating a gentle rustle, betrayed the presence of a seasoned owl messenger. A rustling sound echoed from the bushes of Stoat Hill. Weasels and goblins were fleeing. The afternoon at Diggory Mansion was quiet and tranquil, even the slightest sound clear. An owl folded its wings and perched on a beech branch in the backyard, waiting. Steady, brisk footsteps echoed quickly on the nearby flagstone path. The man who greeted the owl was tall and handsome, dressed in a bright yellow robe on this midsummer afternoon. He held an overly long broom in his right hand, his leather boots shrouded in sweat. Long time no see, Nibs, coo-woo. The owl named Nibs lowered its head and put down the envelope it was holding. Here's the list of things to look for when the new school year starts. Let me see. Cedric opened the parchment envelope bearing the Hogwarts crest, skipping over the usual start of term notices and notes. He jumped straight to the textbook list, reading it aloud. Magic potions and spells, standard spells, Level 3, Intermediate Transfiguration. Last year's list had been standard spells. Level 2 and Elementary Transfiguration. He was more curious about the electives than the required courses. Seeing the future through the mists. A runic dictionary. A simple introduction to ancient runes. Muggle Studies. Cedric's gaze shifted to the last line, and he raised an eyebrow in surprise. The Muggle Studies textbook hasn't been finalized yet. Will Professor Melvin Lewynter distribute it after the start of the semester? New professor. Before he could finish his words, the sound of owls' wings hooted again, and the bushes on the mountain rustled. Several black spots were gradually becoming clearer. Cedric couldn't help but close the envelope and look up. 3 or 4 owls flew past in quick succession, skimming over Stoat Hill and heading towards the other side of the village, towards the burrow. Including their youngest boy, there would be 4 red-haired wheel-eyes at school this year. That would surely be quite an interesting sight. The Leaky Cauldron, located on Charing Cross Road, had a dingy sign and a narrow frontage. A gateway between the British wizarding world and the Muggle perspective. A wizarding tavern founded in the 16th century. It has been around for nearly 500 years and has undergone many changes, a history older than the Statute of Secrecy. This meant that for the first 200 years, it had hosted countless Muggles and witnessed many wonderful stories. Of course, the current owner, Old Tom, was no relative of the witch who founded the tavern. Daisy Umbridge Melvin sat in a corner of the tavern, examining the paintings on the wall with interest. The once vibrant oils had faded, now coated in a grayish smudge. A subtle magic shone on the painting's surface, proving it was once a magical portrait. If properly maintained, the witch might still be able to chat and laugh with the patrons. Melvin sipped his mojito. It was much better than he'd expected. The aroma was fresh, the alcohol light. It didn't quite match the decor. The food was actually quite good. There were no fish heads stuck on pancakes, no soup made from fish juice, and the signature fish and chips were quite good, completely defying the stereotype of a food dessert. The Leaky Cauldron also offered accommodations. The rooms on the second floor were comfortable and spacious, with 24-hour hot water. Old Tom was welcoming, well-informed, and always available to help with any questions. However, Melvin opted for a chain hotel 3 blocks away. The ambience was truly unsatisfactory. The old, solid wood furniture, neglected over time, was covered in fine cracks, its crevices filled with grease and stains, eventually turning into a layer of unidentified wax. The entire first floor was filled with an indescribable odor. Old Tom, the tavern owner, had no intention of cleaning up. He leaned against the bar, reading a newspaper and casually chatting with a few elderly witches. The cover of the Daily Prophet could be seen in the distance, 2 witches of different appearances clashing with each other. The headline on the front page was clearly visible: Boss versus Subordinate. Dolores Umbridge, Director of the Improper Use of Magic Office, publicly refutes Amelia Bones, Director of the Department of Law Enforcement. Wizengamot vote on Muggle Studies. That news was from a few days ago. After convincing several veteran wizards from the Examinations Authority, things didn't go as smoothly as expected. A group of pureblood advocates, led by Dolores Umbridge, suddenly emerged and demanded that changes to the curriculum require the ministry's approval. Because the baby-voiced witch's words were so harsh, Mrs. Marchbanks didn't bother to debate her and simply called the Wizengamot to vote. Then came the internal affairs of the British Ministry of Magic, in which Melvin remained uninvolved. Chief Wizard Dumbledore was the first to express his support for the reform of Muggle Studies teaching, and Mrs. Marchbanks seconded the motion, and many members of the Wizengamot expressed their agreement. Umbridge protested, but the protest was invalid. Ms. Amelia Bones announced in court that the issue was successfully passed, and Minister Cornelius Fudge did not comment on it. Old Tom snorted twice. Dumbledore agrees, and it is her turn to oppose Umbridge? I don't know what this pink toad is thinking. That's right, the old witch next to him echoed. When did it become the Ministry of Magic's turn to intervene in Hogwarts affairs? That's right, Old Tom grinned, looking like a shriveled walnut. He turned the page of the newspaper, and his eyes were immediately attracted by the title of the article, with an expression of interest on his face. Why do witches trouble witches? The origins of the Wizengamot's internal strife, the root of all conflict. Award-winning journalist Rita Skeeter exclusively reveals the speech by new Muggle Studies professor Melvin Lewynter that sparked the unrest. I have a dream. Thousands of years ago, 4 great wizards founded Hogwarts, and today we are all gathered here for this school. This ancient castle shines like a beacon, guiding the way for thousands of young wizards wandering the magical wilderness, lost and bewildered. Its arrival is like a joyous dawn, ending the long night of wizarding ignorance. Yet, 2,000 years later, we must face the tragic reality that wizards still remain mired in ignorance. It seemed like something profound. Old Tom read with increasing fascination. Melvin sat quietly in a corner, unobtrusively able to hear the conversation at the bar, just enough to catch Old Tom's whispered reading. Those wizards, older than a certain headmaster, certainly wouldn't be won over by a single speech. They simply passed the induction exam. The rest was that Ms. Marchbanks was dissatisfied with the Muggle Studies curriculum for her peers and was willing to see the changes brought about by a young man. Curriculum, textbook selection, results, and impact. The cocktail was still halfway in the glass. A finger swirled, and the liquid swayed with it, creating a clear, transparent atmosphere. Light refracted through the glass and the liquid, reflecting into the dark eyes, revealing a shifting, unpredictable shape. It was as if a deep pool, flowing with a profound, obscure substance, lay beneath them. Dumbledore probably hadn't anticipated that the renowned journalist had infiltrated a Ministry of Magic meeting room and even recorded his speech, publishing it directly in the Daily Prophet supplement. But it was a gift, confirming his suspicions. The wizard's soul Melvin pondered the subject for a moment, then raised his glass and emptied it. By the time Old Tom finished reading the article, the young wizard in the corner had quietly departed. Melvin crossed the lobby to the open space behind the bar, where he found an unused trash can. Following the magical fluctuations, he quickly noticed an unusual red brick above it. The concealing effect of this magic is not very strong. It mainly consists of a Muggle-repelling charm and a weak confusion charm. If a Muggle accidentally breaks in, he will quickly become uneasy and leave as soon as possible under the subconscious suggestion. The rest is the traceless extension charm, combined with a few transfiguration tricks. The magic technique is not difficult, but the idea is very ingenious. Similar designs can be found in wizarding settlements all over the world. Melvin took out his wand and tapped the red brick. After waiting for a few seconds, the brick loosened and retracted into the wall. Then the entire brick wall began to move, revealing a hole in the middle. The hole became larger and larger, and soon, a wide path was revealed, leading to Diagon Alley. On the north side of Diagon Alley, Flourish and Blott's bookstore. Melvin wandered between the bookshelves. The bookstore manager followed behind, a warm smile on his face. "Professor Lewin, it's nice to finally meet you. I've read your speech. It's so moving, so emotionally sincere, so well-reasoned, and so touching. Our bookstore has a long-standing partnership with Hogwarts. No matter how rare the books the professor choose for their textbooks, we can provide a stable and sufficient supply, and we guarantee regular replenishment every year." Melvin remained unmoved. Judging by the magical feedback, the manager's emotions weren't as volatile as he let on. He reached out and pulled a beautifully bound book from the shelf, flipping open it. Mundane Philosophy, Why Muggles Don't Ask the Truth, by Maudix Egger. The bookstore manager immediately introduced, "A sharp eye, Professor Lewin." Maudix Egger was once a professor of Muggle Studies at Hogwarts. In this book, he explores the phenomenon that Muggles generally ignore the existence of magic, even when their excuses are completely untenable. Just like the three monkeys on the cover, they turn a blind eye to magic, turn a deaf ear to it, and know but don't speak of it. Melvin turned directly to the publishing information on the last page of the book. Publisher, Dust and Mold Publishing House. Publication date, 1969-09-01. The bookstore manager immediately quieted down and looked away silently. Melvin found it a little funny. It has been piled up in the warehouse for 20 years. Just like the name of the publishing house, it is covered with dust and mold. Right, this is the style of DF Publishing House. It does not pursue bestsellers, but explores the truly profound essence of things. Melvin suddenly felt a sense of respect. Really? What is their latest book? It went bankrupt. He paused chatting and began to look through the books about Muggles in the entire bookstore. Influenced by the war more than 10 years ago, the atmosphere in the entire British wizarding community is relatively conservative. Muggle-related reading materials are mainly investigative reports and autobiographical novels. Popular science books are either superficial or outdated. Only a few articles published in magazines are valuable, but they are not systematic and cannot be used as teaching materials. Seeing he didn't move, the bookstore manager tentatively asked, "Haven't you found any suitable textbooks?" "We have some in the basement library, if you need them." "No thanks, Melvin closed a recent magazine, which happened to be titled Witches' Preparation for Admission to Muggle Society by Charity Burbage. He pondered for a moment, then turned and asked, "Can you get books from Muggle publishers?" "Yes, I can," the bookstore manager said hesitantly. "Have you heard of the Children's Encyclopedia, The Leaky Cauldron in History?" The Leaky Cauldron was founded by Daisy Doddridge in the early 16th century at 1 Diagon Alley. In 1692, after the International Statute of Wizarding secrecy was implemented, Minister Uric Gamp allowed the pub to remain open. In gratitude, the Leaky Cauldron introduced a new beer, Gamp's Aged Social Brew. It was so unpalatable that even with a 100 Gurlian bounty, no one could finish a pint. In the late 19th century, the Muggle government planned to renovate Charing Cross Road. However, due to a secrecy order, then Minister Farah Spavin took no action to salvage the site. However, the Wizards of Diagon Alley spontaneously organized a campaign, using numerous memory charms to erase the memories of those involved, and even infiltrating the Prime Minister's residence to modify the blueprints. This saved the Leaky Cauldron. Chapter 7 Knockturn Alley. Charing Cross Road is located in central London, midway between Oxford Street and Trafalgar Square. Dozens of bookshops dot the street, the busiest of which is Foyle's flagship bookshop, situated diagonally across from 84 Charing Cross Road. Melvin glanced up at the vibrant red sign, then glanced away and pushed the door open. Though it might be called a bookstore, it's more like a shopping mall, spanning 5 floors and over 30,000 square feet. They reportedly carry over 200,000 titles, with all the shelves connected to stretch the length of the street. There's a dedicated section dedicated to Shakespeare's works, and Beethoven's music takes up 2 walls, alongside vinyl records and a variety of gift items. On the second floor is a cafe, its air thick with fragrance. Sunlight streams in through the glass walls, complemented by the warm carpet and carefully arranged decor, creating a warm atmosphere. The thick carpeting seems to prevent footsteps from disturbing readers, such as the hunchbacked witch by the window. The nearly 200-year-old witch was utterly aged, her back hunched, her face wrinkled like a spiderweb, her hair meticulously combed, her head bent as she read. Learning becomes a struggle with age. Faced with a completely new body of knowledge, years of accumulated experience are not only useless but sometimes even become a daunting obstacle. She glanced over unfamiliar words and phrases, having to mentally reread them several times before grasping their meaning. Understanding wasn't enough, she had to abandon her wizarding mindset and consider them from a Muggle perspective to gain new knowledge. Land masses separated by vast oceans could merge, the ground beneath her feet constantly moving. The lightning that streaked across the sky was completely different from the lightning used by Muggles. The old witch had to completely abandon the magic she'd learned in the first half of her life to even glimpse of scientific knowledge. But even this tiny glimpse brought the nearly 200-year-old witch childlike joy, occasionally brightening her cloudy eyes when she caught a glimpse of something fascinating. Melvin approached, slightly heavier on his heels. His hard-soled leather shoes made a slight but distinct sound, and a transparent spell emanated. Tap. Griselda Marchbanks, who had been absorbed in her reading, looked up, her fine wrinkles smoothing out as she smiled gently. Professor Lewynter. Melvin glanced at the title of the book. It was the textbook he had recently selected, the DK Children's Encyclopedia. "Sorry, breakfast will be delayed 10 minutes while we wait for the freshly baked bread." Melvin sat down opposite him, his voice louder than usual, even for the hard-of-hearing old wizard, but the sound lingered only a few feet away, unable to spread. "Also, you can call me by my name, Mom. You really do resemble Dumbledore in his youth." Miss Marchbanks, aware of the surrounding magical barrier, chuckled softly, but didn't specify the specific similarity. She closed the book casually. "The book you recommended is very good. People in the examination authority are reading it. I have to say that this book is very comprehensive, just like its name, encyclopedia. It must be admitted that the knowledge that these Muggle children read is something that most adult wizards will never know in their lifetime. This knowledge not only helps us to correctly understand Muggles, but also helps us to correctly understand the world." "This is exactly what I hoped for," Melvin said slowly. "Natural science is the magic wand of Muggles. In my opinion, after science dispelled ignorance, their success in development in the past 200 years has surpassed that of the past few thousand years. Unprecedented changes are approaching. Wizards can no longer bury their heads in their own lives as in the past. They must correctly understand the relationship between the wizarding world and the world and explore completely new paths, Unfortunately, science cannot dispel the ignorance and stubbornness of wizards, Marchbanks sighed, stroking the cover of the book with his skinny fingers. When the Ministry of Magic learned that you were going to use Muggle books as teaching materials, it started to make trouble again. Those purebloods were always restless and clamored to convene the Wizengamot to redecide. New things are always accompanied by controversy. We old guys don't have the energy to mess with them. Marchbanks shook his head, his trembling right hand shoved into his shirt pocket, and pulled out a letter of appointment that far exceeded the size of his pocket. Tofty, the old guy who sat next to me the other day, he's the deputy director of the administration. He's discussed with me and decided to hire you as a special consultant to the examinations authority, focusing on the reform of Muggle studies. Melvin paused. How's the salary? Marchbanks was speechless, looking up at him. His slightly hoarse voice echoed within a few inches of the air. No salary, only obligations. You will need to record your teaching content, write detailed lesson plans, and record student feedback. However, the knowledge points you record will become the test points for Muggle studies. For decades or even centuries to come, your lesson plans will be the teaching guidelines. In short, you will set the standards for this subject. It's a thankless job, that's right, but I want to try. The job wasn't as bad as Marchbanks made it out to be. No salary didn't mean no reward. And for Melvin, the rewards were very generous. Since its establishment in the 15th century, the Wizarding Examinations Authority has grown over the years into a professional organization with vast resources. The authority comprises multiple departments responsible for all aspects of wizarding examinations, including qualification review, independent question setting, and examination supervision. As an institution capable of setting standards and judging other wizards, its influence has steadily grown over the past 500 years. This influence was exactly what Melvin needed. For the next several hours, the two discussed detailed teaching plans, and only when the sun set did Melvin bid farewell. The bookstore was open in the evenings. Mrs. Marchbanks remained at the window seat in the cafe, her encyclopedia open before her, her expression gentle as she gazed at the street below, as if admiring the scenery. According to authority regulations, wizards appointed as special advisors are retired professors. The last advisor to break the age record was 50 when he was appointed. This exceptional appointment was due to Dumbledore's subtle instigation, as well as the desire of this group of old men to change. Typically, special advisors do not have the power to set teaching standards. Expert panels are typically formed, with constant additions, deletions, and revisions, often requiring decades of negotiation before a conclusion is reached. The revision of the Muggle Studies curriculum began 10 years ago, influenced more or less by the Wizarding War and you-know-who. The hundreds of thousands of words compiled by these old scholars seem to be consigned to the shredded wastebasket compared to this encyclopedia. The old witch's eyes reflected the passing traffic, the soft street lights lining the road, and the brisk footsteps of the figure on the sidewalk. How young she truly was. She corresponded with Ms. Marchbanks, answered questions from the Wizarding Authority, adjusted to London life, the local accent, and the strange wizarding slang, and explored the future of art. It was already the end of July when she returned to Diagon Alley. The streets were crowded with students and parents doing their back-to-school shopping. Melvin stood outside the stationery store, needing to buy some developing potion. This potion could animate portraits and photos, converting them into videos, images without sound. The length and frame rate varied depending on the potion's quality. Poor quality would produce a mosaic of 2 or 3 seconds, while good quality would only produce half a minute of standard definition. The ingredients for the potion weren't scarce, nor were the steps complicated, but they were time-consuming and labor-intensive, making them unattractive. Skilled potions masters wouldn't waste their time on such a task, so the developing potions available on the market were generally of inferior quality, leaving Melvin to try his luck. Welcome to the Ink and Transmutation Stationery Shop. What can I do for you, sir? Do you have developing potions? Of course, sir. The clerk's eyes lit up at the mention of developing potions. Who among ordinary wizards would bother with photography? He quickly pulled out several bottles of stock. This one takes 2 seconds, only 19 nuts per pint. This one takes 4 seconds, only 1 sickle and 17 nuts per pint. This one takes 10 seconds, only 3 sickles and 7 nuts per pint, and the prices were in whole and small. Melvin's eye twitched. A Gringotts goblin must have been drunk to come up with such a distorted exchange rate. Sir, which one do you need? Melvin rubbed his brow. Do you have a longer developing time? I need even longer, the clerk said with surprise. Sir, you're familiar with the properties of developing potions. I must explain up front that the longer the developing time, the more expensive it is. And the price doubles with every additional second. Let me see it first. Melvin spoke with a bit of hesitation. He roughly calculated that, assuming a 90-minute movie, even if he was meticulous and didn't need any editing, according to the clerk's calculations, by the time he was figuring out how many Diagon Alley's 3 sickles and 7 nuts multiplied by 2 to the power of 5,400 would buy, the clerk had already pulled out the store's highest quality developing potion. Handmade by the potion master Damocles Belby, it takes a whopping 23 seconds to develop 1,600 galleons. The clerk's smile was particularly cordial. Melvin was touched. He even rounded off the difference. After a few seconds of silence, Melvin exchanged glances with the clerk, finally buying a few cheap pints. As for the bottle of Potion Master Belby's work, it was the shop's most prized possession, and Melvin felt it should remain in the shop. I'd like to make a 2-hour development of photographs. Any suggestions? The clerk, knowing the potion would be a tough sell, didn't seem disappointed. Sir, you're talking about Muggle videos, right? You actually know that. I'm a half-blood wizard, and my mother is a Muggle. The clerk quickly put the potion away and turned with a smile. I suggest you just use a Muggle camera. It comes with all the necessary equipment, is cheaper, and provides clearer images. Melvin shook his head. Cameras require electricity for filming and projection, generating, transmitting, and consuming electricity. That's an entire industrial system. By the time the wizarding world has electricity, wizards and Muggles alike should have entered a new era, which will likely take at least a decade. Seeing his frown, the clerk glanced around and said in a low voice, if you really need it, you can go to Borgin and Burke's next door in Knockturn Alley. Dark wizards have electricity in Knockturn Alley. Melvin was shocked. Even if the Ministry of Magic agrees, those purebloods won't agree, the clerk said with a speechless expression. I mean, there might be modified cameras next door. Melvin left, lost in thought. Magical modification of Muggle objects teeters on the edge of the statute of secrecy. It falls under the jurisdiction of the Misuse of Magic Office within the Department of Law Enforcement. Under that office lies the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts Office, once a liberal-minded department that modified a number of technological artifacts, including cars, elevators, and landline phones. However, since Umbridge took over, it has become closed-minded and conservative, cracking down on related practices. Melvin left the transforming ink stationery shop and entered a nearby alleyway, arriving on the street in a few minutes. Before the statute of secrecy, wizarding shops were located within the Muggle market. Wizards conducted magical business while Muggles conducted ordinary business. Back then, Diagon Alley wasn't even called Diagon Alley. London, Britain's most prosperous city, boasts this street nestled in the heart of the city, attracting wizards from across the nation. Solitary wizards would occasionally come here to purchase magical materials, while concentrated wizarding villages would gather for their daily necessities. Potions makers who brewed rare potions to sell found it difficult to find buyers in those days of limited information, so selling to a potion shop here was their best option. Sometimes, Muggle merchants would also sell grain, oil, and salt in exchange for exquisitely crafted handicrafts. To the less skilled Muggles, every item here was a precious work of art. After all, it was made through transfiguration. Occasionally, legendary treasures could be found, such as a sickle that could automatically harvest wheat or a potion that could cure all diseases. With convenient transportation, well-informed information, and a stable supply of goods, Muggle merchants traded tax-free here, and wizards could trade transfiguration artifacts for gold and gems. As word spread among caravans and wizards, the place's fame grew. At the time, the British royal family still employed wizards as court attendants, and the Ministry of Magic and the royal family had a tacit understanding. With this tacit agreement, a renowned wizarding market emerged in central London. Many pure-blood families, including the Malfoys, amassed incredible wealth during this period, acquiring land and building their fortunes. That was until the statute of secrecy was enacted. In just 300 years, everything changed. Muggle and wizard shops were completely separated, and wizards who once traded with Muggles became pure-blood families who despised them. The bustling city disbanded, splitting into 2 lanes. Diagon Alley is a spacious and open street, regulated by the Ministry of Magic and regularly patrolled by ours to ensure the safety of both customers and merchants. All goods are legal and regulated, with no Muggle-related items. Knockturn Alley was also legal and regulated initially, but its winding roads, alleyways weaving into one another, and corners intersecting, created a complex environment with limited visibility. Not only were the safety of merchants and customers guaranteed, but even the safety of aurors alone was a concern. Gradually, the ministry neglected the area. Without strict regulations, unchecked growth inevitably leads to the emergence of bizarre things. Broadway Burks is one such example. While it clearly sells dark items, its reputation, earned by a network of dark wizards, gradually earned it a reputation and became a fixture of Knockturn Alley. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 8: Doing Business. Narrow and chilly. This was Melvin's first impression of Knockturn Alley. Nearly half as narrow as Diagon Alley, the road was lined with crooked shops, their eaves so low that sunlight couldn't penetrate. The moment he stepped into the alley, his vision darkened, and a faint chill enveloped him. Sticky, black mud clung to the corners, and mold spread freely. He felt something sticky beneath his feet, and before Melvin could look down, a shrill, piercing voice suddenly rang out. "Are you lost, dear?" An old witch appeared from nowhere and stood before him. Melvin caught a whiff of the stench of rotting fish guts. He looked down and saw it emanating from the wicker basket she was carrying. The basket was covered with linen, so he couldn't see what was inside. He could only see a dark red liquid seeping from the cracks in the wicker, dripping onto the stone slabs. Unaware of the witch's motives and unconcerned about her business, Melvin tossed a few silver sickles into the basket. "Take me to Broadway and Burks. If I arrive safely, the balance will be the same. At your service." The witch forced a brilliant smile, revealing mossy teeth. "This way. I'll lead the way. Those gutter rats won't bother you." Melvin, well versed in the principle of following the host's wishes, offered no objection. Following the witch into an even narrower alley, he felt a sticky sensation underfoot again. He looked down and saw moss growing in the cracks of the stones, along with a half-dried, dark slime that resembled some animal's blood. The further he went, the darker the view. Occasionally, a pedestrian in a long robe hurried by, their hood pulled low, revealing only a sliver of chin or scales. As a commercial street, Knockturn Alley was lined with shops operating on both sides. Signs were largely absent, with only a few items displayed in the windows: neatly arranged shrunken human heads, giant acromatids in black iron cages, troll skins stretched in wooden frames, and brass bells with fingerbone clappers. Some shops even had clerks soliciting customers. A wizard of uncertain age huddled in a doorway, his gaze grim and serene, while whispers emanated from within. Seeing him frown slightly, the old witch lowered her voice and explained, "Don't be frightened by them. Those aren't Muggle or wizard heads or finger bones, but house elf ones." Melvin averted his gaze. "How far?" "Just past that candle shop." The candle shop soon came into view, its old wooden sign in front, preserved by the wax from the dead flies. The inscription on it was faintly discernible. 12 Knockturn Alley. Further ahead was Broadway and Burks, the only shop in Knockturn Alley with a legible sign. The old witch received the final payment of 7 silver sickles. She smiled brightly, the moss on her teeth a tender green. "Would you like me to lead the way back, sir?" "Just a few copper nuts would be enough." "No thanks, happy shopping." Melvin watched the figure carrying the wicker basket disappear into the distance. He glanced up at the shop sign. The black lacquer was pitted and dented, and the brass name was stained with the green rust. The last letter drooped and swayed slightly, as if it might fall and hit passers-by at any moment. The window glass was covered with the grime-like crusted mucus. Only the center had been smeared with a palm to create a light-transmitting area, but the glass was old and the merchandise inside was hard to see. Pushing open the door, the rusty brass bell rang crisply. A bone ornament hung on the door frame. The bones were thin and hollow, probably the pubic bones of some bird. They made a hollow click against the door. A few kerosene lamps hung from the ceiling, their shades clogged with insect carcasses. The room was filled with a faint smell of mold and rot. A hunched man appeared behind the counter, running a hand through his sleek hair. He squinted his eyes as he looked Melvin up and down. Noticing a new face, he perked up immediately. His gaze flicked to the ring on his left hand, lingering for a moment before a fawning smile appeared. "Welcome, sir, from afar. What shall I call you? His tone was even greasier than his hair. William. Melvin remained expressionless. This was the name of a pucky in Ilvermorny. Dear Mr. William, it's a pleasure to meet you. What can I do for you? I need something I can't buy anywhere else. Melvin spoke indifferently. He didn't approach the counter, but casually walked the aisles between the shelves, examining the merchandise. Borgin and Burke's is a wise choice for you. Mr. Borgin took the initiative and walked over to the counter, introducing him in a slick voice. This one before you is called the Hand of Glory. Hold a candle in it, and only the person holding it will see the light. It's a good friend of thieves and robbers. It was a withered hand, including the forearm and palm, the flesh pale and shrunken. The arm formed the base and handle, while the palm was the candlestick, the 5 fingers slightly closed. Melvin pretended to be disgusted. It sounds like a despicable thing for thieves and robbers. Occasionally, it can be used unexpectedly. Then wrap it up for me. What? Mr. Borgin was stunned. I said wrap it up for me. I want this Hand of Glory, but you haven't asked its price yet. Since this is our first meeting, consider it my sincerity. I believe Mr. Borgin will give the same sincerity. Melvin turned his head and looked him in the eyes. Isn't that right? My pleasure, sir. Mr. Borgin looked into those dark, deep eyes and was about to make a big offer when he suddenly found himself stuck. He hesitated for a few seconds before saying in a muffled voice, 43 galleons. That's the price I took over from the Bulstrode family 10 years ago. 50, Mr. Borgin. This isn't just a one-time deal, Melvin said softly. I commend your generosity. Mr. Borgin's tone was much more sincere. Now let's continue and see what other interesting things we have in the store. The slick voice echoed again in the dim shop, occasionally interspersed with a few brief comments. This is a hanging noose. 300 years ago, a wizard changed the quick imprisonment into black magic. The thick rope shot out from the wand no longer binds and imprisons the enemy, but hangs them up. It's very good black magic. The enemy can't cast spells when hung up, and not being able to cast spells means they can't break free. Yes, the raw materials of this noose are the hanged wizards, the skins of 7 wizards and the hair of 6 witches. It was soaked and tanned with mermaid blood on a full moon night. The magic of resentment and curse fermented from then on, and it can quietly wrap around the neck of a sleeping wizard at night, making him sleep forever. Any wizard with normal intelligence, even a muggle, should be able to break free before being strangled to death. Look at this, an opal necklace. The ancient and vicious curse has claimed the lives of 19 muggles. The curse on it is almost dissipated. A suffocating puppet with rubies in its eye sockets. Whenever someone lets their guard down in front of it, its fingers twitch and point at the back of the customer's neck, and then the angry person smashes it with his fist. The vanishing cabinet, a cabinet that can make items disappear and reappear, and can be used to hide or teleport magical items. Where is the other half? After picking and choosing, Melvin didn't buy anything else, but Mr. Borgin just smiled bitterly and couldn't refute. With the development of Knockturn Alley to this day, the Ministry of Magic has more or less tacitly approved it. It's not that they can't control it, but they don't want to control it strictly. As long as the rats in the gutter don't run out to provoke in broad daylight, the house cats won't chase them into the sewers. As long as these dark wizards don't go out to murder wizards and muggles, the Aurors won't pester them to the end. Borgin and Burke's are hiding deep in Knockturn Alley, and they have to consider the face of the Ministry of Magic and dare not openly sell overly dangerous dark magic items. The remaining things only sound powerful. If they really use them to curse and murder wizards, it will only make a joke. After introducing the last item, Mr. Borgin's slick tone gradually became difficult, and he made an excuse dryly. The goods in our store are all rare and ancient magical creations passed down from outstanding wizard families, but I need something new. Mr. Borgin was stunned for a moment, and asked tentatively, what do you mean? A creation that combines magic and muggle technology. Melvin's voice was very soft, but it was very clear in Mr. Borgin's ears. He subconsciously wanted to refute and refuse, but he saw those dark eyes again. Mr. William, I have not lied to you or concealed anything. Mr. Borgin's face showed hesitation and struggle. Muggles have indeed made many interesting gadgets. Some wizards like these things and are keen on modifying their gadgets. Knockturn Alley used to sell them, such as muggle glass candles with metal wicks that can be lit with magic. There are also similar bicycles and alarm clocks. Melvin was very interested in this. But after Umbridge took over the improper use of magic office, she tightened the inspection of these things. She regarded this as a merit for promotion, and she wanted to put all wizards who touched Muggle things into Azkaban. Now no one dares to do these businesses. Melvin frowned slightly, and asked unwillingly, "Is there no way at all?" Mr. Borgin shook his head, wanting to say something but stopping himself. He lowered his head and thought for a few seconds. The sincerity and goodwill he had accumulated before came into play. He hesitated and said, "It's just that no one is doing business. Some wizards simply love this and tinker with it privately, and only communicate with like-minded people. Are there any photography-related things? I can't give you accurate information now." Mr. Borgin shook his head and said, "I only know that they are tinkering with Muggle objects. What they are researching and what they have made, only they themselves know. If you have any needs in this regard, I can introduce you." Melvin had just arrived in London and didn't know any other brokers here, so he had no choice but to agree. The two sides exchanged contact information, a one-way anonymous one. Walking out of Borgin and Burke's, Melvin was in a relatively good mood. Although he didn't buy anything he wanted on this shopping trip, it wasn't completely fruitless. Even if he returned empty-handed in the end, at least he knew that a group of wizards had begun to get acquainted with Muggle technology. For the professor of Muggle Studies who had not yet started, this was good news. In the evening, the sky was dim. Melvin walked back along the slightly narrow road of Knockturn Alley, holding the beautifully packaged wooden box. Night fell a little faster than expected. Some shops on both sides of the street had closed down, while some shops had hung copper lamps with burning candles inside. The pale light failed to illuminate the road, and it seemed even more eerie. Knockturn Alley was not lively at night. Dark wizards were also human beings, and they did not have the habit of hiding during the day and coming out at night. Passing a shop selling acromantrulis, Melvin slowed down. He remembered that this shop used to have a shop selling trollskins next to it. Now, it was a narrow alley, barely wide enough for two people to walk side by side, surrounded by brick walls. After a moment's deliberation, Melvin walked in. At least he was heading in the right direction. The alley grew quieter. Turning the corner, Melvin paused. Two cloaked figures stood in front of him, their boots grinding against rat skulls in the cracks of the stone slabs. He heard a noise behind him, and turning back, he saw two figures appearing from behind. Brick walls surrounded them, and it was unclear where they had emerged. "I thought Knockturn Alley was really a commercial street," Melvin thought, somewhat relieved. Knockturn Alley was famous for being a gathering place for dark wizards, but during the day, it looked just like that. Aside from the intimidating goods, it didn't seem particularly impressive. Mr. Borgin was a law-abiding businessman. He had assumed that the dark wizards had achieved a delicate balance of intimidation, creating a harmonious street. Unexpectedly, the main business wasn't conducted in the shop, but deep in the alleyway. Knockturn Alley had no streetlights, and with no shops either side, it was illuminated only by the faint sunlight. Melvin observed the four dark wizards. They seemed to be experienced veterans, wearing moleskin masks and concealing their figures within linen cloaks. Each of them exuded the scent of dragon's claw powder, which prevented aurors from tracking them by scent. As Melvin observed the four, they also observed him. "I hear there's a new customer in Knockturn Alley," a hoarse voice called out from beneath the moleskin mask. "Knockturn Alley isn't just about old Borgin's shop, there are other items worth buying. Are you really here to do business? Cash on delivery? What are you selling? Maps of Knockturn Alley? I thought you built this road and wanted to charge me a toll, 12 galleons each, a bit pricey, but not unacceptable, minimum order of 12. Bundling isn't a sustainable business model," Melvin patiently advised. He was about to start as a professor, so a little patience was always a good idea. "How about this? I'll buy one of your maps for 10 sickles. Consider it a new customer discount. You can also include maps of other wizarding villages in Britain, with as many details as possible. We only sell maps of Knockturn Alley. And we never bargain, then aren't you bandits?" Melvin realized his patience was thinner than he'd imagined, quickly running out. He tilted his head slightly to glance down the alley, then up again. The corridor was narrow and long, making it difficult to be attacked from both sides. The four unruly businessmen in front and behind also noticed the breakdown in the negotiations. They tightened their wands, and the atmosphere grew tense. Melvin felt a little disappointed that they didn't even show dueling etiquette. He opened the wooden box, remembering Mr. Borgin's description of it. Occasionally, it can be useful in unexpected ways. Chapter 9 Successful Transaction. Shattered, a dark blue beam burst forth. Melvin swung his wand, the tip of his wand against the spell. The dark blue beam struck the center of the transparent shield of light formed by the ironclad charm, with a dull metallic clang. To seize the initiative, he cast a weak spell, then flicked it with the tip of his wand. The shattering charm returned with even greater speed. Melvin felt a slight impact on his wrist. The moleskin-masked dark wizard hastily dodged, while the other three quickly unleashed spells in their wake. Falling unconscious, petrified, Melvin effortlessly countered the incoming spells. Based on their previous conversation and the speed and skill of the four men, he quickly determined that the moleskin-masked one was the leader, likely on par with an aura from Acusa. The others were merely average adult wizards, the kind who had failed defense against the dark arts in school. This struck Melvin as a profoundly mixed bag of dark wizards graduating from Hogwarts. But facing four dark wizards in this environment proved daunting. Trapped in a narrow alleyway, surrounded by enemies from both sides, with no cover to hide their bodies, spells rained down on them, and he relied entirely on shield charms to counter them. It felt somewhat like a single one outmatched against four. However, a wizard duel wasn't a turn-based game of back and forth. Extreme conditions limited both sides equally. Exploiting them was the key to gaining an advantage. And he, a stage designer, knew how to exploit them better than anyone else. Hidden magical energy spread along the brick walls on either side. Boom boom, silently, transfiguration enveloped the walls, and the bricks began to writhe. Bricks grew rapidly like vines, sealing off the alleyway's ceiling in an instant. As the last ray of dim light extinguished, the dark wizard leader, wearing a moleskin mask, caught sight of Melvin's movements. He pulled the remains of a withered hand from a box, its fingers half closed, a candle cradled in its withered palm. Melvin blew a breath, and a flame suddenly erupted, a pale light flashing and disappearing. Shadows engulfed the alleyway, plunging everyone into darkness. The dark wizards quickly grasped Melvin's strategy, but they didn't know how to respond or stop him. The alleyway was only a few feet wide and almost straight, with no obstruction or cover, yet still room for evasion. They had been able to surround Melvin earlier, with clear vision, but now, if they cast spells rashly, they would likely be on each other. A black veil enveloped the alleyway, and also the hearts of the four dark wizards. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, and they could even hear the breathing of their companions or even their enemies. The leader of the dark wizards felt his throat tighten. Lumispheric flash, a ray of silver light emanated. One dark wizard, overcome with panic, attempted to cast an illumination spell to see clearly, but the silver light released from his wand meant he couldn't return to defend himself in time. Melvin waited for such an opportunity. Almost at the moment the silver light ignited, a silent repulse spell struck. Bang! The spell hit the chest, and the dark wizard who cast the illumination charm was sent flying, crashing into the brick wall behind him with a dull thud. The remaining three dark wizards' breath stopped. Because the spell was cast silently, they heard nothing and could not tell what it was. They only saw a flash of green light, and one of their companions fell silent. Judging from the color of the spell, it could be a repulse charm or an unforgivable curse. The leader of the dark wizards took a deep breath, raised his wand to maintain the shield charm, stared vigilantly at the darkness ahead, and said with a lack of confidence, "Sir, we are willing to pay the price for our ignorance and offense, as long as we can ask for your forgiveness." Bang! There was another dull thud, and the second companion not far away was silent. The leader of the dark wizards swallowed, his throat felt as if it was tightened like a needle. He tried to say something, but could only stammer out a few words. "Sir, we're here to help." Click, 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 light footsteps echoed through the pitch-black alley, seemingly coming from both in front and behind, as if death were slowly approaching. The breathing of his companions beside him was clear, yet steady. A fine bead of sweat formed on the dark wizard leader's forehead. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Sir, we can provide maps of every wizarding village in Britain, as well as those in Ireland, Belgium, and Denmark. And there's a wizarding island in Norway, we can find it too." "Oh," the gentleman's voice echoed close by, and a pale candlelight appeared out of nowhere, illuminating Melvin's curious expression. "What's the price this time?" The candlelight also illuminated the alleyway, and in the dim corners of his vision, his companions lay unconscious, their lives or deaths unknown. The companions he had thought he had always been by his side had long since been replaced by enemies roaming the darkness. The pupils of the dark wizard leader suddenly contracted, and he was so frightened that his heart almost stopped. He stood beside Melvin, looked down at his companion, and moved his lips, wanting to say something, but no sound came out. Melvin was quite calm. He picked up the wooden box on the ground and put the hand of glory back. "Tell me, how much is your map?" The dark wizard leader opened his mouth and gritted his teeth. "As long as you are willing to let me take them away, sir, the map will be given to you for free. I am not on the business of reselling wizards." Melvin shook his head. "How about this? It's still 12 galleons, but I need you to mark the area and population size of these wizard settlements. It would be even better if you could also count the proportion of pure blood and half-blood, the housing prices and the per capita income." "Huh?" The dark wizard was a little confused. "I can prepay the goods. You can have an owl deliver the map to the Savoy." Melvin approached, wand in hand, and placed the tip of his wand on his arm. "But to ensure a smooth transaction, we need a signed contract." A few minutes later, dim light once again streamed into the alleyway. The moleskin-clad leader of the dark wizard stood at the alley's entrance, wallet in hand. At his feet lay his 3 companions, sound asleep. Each had a portion of his left sleeve pulled up, revealing a blue seal branded on his arm, a single stroke of the Ouroboros. The figure who had left the seal had already left the alley. Melvin, still walking, recalled his day's events. Although the process had been somewhat bumpy, the deal had been successfully concluded. Business, after all, is all about bargaining. That seal wasn't the dark mark, it contained a small curse, merely for show. He left the alley and looked back. Occasionally, a dark figure would dart around a shadowy corner, bringing with it a rustling sound. Sometimes it was an earless black cat or Nico, sometimes a house elf carrying a wooden crate. The apothecary closest to the exit of Knockturn Alley had a row of glass jars in the window, their eyeballs bobbing in purple potion. The entire street felt like a damp, abandoned intestine of Diagon Alley, curled up in the cracks of London's brick walls. Half an hour later, at the Leaky Cauldron. It was the busiest hour of the day. Wizards, beer mugs in hand, crowded the bar, eagerly discussing the day's events. The clamor was so deafening that it hurt my ears. Old Tom sat quietly in a corner, clutching the Daily Prophet, pretending to read intently. Melvin ordered a butterbeer and, observing him like this, couldn't help but feel curious. "Old Tom, why aren't you out front greeting customers? What are you doing hiding here?" "I'm in deep sorrow." Melvin was silent. He'd been here for almost 2 weeks, and he still wasn't used to the British wizarding way of chatting. "Why are you sad?" "The Daily Prophet." "What? The newspaper is closing down." "That's not the case." Old Tom shook his head, holding the newspaper. "The Daily Prophet has a history as long as the Leaky Cauldron. As long as there are wizards in this land, the newspaper will not go bankrupt or cease publication." "What's that? Which of your classmates or old friends has the obituary on it?" "No, they don't have to run a bar, so they should live longer than me." "It's not the obituary of someone your age. It's the elders in the family? The professors when you were students? Or the girl next door you have a crush on?" Melvin was more interested in the last item. Old Tom said quickly, seeing his speculation spiraling further and further out of control. "I'm worried because the newspaper clearly has a story about me, but doesn't mention my name." Melvin piqued his interest. He took the paper and looked at it, only to see the front page headline, "Gringotts Break-In Report, the investigation into this afternoon's break-in at Gringotts continues. It's generally believed to be the work of an unknown, dark wizard or witch. The goblins at Gringotts reiterated today that nothing was stolen. The underground vault searched by the intruders had actually been emptied earlier this morning. A Gringotts goblin spokesperson stated this afternoon, "We have no information on what's in the vault, and please don't interfere." Melvin stared at the newspaper, then at Old Tom. He paused for a moment, a thoughtful expression on his face. Old Tom sensed something was amiss. "Hey, that's not what I'm talking about. It's the news on page 2. Melvin turned the page. The savior appears in the wizarding world. Harry Potter shows up in Diagon Alley to buy school supplies. London News. This morning, the savior Harry Potter, accompanied by Hogwarts gamekeeper Rubius Hagrid, stepped into Diagon Alley for the first time to buy school supplies. The boy who lived who defeated you-know-who since infancy officially joined the Magical Society on his 11th birthday. At 10:15 a.m., a commotion broke out in the Leaky Cauldron. Old Tom sighed and muttered with a melancholy expression, "Since you mentioned the Leaky Cauldron, why don't you mention that I was the first to recognize the lightning scar on his head and the first to shake his hand and congratulate him? Then should we also mention Caudalie, who shook hands second, and Egg, who shook hands third?" "How do you know?" Old Tom looked puzzled. "I remember you were not in the bar at the time. The whole bar was talking about it." and my ears were calloused from listening to it. That's Harry Potter, the boy who defeated you-know-who. Who can resist being overwhelmed with emotion when hearing his name and seeing his face again? That's true. The tavern business is much better than usual. It's mainly because the school term is about to start. Yeah, it's about to start. Melvin took a sip of his beer, the salty sweet taste. A certain Muggle Studies professor was also about to start. For the next month, the front pages of the newspapers continued to follow the Gringotts robbery, but there was no conclusion. The supplements were devoted to the legendary story of Harry Potter. Rita Skeeter, who had somehow dug up information about the Potters, consulted several experts in the dark arts, and tried to reconstruct the truth of what happened that night. The plot was full of twists and turns, even suspecting that the Potters had a hidden emotional entanglement with a mysterious person. Old Tom, sitting at the bar, picked up the newspaper and saw that the article dared to spin a story about a man who dared not mention his name directly. He felt a strange admiration for reporter Skeeter. His courage was admirable. Melvin lived in Charing Cross Road, wandering Diagon Alley and Knockturn Alley, looking for goods that might be useful and gathering interesting information. Drinkers rarely mentioned Professor Lewynter, who had appeared in the newspapers, but students and parents carrying back-to-school lists kept repeating his name, and Melvin could feel the magic slowly growing. Although he still didn't understand the mechanism, it didn't stop him from benefiting from it. Late August, mid-morning. In a room on the second floor of the Savoy Hotel. 4 small-format photos, use 4 ounces. Melvin stared at the developer and photos on the table, puzzled. How small is small? Do different qualities of developer require the same amount? Never mind, it's always better to add more. Melvin gave up the hesitation, unscrewed the cork, poured the clear developer into the tray, and then dipped the photos he had received into the solution. All that was left was to wait patiently. He set the tray aside to rest, then picked up the map material next to it and flipped through it page by page. West Overton in Wiltshire, Dinworth in Cornwall, Upper Flagley in Yorkshire. There are so many wizarding settlements in the UK. These are all small places, not counting the major wizarding villages such as Hogsmeade and Godric's. Melvin put down the sloppily hand-drawn map and flipped through the data and information attached to it. The small stack of parchment was all hand-copied. The handwriting was neat and there were no ink blobs, but there was no paragraphing at all, let alone organizing it into statistical charts. It seemed a bit troublesome to extract numbers from long paragraphs of words. Although the 4 dark wizards had limited abilities, their attitude was still upright. It didn't take Melvin too much time to organize the data in the information intro table and display it in the notebook next to him. He looked at the data table, tapped the paper lightly with his fingers, and muttered softly, "Who said that there are only 3,000 wizards in the UK? Do they understand the magical world? Not only are there more wizarding settlements than expected, the population is also larger than expected. These small places are home to hundreds of wizards, and if you include the wizards' family members and relatives, the number is even larger. It's worthy of being a veteran wizarding country." The color of the photograph immersed in the developing solution was slightly blurred, the edges were a little fuzzy, and the rough edges trembled briefly, and then the figures on it began to move. The pedestrians on the street were dressed in strange styles, medieval-style robes, steam-age tops, and Victorian-era dresses. Residents from different eras walked on the same street, and the shops on both sides of the road seemed to be from different eras, some with new signs, and some with old signs. Honeydukes Candy Shop, Madame Puddifoot Tea Shop. Chapter 10. Heading to work. Summer was drawing to a close, and it was time to go back to school. Melvin walked along the street, his suitcase in his right hand and his left brushing off the ash from his sleeve. Sunlight pierced the clouds of the Scottish Highlands, the morning mist had dissipated, and the cobblestone streets were still damp. The candy shop on the left side of the street was still closed. In the window, a leaning tower of nougat stood, its icing stars slowly rotating at the top, and cockroaches swarmed in the holes at the bottom. A brightly colored sign stood nearby, Honeydukes. There was also the Davies Band's shop, Zonko's Magical Joke Shop, and the Owl Post Office. This was Hogsmeade. It was about 400 miles from London, and the easiest way to get there was by flu. It took only half a minute to get from the Leaky Cauldron to the Three Broomsticks. The Hogwarts gates were 3 or 4 miles away, a normal walk would take an hour. Melvin chose a slightly faster walk. Bang! He took a step from the village exit, the air humming softly. The space around him distorted slightly, and when he reappeared, he was already at the intersection several hundred meters away. This was a modified version of apparition. Whether apparition or disapparition, they were essentially vanishing spells, with the caster also being the target. The caster's memory of the landing point was used to determine the coordinates, allowing them to teleport across space to the desired location. With mastery, one could determine the landing point directly by sight. The road was simple, with signposts along the way and few side roads. It only took a few shifts before the Hogwarts gates were visible in the distance. Bang! Melvin stood at the intersection and looked up at the main entrance. The gates were in keeping with the style of a 1,000-year-old school, two hollow doors forged from black iron, set between towering stone walls, about 20 or 30 feet high. Perched on the gateposts were bronze statues of wild boars flapping their wings. The boar was male. Although I couldn't quite make out the details, I felt it was impressive. Grabbing his suitcase and entering the main gate, Melvin was immediately greeted by a figure from around the corner. He saw the words Administrator, Argus Filch pinned to his chest. Professor Melvin Lewin, Mr. Filch, the administrator, spoke with a hoarse voice. His complexion was sallow, his eyes slightly bulging, and he was wrapped in a worn, mouse-gray robe. Yes, Melvin nodded and smiled. Professor Lewin, please follow me. Headmaster Dumbledore told me to wait here, thank you. Melvin followed the administrator inside, scanning the road. The scenery was breathtaking, the flowers and plants lush but not overly overgrown. Hogwarts was likely once a noble estate, and the surrounding land had been converted from farmland and well planned. The road after entering the school gates was very flat. To the left was the forest, to the right was the Quidditch pitch, with a green Slytherin flag fluttering in the wind. Almost every wizard in the world has heard that Hogwarts houses are divided after the surnames of its four founders: Gryffindor, symbolizing courage; Ravenclaw, symbolizing wisdom; Hufflepuff, symbolizing kindness; and Slytherin, symbolizing honor. In the school's early days, Godric Gryffindor and Salazar Slytherin were the closest. As is typical in adventure novels, they should have written a paean to their friendship on a chocolate frog card. And sure enough, they did. Decades after the school's founding, Slytherin suddenly became paranoid and tried to convince the other founders to admit only purebloods. The other founders clearly objected, and the disagreement between the two sides escalated, culminating in Slytherin's departure and anger, resulting in a bitter breakup. These details are recorded in the school's history. Other details not included: first, Slytherin built the Chamber of Secrets before his departure, hiding a basilisk inside. Second, Gryffindor's later years in search of Slytherin were ultimately unsuccessful. In contrast to Helga Hufflepuff, who began and ended well, and Rowena Ravenclaw, who died with regret, no one heard of these two legendary wizards in their later years, not even their burial locations. Passing an exceptionally lush Whomping Willow, one could see the herbology greenhouse, where a short, plump witch in gardener's attire was busy. A little further on, up a flight of stairs, they reached the entrance hall. That's it. The headmaster will take you to his office. Where's the headmaster? Melvin looked up and saw a gray-haired figure standing in the corridor near the courtyard, crouching and playing with a dark gray cat. Hearing the sound, he glanced at them with a gentle smile. The dark gray cat trotted over and gently nudged Filch's trouser leg. Excuse me, Mr. Filch. Melvin nodded. Filch glanced up at him, his eyes a little strange, then quickly looked away. Welcome to Hogwarts, Professor Lewynter. Goodbye. The headmaster then slowly approached. Dumbledore was wearing a bright red and gold robe, a wide and formal design. The trousers he wore were rather ordinary. His beard and hair were meticulously groomed, flowing freely. He wore crescent-shaped glasses, his pupils a deep blue, and his back was straight. The late summer sun made him look energetic. Long time no see, Headmaster Dumbledore. I've been looking forward to this day, Melvin. Dumbledore's eyes narrowed with a smile. I should have introduced you to my capable professors. Minerva is processing paperwork, Severus is counting potion materials for the new school year, and Phileas is adjusting the raven-shaped bronze knocker on their college's door. To prevent the door from embarrassing students with questions they can't answer all summer, Pomona is cleaning the greenhouse. Please forgive me, it happens to be the busiest time today. Melvin, it sounds like you, the headmaster, are the only one slacking off. Come upstairs, let's see your office, and let me introduce you to my alma mater. Dumbledore led him upstairs, introducing him as they went. The hall you just saw is our great hall, and it's also where we usually eat. Next to it are the administrator's office and the staff lounge, The second floor used to be the Transfiguration classroom and the vice headmaster's office. Your office is on the third floor. The stone statue next to it is the entrance to my office. Feel free to talk to me anytime. Melvin listened carefully and followed him up the marble stairs. You should know that our school is divided into 4 houses. Ostensibly, it's the sorting hat that makes the selections, but in reality, it fully respects students' personal choices. Speaking of which, I'm a little curious about how Ilvermorny is divided into houses. The 4 houses of Ilvermorny are chosen by the 4 wooden sculptures in the Great Hall. The Horned Serpent prefers students who love reading, similar to Ravenclaw. The Thunderbird tends to choose adventurers. The Panther loves strong-willed young men. And Pakshi favors kind-hearted healers. I heard that only a very small number of students are chosen by all 4 houses at the same time. I had a bad stomach after eating caos. I owe 2,000 yuan today. I'll make it up tomorrow. Chapter 11 Slytherin. Absolutely Slytherin. It was evening. Summer was drawing to a close, and the Scottish Highlands were still sweltering. The orange sunset shone through the glass, casting a hazy glow across the castle's third-floor room. The room was even more spacious than expected, divided into 2 main areas, a desk and bookshelves on one side, and a living area with a sofa and coffee table on the other, perfect for entertaining visiting professors or confined students. Further down the hallway was the living area, complete with bedroom, storage and workspace, and even a bathroom, perfectly suited to apartment-style suites. The bedroom was spacious and well-equipped with cabinets. The bed was an oak 4-poster, its carvings and patterns in Elizabethan style, oxidized to deep amber hue. All-inclusive accommodation, 2 days off for holidays, and winter and summer vacations every year. It's a truly exceptional package, Melvin said, standing on the bed, swaying sideways and rocking a few times, pleased with the results of his busy day. The bed was neatly made, the mattress at perfect size. Despite the slightly off-color springs, it was still quite comfortable. The new Mill Creek mattress featured cloth-wrapped springs and coconut latex filling, offering just the right amount of firmness. Hogwarts provided a full set of amenities, but he wasn't used to them, so he brought his own. He also had a gas-operated office chair, a Panasonic portable record player, a clockwork clock, and plenty of books, stationery, snacks, and drinks. After all, as a professor of Muggle Studies, it's only natural to carry around some Muggle items, Melvin sighed, surveying his now-filled room. He couldn't live without the comforts of technology, but he also couldn't live without the wonders of the magical world. 9 months had passed since he left Ilvermorny, and now, as a professor at Hogwarts, he felt a sense of stability and security compared to his days on Broadway. Even though it was his first time setting foot in the castle, he still felt at ease. He was a little worried that if Headmaster Fontana knew he'd left Ilvermorny without even receiving his diploma, only to head to Hogwarts, he'd be furious and bury him under a snakewood tree. As he was reminiscing about Ilvermorny at Hogwarts, the sun had already set, and the clock's pendulum tinkled. The start of term dinner was about to begin. Melvin stood, took off his coat, and pulled a suit from his suitcase, donning it. According to Dumbledore, Hogwarts held several important dinners each year, one of which was held at the Great Hall. Professors were expected to arrive before the students, and formal attire was recommended. The wizarding world also had suits, though the styles weren't as elaborate as those of Muggles. Most wizards considered suits to be uniforms for ministry employees, making them more accessible to Muggles. The formal attire for wizards was wizard robes, with formal gowns worn for more formal occasions. Diagon Alley boasted toffins ready to wear in Madame Malkin's robe shop. Hogsmeade had a sophisticated wizard clothing store, and if money was tight, one could try second-hand robe shops. Melvin wore a suit and tie for the start of term dinner. This professor looked a bit Muggle. Learning about his castle from video footage and written stories is completely different from actually walking its corridors and staircases. The castle's primary colors are dark, its walls and domes constructed of sandstone and limestone. Weathered by time, their slate gray hues interspersed with mottled gray and black. The marble staircases offer a less stark contrast. Straight hallways are lined with hollow suits of armor and busts of wizards, their biographies engraved on their pedestals. Green ribbons adorned the hollow reliefs, bearing the crest of Slytherin House. They were last year's House Cup champions, and this color scheme will remain throughout the year until the next champion is decided next summer. Melvin slowed his pace as he descended the stairs, memories of Hogwarts resurfacing in his mind. The real scene before him gradually overlapped with distant memories, becoming more vivid. He paused for half a minute at the landing, figuring out the pattern of the staircase's curves, before continuing his descent. Hogwarts has 142 staircases, varying in width, length, and width. Some steps suddenly disappear, others veer off course. If you rush through them, you might end up stranded for half an hour. The last staircase, just ahead, leads to the Great Hall, its 2 doors open and brightly lit. "You must be the new Professor Lewin," Melvin said before she even entered the Great Hall. A short, plump, middle-aged witch with flowing gray hair and a kind smile approached from the entrance hall. "Nice to meet you, Professor Lewin. I'm Pomona Sprout, the herbology teacher." She was the same witch I'd seen busy in the greenhouse upon entering the school. "Hello, Professor Sprout. I saw you in the greenhouse this morning, but I was covered in mud and the smell wasn't pleasant, so I didn't call you. Come on, I'll introduce you to the other professors." "Yes, Mom," Melvin smiled, following her into the Great Hall. The banquet hadn't begun yet, and the 4 long house tables were empty, with only simple fruit and snacks on them. The guest of honor seat was also vacant. As he approached, he heard a voice coming from the adjacent lounge. Following the direction of the voice, he walked through the side door next to the guest of honor seat and saw the other 3 Hogwarts heads of school. The witch standing in front stood straight, wearing a crisp emerald green robe with her collar buttoned to the top. Her gray and black hair was combed into a tight bun. The calm gaze behind her square glasses lingered on his suit for a few seconds and nodded at him. "Welcome to Hogwarts, Professor Lewin. I am Minerva McGonagall, Professor of Transfiguration." "Nice to meet you, Professor McGonagall." A thin man with a straight hooked nose and greasy black hair hanging on both sides of his cheeks was standing next to him. He had an expressionless face and a cold look when he looked at Melvin, and squeezed out a name from his mouth. "Severus Snape, Potions." Melvin nodded. "Hello, Professor Snape. Look here. Phileas Flitwick. I'm the Professor of Charms." Professor Flitwick, a half-elf, was short, just over 3 feet tall, but very agile. He approached in the blink of an eye and examined his suit with great interest. "This is Muggle clothing, right? It's very beautiful." "Yes, it's formal clothing for Muggle men. It can be customized to suit your body shape. If you're interested, Professor Flitwick, we can go to London together this weekend. I happen to know a very good tailor shop." "London? I thought it would be New York." "Professor Flitwick knows me, of course. It's all in the newspapers. I want to hear about Ilvermorny. What are your charms classes like? What do you teach? I also want to know more about Hogwarts." The 4 heads of the school and the new Muggle Studies professor gathered together for a casual chat. They asked about Melvin's experience, and Melvin also asked about their past indirectly. The 4 heads of the school at Hogwarts all had their own stories. One professor didn't want to reveal them, so the topic turned to Professor McGonagall's youth. Professor McGonagall was a half-blood wizard, her father a Muggle priest, and her mother a witch who had concealed her identity and fallen in love with a Muggle. Minerva displayed remarkable wizarding talent soon after her birth. As an infant, she was unable to control her own magical powers, quickly exposing her mother, Isabel, to her witch identity. However, the family remained together, and they soon had 2 younger brothers, also wizards. During this peaceful period, Minerva successfully entered and graduated from Hogwarts. Talking about the past, several professors became interested. Flitwick reminisced with emotion. "I still remember the sorting party that year. When the sorting hat was on her head, it was hesitating between Gryffindor and Ravenclaw. It took 5.5 minutes to make a decision. The result was Gryffindor. It's a pity that Ravenclaw was just 1 step away from having this outstanding witch," Sprout added in a respectful tone. "I enrolled in Minerva's 5th year. She was the head girl of Gryffindor and ranked first in the grade. She showed amazing talent in Transfiguration and was selected as the best newcomer by Transfiguration Today." McGonagall pursed her lips with a faint smile at the corner of her mouth. "Phileas is also very good. The sorting hat almost sorted him into Gryffindor. In the 5th year, no student of the same age could last 3 minutes in the duel practice with Phileas. Not even senior students could do it. Shortly after graduation, he became the champion of the wizard duel competition and held the title for several consecutive years. And Pomona. When I graduated, she was only 12 years old, and she had already tamed all the dangerous plants in the greenhouse. That was decades ago. Those wonderful student days are so nostalgic." Snape said nothing, glancing at the few people chatting and laughing. He had been listening in without saying much, but suddenly said, It's a pity that Professor McGonagall had some regrets when she graduated, Melvin asked subconsciously. What regrets? As the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, I lost the last game to Slytherin before graduation. I still want to win it back, but unfortunately I haven't been able to do so. Flitwick and Sprout fell silent. Melvin was also silent. Why did he respond just now? Snape was a good chatterbox. Professor McGonagall frowned slightly. That's because the Slytherin player committed a foul, causing me to suffer a concussion and several broken ribs, so I can't continue the game. He received the penalty he deserved, and Gryffindor still lost. Later, Gryffindor defeated Slytherin many times, just not in the last 5 years. Flitwick and Sprout listened to their chatter without any thought of interrupting to persuade them. After all, in the past few decades, the House Cup and the Quidditch Cup had mostly rotated between Gryffindor and Slytherin. Listening to them arguing on such topics, they felt a secret joy in their hearts. He just felt a little guilty for having neglected the new Professor Lewin. With mixed feelings, Flitwick's eyes rolled around and he reached out to tug at the corner of Melvin's clothes. Melvin, do you want to try the sorting hat? Huh? It can also help with teaching. We all went to school at Hogwarts when we were young and experienced sorting. Students from the same house are more willing to cooperate with us. How about you try it too? It is rare to see an adult wizard wearing a sorting hat. When Flitwick mentioned this, Sprout also became interested, even more eager than the person involved. Yes, give it a try. The two professors escorted Melvin out of the lounge and to the open space in front of the guest of honor seats. Every year at the opening party, a sorting ceremony would be prepared for the freshmen. A triangular stool would be placed in the open space in front of the guest of honor seats, and the sorting hat would be placed on the triangular stool. This was a wrinkled pointed wizard hat. The faded fabric was gray and brown, and the folds were a little faded from washing, like parchment that had been crumpled and then dried. The tip of the hat was drooping to the left, and the surface was covered with patches of varying depths. There was a crooked crack at the brim, and the threads on the edge of the crack had been worn into fluff. The composition of the mottled stains was unknown. The sorting hat was dirty and worn. Melvin lifted the brim of the hat and carefully examined it inside and out for several rounds. After struggling to prepare himself mentally, he put it on his head. The brim of the hat was drooping, blocking his vision. His mind was in a mess. He didn't use any brain closure technique. Those memories did not exist in his brain, but were more like hidden deep in the soul. 7 years ago, when he set foot in Ilvermorny, the 4 house statues reacted simultaneously. While Ilvermorny's house traits didn't strictly correspond to Hogwarts, generally speaking, he likely met the requirements for all 4. A faint, cool magical energy emanated from the hat's brim, brushing only lightly against his hair. It didn't penetrate his brain, nor did it probe the depths of his mind, as if capturing the chaotic thoughts overflowing from his mind. Oh, a subtle voice echoed beside him. It's been years since I've worn it on an adult wizard's head, and yet your thoughts are still so jumbled. When will you finally understand that thinking about dozens of things simultaneously won't make you think faster or more efficiently? It'll only turn your mind into a mess. Melvin was rather frustrated. I think so too, but the mind has its own ideas. The sorting hat seemed to sense his thoughts and whispered, don't be impatient. Control your thoughts, and you can control your magic. Thought magic. Melvin wanted to ask again, but the sorting hat had already changed the subject. Let me see. Oh, a complex adult wizard, not lacking in courage, not bad at art, with outstanding talents, complex, very complex. Melvin gradually calmed down. Just when he thought the sorting hat would hesitate for a while and finally ask for his opinion, the sorting hat seemed to have sensed something extraordinary and suddenly raised its voice and screamed, Slytherin. Absolutely Slytherin. No, why is it Slytherin all of a sudden? You haven't asked for my opinion yet? Melvin looked up and found that Flitwick and Sprout next to him were staring at him with complicated eyes. And they were hesitant to speak. The other 2 professors stopped arguing at some point and came to stand side by side. Professor McGonagall did not speak, but frowned slightly and pursed her lips. Only Snape's expression seemed to soften a little, and he looked at him much more pleasingly. Woo! Woo! The sound of a train whistle came from outside the window. Just continue to default. Chapter 12, The Professors at Hogwarts. The Hogwarts Express has arrived. Professor McGonagall heads to the entrance hall to greet the students. Professors from other disciplines also arrive, and another round of introductions and greetings takes place. Good evening, young people. The voice booms out from Sylvanus Kettleburn, the current professor of care of magical creatures. He's missing half a limb on one side, a veritable limbless wreck, but this doesn't affect his wit and humor in the least. You must be the new professor of Muggle Studies. Professor Kettleburn swung his empty sleeves. Dumbledore is so easy to talk to. Talented young people can just start teaching. The old professor's enthusiasm was so overwhelming that Melvin couldn't get a word in. You've come at a great time, Kettleburn sighed. When I was young, I endured 62 probationary periods just to stay at Hogwarts. Headmaster Armando Dippet always wanted to expel me. He didn't like me when he was teaching defense against the dark arts. It wasn't until Dumbledore took over as headmaster that I finally found peace. Actually, it's because when Dumbledore took over, you only had one leg left, and you couldn't continue to struggle. Your personality had become more stable, so Dumbledore felt at ease. Professor Flitwick, standing next to him, explained to Melvin. Even so, he still went to the reserve every summer to see dragons and to the African wilderness to find venomous beasts. That hand was torn off by a five-legged monster. As Flitwick spoke, he turned to look at the professor, his eyes glancing at his right hand, his eyebrows furrowed. Kettleburn touched his nose with his right hand. Half of his pinky finger was missing, and the new flesh at the broken end was pink and tender, indicating a recent injury. He explained with a wry smile, "Last month, I went to Romania to see dragons. While observing dragon eggs up close, I got so excited I couldn't resist touching them twice, angering a hatching Australian white-eyed. When the keeper pulled the dragon apart, my finger had been eaten, a disabling tragedy." He described it as painless. Those who didn't know better might have mistaken it for a cat scratch. The professors present were speechless. Melvin had assumed Professor Celticburn was a Gryffindor, but he turned out to be a Hufflepuff graduate. Staggering into the hall was Professor Sybil Trelawney of Divination, wearing a pair of large, round-framed glasses. The unusually thick lenses made her eyes appear distorted and prominent, nearly obscuring most of her face. Sybil was a descendant of the true prophet, Cassandra Trelawney. However, after generations of dwindling, the gift of prophecy had been passed down to the present day, and no one could be sure how much remained. Even the professor herself was skeptical. Her unverifiable gift for prophecy, compared to the almost overflowing talents of the other professors offering elective courses, left this professor perpetually worried about being fired. She spent most of her time away from her colleagues, confined to the hot and crowded North Tower, her alcoholism the product of her unresolved depression. She possessed a knack for divination, mastering the tricks of the soothsayers. To maintain her position at Hogwarts, she developed a Muggle-like teaching method. Taking advantage of her students' youth and inability to conceal their true feelings, she identified those with the most pronounced traits. Then, playing on their fear of misfortune and disaster, she fabricated specious prophecies, projecting herself as an enigmatic prophet. She also reduced the difficulty of the homework to attract more students seeking an easy elective. However, only a select few wizards knew that this professor had truly inherited her ancestor Cassandra's gift. Reeking of alcohol, Sybil Trelawney greeted the group and sat down to drink. "Welcome to Hogwarts, Professor Levent." Professor Septima Vector sat down beside him. Professor Vector, a derivative of divination, was completely different from Professor Trelawney. If Trelawney was a mysterious witch, Vector was a rational scholar. His hair was neatly combed into a bun, and the sleeves of his dark gray robe were tightened. He looked neat and capable, but not as serious as Professor McGonagall. "We all thought that Ms. Caridi Burbage would take over the Muggle Studies class this year, but we didn't expect that Dumbledore has a new candidate, the lucky Caridi. I heard that she has found a job in London and officially started her Muggle life." Professor Bathsigna Barbling of Ancient Runes Barbling took a sip of mead, with a hint of envy in her tone. "How enviable. I also want to quit and go to Cairo, Egypt. I heard that new ancient ruins have been discovered there. I want to go to the Yucatan Peninsula. The astrology and arithmetic divination of the ancient Mayan wizards are still a mystery. What's wrong with being in school?" Trelawney took a sip of sherry and muttered incoherently, "I am willing to stay in Hogwarts for the rest of my life." No one doubted her enthusiasm for Hogwarts, including the flying class professor Madame Hooch, the school doctor Madame Pomfrey, and the librarian Madame Pants who arrived later. Melvin learned from Madame Pants that the package from Flourish and Blott's bookstore had been delivered and was placed in the storage room next to the library. He would go there to count the books when he had time. A few minutes later, a pale young man came over with a purple scarf wrapped around his head. looking a little nervous. "Hello, Professor Lewin, I'm Quirrell, Professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts, Quirinus Quirrell." "Hello, Professor Quirrell." Perhaps because he was concerned about the strong herbal smell on his body, Quirrell just said hello briefly, then hurriedly shrank into the corner to find a seat, lowered his head and glanced over here. He looked a little neurotic. Babbling whispered, he used to be a professor of Muggle Studies, but he didn't love Muggle culture. Instead, he was very interested in ancient magic. He also audited my runes course, but heard that runes were mainly used in the field of alchemy, and it was difficult to exert powerful magic, so he gave up. I heard that traces of ancient magic were found last year. He went on an adventure in Albania during the summer vacation. It seems that he was injured. Melvin looked at Quirrell, who was nervous in the corner, and found it interesting. Voldemort was now just a weak ghost, without a body and without magic power, in a state similar to a ghost, and could only feed on animal blood to maintain his consciousness. If he was not willing to cooperate, he would not be able to control even the lowest goblins, let alone adult wizards. Quirrell went to Albania in pursuit of powerful black magic, but only found Voldemort in this state. Not only did he not see his true face, but he was bewitched and willing to withdraw his guard, open his soul, and let Voldemort parasitize his most important brain, and offer his body to become a flesh and blood puppet. Those herbs are for treating the corruption caused by the deathly aura infecting the flesh and blood. I wonder if this professor of defense against the dark arts will regret it. Listen, they are coming. Gurgle. Before he could sort out his thoughts, the students had already arrived at the entrance hall. Professor Flitwick reminded them, and the sound of the Thestral slowly moving outside the castle could be vaguely heard. Dumbledore also arrived late. Night fell on Hogwarts. The freshmen gathered in front of the oak door. Sorting is a very important ceremony. The names of the 4 houses are Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, and Hufflepuff. The house with the highest score at the end of the year will receive the house cup. Hermione followed Professor McGonagall closely in quick steps, her ears perked up, wishing she could write down every word the professor said. She walked along the stone floor to the side hall to wait, but after listening carefully all the way, she didn't hear the specific process of the sorting. Professor McGonagall turned her head to glance at the little witch, pursed her lips and said, "Wait here, please keep quiet, I'll pick you up soon." After that, she turned and left. Hermione breathed a sigh of relief. The professor's serious intense expression made her breathing difficult. What exactly is the sorting ceremony, Ron? How can they ensure the accuracy of the distribution? It seems like a test. My brother Fred said it was very dangerous, but I think he was trying to scare me. Hearing the 2 boys talking next to her, Hermione pursed her lips and began to recite the spells she had memorized. She had read and memorized Miranda Goshawk's The Standard Book of Spells, elementary before school started. The students were chattering, ghosts were walking through the walls and scaring people, and they had completely forgotten the professor's advice to keep quiet. When Professor McGonagall came back, the freshmen filed into the hall of the magic school and couldn't help but exclaim softly. Thousands of candles were floating in the air, and 4 long tables were filled with glittering golden plates and goblets, illuminating the hall. The strong light made it impossible for them to open their eyes, but they were reluctant to close them, so they had to look up and away, only to find that even the dark dome was twinkling with stars. Merlin's socks, Jesus's leather boots. Hermione couldn't contain her excitement and said in a low voice, "This place has been enchanted, and it looks like the sky outside. I read about it in Hogwarts, a history." Harry and Ron beside them looked at each other and said nothing. From the train compartment to the castle hall, she has said similar words hundreds of times. Compared with those amazing knowledge, the chattering voice and tone of this little witch really make people not want to pay attention to her. Hermione didn't care. She was concentrating on controlling the uneasiness and nervousness in her heart. The shabby pointed wizard hat in front of her suddenly opened a wide gap, like a grinning mouth, and began to sing in a hoarse voice, "I am the Sorting Hat of Hogwarts, better than your hats. It turns out that sorting does not require any tests, just wear a hat. Come to the front when I call your name, Hannah Abbott. When you are very nervous, you always feel that time passes very slowly, but when you calm down, the long time just now seems to be just a blink of an eye." This is Einstein's theory of relativity. When Hermione came to her senses, she was already sitting at the Gryffindor long table. Only then could she calm down, listen to the conversations of the classmates around her to collect information, and take a good look at the professors in the guest of honor seats. The closest one was Hagrid, the gamekeeper who picked them up. The main seat was Headmaster Dumbledore, whose photos were published in many books and materials. On the left were the 4 deans, and Professor McGonagall just now was from their Gryffindor. On the right were professors of elective courses. Divination, arithmancy, care of magical creatures, ancient runes. Hermione's face was rosy and her eyes were shining. She was very interested in these courses, and Muggle Studies. She knew that Muggle was what wizards called non-magical people. The professor was very different from the other professors. He looked younger, and his dressing style was out of tune with the castle. He wore a neat dark blue suit, a white Windsor collar shirt, a silver-gray silk tie, and his short black hair was simply combed. His pair of dark eyes were calm and gentle, looking around like her. Too Muggle, not magical at all. You have to be in the 3rd year to take elective courses, Harry Potter, Gryffindor. With cheers resounding through the auditorium, the boy who attracted everyone's attention walked towards the Lion Dean's table, his steps slightly staggering. Maybe he had a little hypoglycemia. Melvin also looked at him a few times, but he was more concerned about the reactions of several professors present. He picked up the wine glass and glanced to the side calmly. Dumbledore's secret operation succeeded, the plan went smoothly, and he was smiling. Quirrell buried his head, and while quietly observing Potter, his lips moved with a faint arc, and it seemed that he was talking to himself. The most interesting one was Snape. His eyes had been fixed on Potter. I don't know if he found that Quirrell was also looking at him, so he immediately turned his head and whispered a warning. "You'd better behave yourself. Don't think no one noticed you." "I don't understand what you mean, Professor Snape." Melvin looked at the gradually bustling auditorium and couldn't help feeling a little emotional. Someone was designing a savior training plan, someone met the child of an old friend, and someone was planning the Philosopher's Stone. A wonderful drama was about to begin. Suddenly, he felt a little settled. Although he was studying in Ilvermorny, he was more familiar with Hogwarts Castle. "Well, now that things have come to this, let's eat first." Hagrid threw the last piece of chocolate mousse into his mouth. No new food appeared on the plate, and the sound of metal knives and forks colliding gradually stopped. Dumbledore cleared his throat, his bright blue eyes swept around, and the auditorium returned to silence. "Now that everyone is full and drunk, I want to say a few more words to everyone. First of all, let us welcome Professor Lewynter, who will teach Muggle Studies." Fairly warm applause rang out in the auditorium. The students generally welcomed the young and handsome professor. Especially the little witches in their 3rd year and above who had chosen Muggle Studies. They clapped their hands particularly vigorously. And Professor Quirrell has volunteered to take up the vacancy in the Defense Against the Dark Arts class. There was no applause this time, it was sparse and scattered. Professor Quirrell hadn't left a good impression before. At the beginning of the new term, I would like to give you a few points of attention. First, no student is allowed to enter the wooded area on the school grounds. The administrator, Mr. Filch, asked me to remind everyone not to cast spells in the corridors during class breaks. Quidditch player selection will be held next week. Finally, Dumbledore raised his voice. "I must tell you, anyone who does not want to encounter an accident and a painful death, please do not enter the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor." Melvin always felt that he was not talking about precautions, but saying, "The mission clues have been updated, please go to the destination to check in time." Chapter 13 First Lesson. The party ended and it was almost midnight. The castle didn't quiet down immediately. Returning to school after 2 months, the students were in high spirits and restless on the way back to the common room. The boys gathered together to laugh and play, and the girls gathered in groups to chat, chattering about interesting things during the holidays. Ghosts slipped from one side of the wall to the other, from one suit of armor to another. In fact, it didn't matter to them. They didn't feel anything. But the screams of the little wizards gave them great encouragement. Professor McGonagall had to call out twice before the students calmed down a little. Melvin didn't feel much and returned to his room early. The castle walls were well soundproofed, and the noise disappeared as soon as the door was closed. He washed up in the bathroom, changed into summer pajamas, put on slippers, and sat down behind the desk. He opened an envelope he had just received and read it quietly. The written letter from the Wizarding Examinations Authority, penned by Madame Marchbanks, was a bit long, but the main points were clearly organized and the details were appropriately detailed. It spanned 5 pages of parchment. The first 4 pages were filled with scientific questions. Does the universe have boundaries? Can a damaged atmosphere be repaired magically? Why are whales not fish, and bats not birds? Some of these questions were Madame Marchbanks' own, along with many others from the authority. It seemed the encyclopedia craze was still going strong. The last 2 pages contained the main text. Also, remember to record your course content, organize and summarize it, and send it to the authority regularly. The committee will redesign the exam syllabus based on the content. According to Madame Marchbanks' plan, the 5th and 7th grades, currently taking the exams, would remain unchanged, covering previous year's content. The other 3rd, 4th, and 6th grades would follow her plan and prepare for the new exams next year. Unexpectedly, wizard professors at magic schools would also be required to write down their teaching records. He responded to each question, promising to mail lesson plans monthly. He also recommended some books at the end of the letter, not children's encyclopedias, but popular science books for teenagers. He folded the letter and put it in an envelope, planning to mail it tomorrow. He then pulled out a blank sheet of paper and began writing thoughtfully. He planned to send his second letter to Knockturn Alley. The deal he'd agreed to last time wasn't finished, and he hadn't received the map of wizarding villages around Britain yet. He was writing to follow up on the situation and inform them of the change in delivery address, which would now be sent to the Hogsmeade outpost. He definitely couldn't receive it at Hogwarts. That would be the same as revealing his identity. Finally, he took out the timetable Professor McGonagall had sent him. He had a class tomorrow morning, and it looked like it was for 3rd-year students. Hogwarts was a magical castle, and that magic emanated from every part of the school. The magic of the Transfiguration classroom was Professor McGonagall's ability to transform discs into fat, grunting pigs with a wave of her wand, the magic of the portraits, the wizards and witches roaming freely and whispering against the walls, the magic of the brick walls, the ever-shifting staircases and ever-moving doors that could easily lead to loss, and the ghosts that came and went, the students practicing magic, the house elves hiding in the corners. The new students and professors found this strange wonder novel, while the other teachers and students had already adapted. Few wizards realized that this wonder had persisted for millennia, with no discernible change. Such magic, lacking novelty and change, had long since revealed its many shortcomings. Melvin walked the shifting stone staircase, gradually understanding its changing patterns, his sense of novelty gradually fading. The other new students experienced similar things. "Don't think you're unnoticed," he heard a deep, vaguely familiar voice. He paused at the turn of the landing, leaning out halfway to peer in. He saw Snape and Quirrell facing off. "You're keeping an eye on that boy, aren't you?" I don't," Quirrell stammered. He didn't know if it was a side effect of Voldemort's possession of his brain, but he had a severe stutter. "You don't admit it, I don't know you," Quirrell tried to speak clearly. "What do you mean by I don't know? I didn't know you were watching him, too." Snape stared coldly into his eyes, suspecting he was doing it on purpose, but the last sentence was particularly fluent. Melvin pursed his lips, unable to completely suppress a smile, and let out a short snort, which immediately caught the attention of the two men, who turned their heads and looked at him. Ahem, Melvin calmly walked around the corner. "Excuse me, where's the Muggle Studies classroom?" "I'm not very familiar with the castle." Snape gave him a cold look, said nothing, and turned to walk downstairs. Quirrell pointed him in the direction, stumbling but more fluently than before. "It's on this floor. Turn right in front, it's the 3rd room." "Thank you very much." Melvin smiled in thanks, watching his figure gradually disappear into the distance. Snape was truly unfriendly. "Look at Professor Quirrell." The former Muggle Studies professor gave clear directions. Melvin walked down the corridor, turned right at the corner, and found his classroom without a hitch. With a few minutes left before class, the 3rd-year students were almost all present, chatting and talking. The boys were mainly discussing the sudden blockade of the 4th-floor corridor, while the girls were discussing his outfit from the previous night and the information he'd published in the newspaper. Melvin paused and listened for half a minute, distinguishing the houses from their conversation and recognizing several prominent faces. Ding-dong. The bell rang, and the classroom fell silent. Melvin pushed open the door and entered. The professor was still wearing his Muggle clothes, a pine green blazer paired with a jet black shirt. The notched lapels were naturally rolled. The blended fabric draped naturally, with no sharp lines. The fabric was soft yet slightly wide, with gentle pleats, giving him a casual, comfortable, and distinguished air. Many young witches' eyes lit up. The boys also noticed that the professor seemed quite handsome. Melvin Lewynter, the student's eyes followed the chalk, watching the lime shavings outline the professor's name, and they whispered unconsciously. This method is really unremarkable. You know, when Professor McGonagall introduced herself, she would directly deform the entire blackboard. Professor Flitwick used the magic glow to outline. And even Professor Sprout of Herbology once let the branches of poisonous tentacles spell out her last name. What? Someone asked Professor Snape. He disdained to introduce himself. The professor's opening was a little muggle. Melvin wrote the name on the blackboard and threw the chalk on the table casually. I believe many students have seen this name in the school notice, and may have seen the report about me in the Daily Prophet. Considering that some students do not read newspapers, they have many questions about the changes in this course. Now, you have 5 minutes to raise your hands and ask questions. The little wizard's eyes lit up. It was always the professors who asked them questions and guided them to understand the relevant information of the course, but this was the first time that a professor asked them to ask questions. There was a feeling of equal dialogue. The novel teaching method immediately piqued their interest, and even the new professor became much closer. Swish! A female student reacted first, raised her right hand high, and as expected, took the first question. The girl in the second row, Professor, are you really from Ilvermorny? It's a worthless question, but yes. The boy next to you, you ask, Professor, why did you drop out? It's a very interesting question. When I dropped out, I thought many people would ask it, so I prepared many answers for it, but none of them came in handy. Even Headmaster Dumbledore didn't ask it when he recruited me. I suspect he forgot. His slightly teasing words caused some chuckles in the classroom. Melvin waited for the laughter to die down before continuing. The more formal answer is that I had already completed my studies at the time, and the remaining 6 months of classes were just review and exam preparation. I needed to venture out into the wider world to validate my previous knowledge, to observe, to experience, to explore. My head was full of ideas waiting to be put into practice, and that diploma wasn't that important to me, so dropping out became a natural choice. The students in the audience quieted down. A Gryffindor girl raised her hand. Professor, what's the less formal answer? The less formal answer? Melvin paused, then smiled and said, the world is so big, I want to see it. The classroom erupted in laughter. Some students rolled their eyes, seeming to think deeply. Dropping out was a difficult decision for me. At the time, I was certain I had a clear plan or a fortunate opportunity. However, I wouldn't recommend others follow suit. If I knew any of you were considering dropping out, I would simply contact your parents and suggest confiscating your wand and grounding you. Melvin was quite satisfied with the feeling that the atmosphere in the classroom had become a little more serious. Professor, what is Ilvermorny like? It's actually similar to Hogwarts. It also has 4 colleges and is also boarding. The curriculum is different and the teaching model is a little different. If you want to know more about other magic schools, I recommend a few books here. If you are interested, you can go to the library to check them out. The Crisis of Education in the Magical World, How Various Magic Schools Influence Wizarding Society, and School in the Desert, A History of the Struggle for Witch Education in Afghanistan. Professor Lewin, I want to know how the new curriculum is different from the past and what we are going to learn. You will know this later. It can't be explained in a few words, Professor. We can talk about other things later. You must answer this now. You tell me, is there a lot of homework and is it difficult? Not sure yet. It depends on your performance. Professor, I heard that you are a consultant to the examination authority. Will you formulate the content of future exams? Will you set the questions? Don't think I don't know what you are thinking. I advise you to study hard. The 5-minute question time ended quickly. The students were still not satisfied. It seemed that they asked a lot of questions, but it seemed that they did not get anything out of them. However, the distance between them and the professor was shortened. This theoretical course, which was not magical at all, had aroused the interest of many students who originally attended the course with the attitude of studying the history of magic, and they were willing to pay a little attention. Now you know me well enough, it's my turn. Melvin pulled out a chair and sat down next to the podium. Facing the students' gaze, he pointed to the girl in the front row on the far right. Start with you and introduce yourself. Tell us your name, college, and why you chose this course, another new and novel experience that they had never experienced before. The students' eyes sparkled. Muggle-born students had experienced this before, but this was their first time in a magic school, and the experience was also wonderful. I'm Arius Spinnet, from Gryffindor. The girl was a little nervous, but the experience just now made her willing to reveal her thoughts. I'm a Muggle born, and I think this course should be relatively simple, and I can get an extra certificate. Melvin was not surprised. He was also a student there and knew that many people thought the same way. He waved his hand for her to sit down and motioned the girl behind her to continue. Next, Angelina Johnson, Gryffindor. Aria and I are roommates and she pulled me over. I'm Lee Jordan, from Gryffindor. I like Angelina and I came because she's here. The black boy with dreadlocks made no secret of it, causing a burst of laughter in the classroom. Angelina Johnson couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. Cedric Diggory, Hufflepuff. I'm interested in Muggle culture and want to learn more about it. If it's interesting, I may continue to take the elective. If I'm too busy with other courses, I may give up the advanced class for this course in the 5th year. Roger Davis, Ravenclaw. Cedric and I have the same idea. Cassius Warrington, Slytherin. My father asked me to choose it so that I can enter the Ministry of Magic after graduation. There are quite a few students who choose to take the Muggle Studies course, and the reasons for choosing the course are similar. Some find the course simple and convenient to get a certificate, some come to accompany friends, and some come to chase their crushes. Only a small number of students are interested in Muggle Studies, but they do not regard it as an important subject. Slytherin students who choose Muggle Studies are the least and the most determined, with clear goals and no secrets. The other young wizards were not surprised. This behavior seemed to be very normal in the wizarding world, at least in the pureblood circle. After the last student finished introducing himself, Melvin stood up without any comments. As if he did not care about their reasons for choosing the course. One question: did you know each other before? Mr. Diggory, you answer it. Cedric thought for a moment and replied, I know all the students in Hufflepuff College, and I have a basic understanding of Ravenclaw and Gryffindor. I know a few people on the Slytherin Quidditch team, and I only know the faces of the others, but I can't remember their names. The compulsory courses in the first 2 years were taught by 2 colleges together. Most of the students in the same grade had taken classes together. Hufflepuff House got along well with the other colleges, only Slytherin was not so familiar with them. I see, Melvin nodded, not surprised. Those whose names are called, come out and help move the textbooks to the library storage room. The others stay in the classroom and get to know each other. Cedric Diggory, Lee Jordan, Roger Davis, Cassius Warrington. The young professor seemed to remember their names after hearing them once. Chapter 14, Being a Teacher, the most important thing is to be happy. It was 10 o'clock in the morning, the perfect time for students and professors to get into their groove. The hallways of Hogwarts Castle were a bit quiet, especially the hallways near the library, so still that only the rustling of footsteps could be heard. Several students in Muggle Studies were curious. Being called out mid-class to move textbooks was something they'd never experienced before. Melvin strolled slowly beside them. Sir, Cedric of Hufflepuff turned to look at him. After a moment's hesitation, he asked, do these textbooks this semester have some special magical power? How many people are needed to move them? The others slowed down, also curious. No magic, just Muggle-published books. Can they be moved with a levitation charm? Probably. Then why, excluding the possibility that the professor couldn't use the levitation charm, he couldn't come up with any other answer. Cedric glanced at the 3 students next to him. He'd noticed since he left the classroom that the professor had a pattern in his selection process, 1 person from each house. Because I need someone to lead the way, Melvin blinked. I came to Hogwarts only a few hours earlier than the freshmen. I don't know the location of the library, and I'm not familiar with these staircases and doors. If something unexpected happens, the topic of conversation during your meals for a long time will be Professor Lewin getting lost in the corridor during class. Cedric couldn't help but laugh and said, no. Several people next to him echoed him, but their tone was a little cheerful. Even Cassius Warrington from Slytherin couldn't help laughing. Lee Jordan still had doubts. If you were just leading the way, you could have just asked Cedric alone. Why 4 people? Didn't I tell you? We need to move the books. Really, aren't there levitation spells? Dumbledore himself emphasized the importance of not casting spells in the school corridors. That was Filch's suggestion to embarrass the students, and professors don't have to follow it. Just keep your mouth shut and save your energy for moving the books. Madam Pants signed for the package from Flourish and Blots. Muggle-published books, unlike other magic books, didn't move around or make shrill cries. She kept them with the other magic books, worried that the encyclopedias would be torn to shreds, so she stored them in the storage room next to the library. The binding of these books was different from their usual magical textbooks, yellowed parchment with covers of Oxford cloth or linen. These books were made of coated paper with soy ink. The handwriting was fine and clear, the edges were neat and fuzz-free, and the covers were covered in a transparent plastic film. They felt smooth to the touch and were brightly colored, completely unlike those magic books. So, when Cedric and the others entered the storage room and saw the pristine new books, their eyes lit up. "Are these our textbooks?" Melvin looked at them and smiled. "Not textbooks, but reference books, I guess. I'll take good care of them." Lee Jordan couldn't help but touch them, not daring to apply too much pressure. "I remember you were half-blood, so you've probably seen books like this before. I've been at Hogwarts all my life, and I've only used magic textbooks." "Didn't you read other books during your vacation? You said it was vacation time. Who would read books?" Lee Jordan said confidently. "I don't know why you sound so proud." Melvin smiled again. "Stop touching them. Hurry and move the books. We'll take our time back in class." "Okay, Professor." Encyclopedias, such large volumes, are quite heavy, but since the third-year elective class isn't very large, sharing the workload between 4 people isn't too much of a burden. Their enthusiasm was high, and they quickly counted the books. Each of them picked up a stack and trudged back. When they returned to the classroom, it was bustling with activity. Hogwarts classrooms are well insulated, and since Muggle Studies doesn't have assigned seating, students from the same house sit together. Shortly after the professor left, the classroom was buzzing with activity, with everyone chatting about the previous topic, Ilvermorny, Muggle Studies, exams, and homework. A few students even noticed Melvin's attire. Cedric and the other 3 entered the classroom, carrying 4 stacks of books. They placed them on the front desks with a thud, and the young wizards fell silent. Seeing them staring at the new books eagerly, Melvin walked slowly to the front row, waved to Cedric and others to return to their seats, and asked the other students, "I asked you to get to know each other in the classroom. How is it going?" The little wizards blinked. "What does that mean? Wasn't that just a casual remark? You don't want to answer, right? Then I'll pick a few people to test the results." Melvin's words instantly made the students nervous. He glanced around and pondered for a moment. "You don't have such things as students' numbers, so just number them by seat. The first person on the left is number 1, and the next one is number 2. Did I make it clear enough for number 3? The little wizards nodded, vaguely understanding what he meant. "Then number 2, Miss Johnson, you go first." Angelina looked confused and a little dazed. "What's the name of the boy in the second row of Slytherin classes over there?" Angelina glanced at the boy, her eyes rolling. She couldn't remember his self-introduction at all. She seemed to remember him as a Slytherin chaser. What was his name? Not Warrington, not Flint. 5 seconds left. "There's a penalty if you can't answer." Angelina's eyes widened, and she began to panic. She stared at the Slytherin boy and quickly recalled their previous classes together. 5, 4, 3, Ragam Montague. Angelina breathed a sigh of relief. At the last moment, she remembered that they had taken potions together, and that the boy had been reprimanded by Professor Snape. "You pass. Next, let me think about what number to call." The young wizards in the classroom opened their eyes wide, a mixture of nervousness and excitement. This form of random questioning seemed very interesting. "Number 6, Mr. Legerfus, what's the name of the Ravenclaw girl in the 3rd row?" "The countdown is over. Unfortunately, you need to accept the punishment. Mr. Legerfus, please stand in front and perform a show for us." "I don't know how to perform a show. If you insist, I can provide some insignificant help." "What kind of help? Like tarantella dance, like wailing?" "No need." Legerfus's body trembled slightly, and his face was sad. These were 2 evil spells that could not be considered black magic, one that could make people dance non-stop, and the other that could make people scream. Under the pitying gaze of the whole class, Legerfus sang a wizard song. A Pot of Fiery Love by the witch Celestina Warbeck, which was said to be his mother's favorite song. Applause to Mr. Legerfus, his singing was very impressive. Then next, the excited little wizards all lowered their heads deeply, avoiding the professor's sight, unconsciously holding their breath, silently praying not to be called, and could almost hear the sound of their own heartbeats. Some students were rushing to get to know other classmates. When they met someone they couldn't remember the name of, they hurriedly asked their friends in a low voice, rustling around. Only a few students were thoughtful, as if they had grasped some pattern. "Number 10, Mr. Priss of Hufflepuff." As Priss answered the question, The expressions of the Ravenclaws relaxed, while Samuels of number 18 began to get nervous. Next, number 14, Mr. Appleby of Hufflepuff. This time most of the students in the classroom reacted. Although there is no math class at Hogwarts, other subjects also involve some basic operations 2, 6, 10, 14, an increasing sequence with a common difference of 4, such an obvious pattern. All the students reacted. Next, just when number 18 Samuel's heart was pounding, he heard Professor Lewynter call out another name, number 7, Miss Stinson from Gryffindor. Patricia Stinson, who had been relaxing, felt her breathing suddenly stop, her blood rushing up, and her heart beating louder than a drum. Shouldn't it be number 18? Patricia Stinson was caught off guard and was ambushed. She went on stage to sing "You Hooked My Heart Away with Magic," but her voice was trembling slightly. In the interval between her trembling singing, the students looked at position 18, only to see Ravenclaw Samuels, who had clenched his fists and was about to stand up to answer questions, but suddenly realized that he had escaped a disaster. He was blinking in confusion, staring at Stinson blankly. Stinson on the stage felt hopeless. Professor Lewynter was a bad guy. Next, number 33, Transfer from Slytherin. Transfer was caught off guard. Fortunately, the person the professor picked happened to be a pureblood. He had met him at the banquet before and had escaped punishment by chance. Melvin sighed, looking a little disappointed. Next, Melvin dragged out the last word, his eyes wandering around the classroom. The young wizards in the seats became panicked. Oops. The professor abandoned the previous rules and started random checks. Samuels from Ravenclaw, who was in seat 18, was more relaxed. He thought that since the professor had abandoned the rules, he would be safe now. Just as he was thinking this, he heard the professor's devilish whisper in his ear. Samuels from seat 18, "It's your turn!" Exclamation mark. Am I not safe already? Samuel's breathing stagnated and his heartbeat became slightly faster. He was a little tired because he had accelerated several times before. He felt that the load on his heart was a bit high today. It was like being tied to an out-of-control flying broom, constantly rising and falling, and finally crashing headfirst into the blackboard of the Muggle Studies classroom. What's the name of the lady in the middle seat of the fourth row? Fawcett, sir. Very good. Huh? Samuels breathed a sigh of relief and lowered his head. He didn't know why, but even though he had answered the question correctly, he still felt like he was being punished, or more like a prank even more extreme than the Weasley twins. It was a shame those two guys didn't choose Muggle Studies. After all this trouble, the whole class felt like they had been on an adventure together. Now they really knew each other, the kind that could call each other by name. Before they had time to complain to the professor, the shiny new encyclopedia was handed to them. The exquisite binding was like a work of art, and the bright colors caught their eye. When they opened the inner volume, illustrations they had never seen before immediately caught their attention. The vast and magnificent starry sky, the wonderful and surprising molecular connections, the detailed and realistic muscle anatomy. The young wizards had their first visually shocking experience, not to mention the Muggle science above that shocked their cognition. At noon that day, lunchtime. After 2 months of summer vacation, even the most difficult courses of history of magic and potions became lively and interesting. Even Professor Snape's cold face had the illusion of a kind and amiable person. The new school year had just begun, and the young wizards were full of excitement. They gathered in the great hall during lunchtime, chattering about the morning's lessons. Hermione sat at the Gryffindor table. Nearby sat Harry and Ron, their mouths stuffed with roasted chicken legs, but that couldn't stop them from talking. Professor McGonagall is a genius at transfiguration, but we're not. How could we turn matches into needles in our first class? But didn't Granger succeed? She's a nerd. Harry glanced at the girl next to him and whispered, "Don't say that." Hermione lowered her head to carve the steak. Just now, she had been thinking that if the two of them asked, she would tell them how to wave their wands correctly to turn matches into needles more easily. Now, forget it, unless they asked sincerely. Just then, the other two Weasley brothers came over, holding a large, beautifully bound book filled with colorful illustrations on every page, so much so that the eyes couldn't take in everything. No wonder Dade's modified flashlight doesn't work. Oh, what are you reading? Ron immediately noticed his brothers and the large books in their hands. Why isn't Daddy's flashlight on? George and Fred were absorbed in reading, but as soon as Ron squeezed over and stuck his neck out, the twins immediately closed the pages, looked alert, and covered the pages tightly with their hands, not even showing him the pattern on the cover. "Let me see, little Ronnie, peeking is not a good habit. Let me see, always say please to your brother." Harry was speechless watching the twins teasing Ron. Hermione carefully confirmed the title of the book several times, was stunned for a moment, looked up and looked around. There were 4 long tables in the auditorium, and each table had several encyclopedias. The students of the magic school were chattering about basic scientific knowledge. It seemed that simple physics and chemistry were more wonderful than magic. Hermione couldn't help but listen carefully. It turned out that these were the textbooks distributed by Professor Lewynter. Only the 3rd grade had the Muggle Studies class this morning, so the students who were interested could only borrow the 3rd grades. In the next few days, the middle and high grades will attend classes one after another. That's all the useful information. The rest were discussions about Professor Lewynter, the novel teaching format, the mischievous questions, and the singing of several unlucky classmates. Professor Lewynter. Hermione became more and more curious. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 15 Examination Experience. Friday, on the 3rd floor of the castle. Melvin had 2 classes that day. The morning was the 7th year Muggle Studies Advanced class, an advanced course exclusive to senior students. Hogwarts teaching is divided into 3 stages. First, for the lower grades, up to 3rd year, their main courses are Transfiguration, Charms, Potions, Herbology, and Defense against the Dark Arts. In addition, there are some supplementary courses such as History of Magic, Stargazing, and Flying. The content of the course is basic knowledge and the course difficulty is relatively low. Then, from 3rd to 5th year, students at this stage begin to learn elective courses, including Ancient Runes, Divination, Arithmancy, Care of Magical Creatures, and Muggle Studies. They begin to gradually broaden their horizons and learn advanced knowledge involving the principles of magic. At the end of 5th year, they need to take an ordinary wizarding level examination, which wizards often call OWLs. Exam scores are not publicly released, but rather categorized into 6 grades, from best to worst: O, outstanding; E, exceeds expectations; A, acceptable; P, poor; D, dreadful; and T, troll. Students who successfully pass the exams and meet the required grades will receive a certificate of proficiency in their subject from the Wizarding Examinations Authority. This allows them to pursue mid to low-level jobs in related fields, such as applying for a job at a shop in Diagon Alley or becoming a staff member in a Ministry of Magic department. After the start of their 6th year, students will again choose courses. Instead of a distinction between required and elective subjects, they will select courses of interest or need based on their academic certificates and grades, pursuing advanced knowledge in related subjects. This is commonly known as advanced courses. Advanced courses continue until their 7th year, and before graduation, students will take a 2nd unified exam, the final wizarding level test, or NEWT. This exam is more valuable, and the certificate is more valuable. Students holding the relevant certificates can use their achievements to enter more demanding positions, such as Gringotts Cursebreaker, Ministry of Magic Reserve Officer, and Auror Reserve. The 7th year Muggle Studies Advanced class went through 2 rounds of selection, leaving only a dozen students. Most of them have Muggle backgrounds, have excellent grades, and are genuinely interested in Muggle studies. They also find the professor approachable. Melvin is always responsive to questions, making the class smooth and stress-free. Unfortunately, this group of students is about to graduate, and focusing on exams is crucial, leaving little room for expansion and change. Melvin felt a little disappointed. The afternoon was the 5th year class. The class had over 30 people, slightly fewer than the 3rd year class, likely due to student withdrawals. Hogwarts' course selection system is flexible. After the start of the 3rd year, students have 2 months to adjust. If they feel a course is not suitable for them or there is a conflict in their schedule, they can request a change or withdrawal from the headmaster. Changes beyond 2 months are possible, depending on the headmaster's justification. Melvin walked into the classroom carrying a stack of materials. He was wearing a patterned cotton and linen shirt, a white short-sleeved shirt, and straight-legged trousers with his sleeves rolled up to his elbows. His movements were somewhat nonchalant, revealing a certain unruly quality. As a professor at Hogwarts, they generally have a more stable image, but Professor Lewynter always wears Muggle clothing. He is not bound by formal attire, and the colors and styles are very trendy. There is something strange and fresh about it, as if it is out of tune with the castle, but it also influences the castle in a subtle way. Professors need to maintain their posture and a solemn and dignified image, so that students are more likely to abide by classroom discipline. They cannot be too distant from students, and a certain degree of affinity is required to facilitate communication with students. Before this, professors' styles always followed tradition. Whether it was the elderly professors McGonagall and Flitwick, or the younger ones Snape and Victor, they all wore black and gray robes. The red and gold, blue and cyan, yellow and black, and green and silver, the hallmarks of the four major houses, were rarely seen on professors. On the rare occasions they attended a dinner, they would deliberately accentuate the bright and lively colors with darker accents, appearing as dignified and steady as an old man from the last century. Previously, only Dumbledore would occasionally wear brighter colors. Now, with the addition of the young Professor Lewynter, his outfit had become a constant topic of conversation among the students at dinner. Melvin placed the materials on the desk, his back straight and his face handsome. He looked like the students in the audience. His voice was youthful, yet gentle. "Good afternoon, students. Good afternoon, Mr. Lewynter. Before class officially begins, there are some things I'd like to clarify." Melvin glanced around the room. "As you all know, the Wizarding Examinations Authority has appointed me as a special consultant to revise the Muggle Studies curriculum. However, until the new curriculum is implemented, this year's 2 exams will remain the same. Your most important task this school year is preparing for the exams." A sigh of regret echoed through the classroom. Over the past week, they had heard so much about the novel experiences of Muggle Studies class from other grades, novel self-introductions, novel questioning methods, and novel course content. Before class began, they had even made a point of confirming that everyone in the room knew each other. Turns out, those novel experiences were for others, and they could only prepare for the exams. Percy Weasley listened quietly, somewhat disappointed, but not surprised. "Owls were the most important thing." Melvin's voice continued. "I originally wanted to ask Professor Quirrell about your previous studies, but he's now teaching defense against the dark arts and is very busy. I couldn't find him several times, so I had to ask Professor McGonagall. I didn't get much useful information, so I contacted Madame Marchbanks and got some old exam materials. I sorted through the materials and found that you've almost mastered the main test points in the past 2 years, and there's only a small amount of new knowledge this year. Based on all this information, I've developed a review plan. I plan to finish the new course within a week and complete 3 rounds of review over the next few months, interspersed with practice tests. If the review is successful and we have enough time, we can cover more interesting content." "Interesting content," the young wizards murmured, their imaginations stirring. "Let's begin." Melvin picked up the chalk, and his words and voice flowed simultaneously. "I've looked through your textbooks from last year. They mainly cover the daily habits of Muggles and commonly used electrical appliances. Much of the content is outdated, so we'll discuss this issue later. In this year's course, I will explain electrical appliances in detail, including their functions, basic structures, and components. The students in the advanced class are all top students from each college, and they have basically reviewed this content in advance." But when Professor Lewynter broke down the knowledge points one by one and displayed them on the blackboard with icons, the students seemed to see the knowledge in the book being refined and condensed, presented before them. Penelope Clearwater from Ravenclaw was the first to react, opening her notebook and starting to copy. "How can this be a knowledge point? This is the test point." Chapter 16 Two Good Students. In the past, professors used case studies as their main approach to teaching. The first half of the class would tell a few stories, and the second half would explain the functions of the appliances in the stories. For example, a wizard in Devonshire was enjoying a relaxing vacation at home, enjoying the coolness brought by a freezing spell. One day, he noticed a cursing sound coming from his neighbor. After a while, he realized that the refrigerator was broken, and the food inside had spoiled. He concluded that refrigerators, as Muggle appliances used to preserve food, were easily damaged, and that wizards could solve the problem with a simple freezing spell. It wasn't a problem, but something felt off. It was rote learning. These students had never seen anything like it. The 2 classes ended quickly, and the students were in no hurry to leave. They were still buried in copying the blackboard, their heads a little dizzy, their minds filled with knowledge. Melvin threw down his chalk and cleared his throat. For this week's homework, choose a common appliance and draw a diagram of its structure. Ensure the proportions are correct, the components are complete, and the functions of the main parts are clearly labeled. Submit it to me before class next week. He leisurely gathered up the materials and walked away. He had a leisurely, unconcerned attitude. Melvin hadn't left the classroom long when he heard someone shouting from the front. "Professor, sir, Mr. Lewynter." Walking down the corridor and around the corner, Melvin saw two students waiting there. Two red-haired heads, two identical faces, grinning broadly. Melvin stopped and feigned confusion. "Who are you?" "I'm George Weasley." "I'm Fred Weasley." The twins spoke one after another, their voices indistinguishable. "Gryffindor twins, what do you want to talk to me about?" Melvin observed them calmly, trying to find some distinction. "We're friends with Lee Jordan. We've been reading his encyclopedia and have some questions, so we're waiting here to ask you." Professor, you're going to the Great Hall for lunch now, right?" "We're going there too. Could you spare us a few minutes to answer our questions?" George and Fred's faces were filled with anticipation, looking like eager students. "Let's talk as we walk." "Hail, Professor!" The twins cheered in unison, walking to either side. "The book says there's a metal called sodium that burns and even explodes when it comes into contact with water. Is that true?" "Yes, it involves a chemical reaction. Reactive metals react violently with water, producing hydrogen gas in an alkaline solution." Melvin noticed that the twins were indeed quite studious, having already read the chemistry section of the encyclopedia. George and Fred only heard the professor's affirmation, the subsequent mumblings were unimportant. "The book also says there's a liquid called ammonia that emits an unpleasant odor, like fermented urine. Is that true?" "Yes." Melvin paused, then explained. "Ammonia is a weakly alkaline solution of ammonia gas dissolved in water. It spontaneously decomposes and releases free ammonia gas. Urine also decomposes ammonia gas, so the two have a very similar odor." George and Fred's eyes sparkled, and they asked in unison, "So if we add sodium to ammonia, can we make a urine stink bomb?" Melvin fell silent. Arriving at the Great Hall entrance, some distance from the main table, he glanced up. Dumbledore had, somewhat predictably, been present for dinner. Professor McGonagall sat to his right, whispering with Professor Flitwick, seemingly discussing tonight's lamb. Glancing out of the corner of his eye, he saw the twins flanking him and raised his eyebrows. "Thank you, Professor." "Goodbye, Professor." George and Fred waved as they ran to the Gryffindor table, where they sat together, chattering, seemingly discussing the feasibility of a urine stink bomb. Melvin suddenly understood Professor McGonagall's feelings. Dinner time. Ron brought Harry 2 servings of lamb, braised with onions and carrots and tomato sauce, butter, and parsley. It was delicious. He stuffed his mouth full and muttered, "Try it. It smells so good. We don't have this much spices in our kitchen combined." "You eat it." "I can't eat," Harry sighed. "I wonder why Snape picked on me in the first potions class." "Did you know each other?" "I only discovered wizards existed in this world a month and a half ago." "Then don't even think about it. George told me that the old bat is targeting Gryffindor students. He's worried that our scores will surpass Slytherin and will snatch the house cup." "But why me?" "Because you're unlucky, maybe." Harry sighed again and scooped out a mouthful of mutton soup with a spoon. Hermione next to him suddenly said, "You should have prepared for it." "What?" "You should have prepared for the book, 1,000 magical herbs and fungi in advance, so that you can answer the professor's questions." Harry was speechless and felt a little tired. Just this afternoon, the freshmen of Gryffindor and Slytherin had their first potions class. Professor Snape accurately picked him out from dozens of students, asked him several questions in a row, and deducted 5 points from Gryffindor after a lot of humiliation. When will Granger understand that not everyone can memorize the textbooks before school starts? Even if they memorize the textbooks, Professor Snape can always find opportunities to make things difficult elsewhere. He has such clear malice. Harry put the spoon into his mouth, and the warm mutton soup brought some comfort. At least the food at Hogwarts is much better than at Dursley's. Crunch, 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 crunch. The silver metal knife cut through the steak, rubbing against the ceramic plate, making a slightly harsh sound. The professors in the guest of honor seats didn't care. They enjoyed the food while discussing what happened in the first week of school. Professor Sprout took a sip of wine, suddenly turned around and asked, Melvin, are the chemical fertilizers used by Muggles effective on magical plants? Melvin was a little surprised, and he kept twirling the knife and fork in his hand as he replied, Professors in Ilvermorny have done experiments, but there are no definite results. Very few fertilizers are useful, and some fertilizers will hinder plant growth. Magical plants are different from ordinary plants. It is more important to satisfy the preferences than to think about what fertilizers they lack. Can I ask for details? I only know of one thing. When the pus of the babo tuber is the smelliest, add some smelly nitrogen fertilizer to it. They will be more active and mature earlier. Amazing, I must try it. Dumbledore listened to their conversation while tasting the overly sweet mousse cake with gusto. There was another round of communication. When talking about the students returning to school, the professors always had endless common topics to talk about, such as writing theses over and over again, and forgetting something in Egypt during a trip. Melvin's arrival has added new vitality to Hogwarts. Professor Flitwick raised his glass to congratulate. Thank you, Hogwarts. Thank you, Hogwarts. Melvin raised his glass and clinked it with the professors one by one. Only Snape had a cold face. When he saw the glass raised in front of him, he touched it reluctantly with a look of disgust. Chapter 17 Draco, Professor Snape has a crush on my mom? Melvin put down his glass, unconcerned. He was always friendly with his colleagues. I heard Professor Snape gave the freshmen an introductory potions class this afternoon, with Gryffindor and Slytherin taking the class together. How is it going? Nothing special. This is the worst freshman class ever. Snape raised his eyes coldly, his tone icy. I didn't expect them to truly grasp the wonders of potions, but their performance was truly disappointing. The vast majority of freshmen don't understand the wonderful magic of the simmering cauldron, nor do they understand the allure of those magical liquids. Many don't even believe potions are magic. They were only interested in those silly wand-waving subjects. Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick's smiles froze. Transfiguration and charms were the silly wand-waving subjects he was referring to. They exchanged a glance, a similar look of frustration on their faces. They knew Snape's words were simply a matter of personality and meant nothing against them, but they still felt inexplicably offended. Worse than previous years, Melvin didn't listen to the specifics of his mumbling, continuing the conversation. To deepen my understanding of the British wizarding world, I've read some materials and noticed that some of this class already had established reputations before they arrived. For example, Harry Potter, the boy who lived from Gryffindor, and Draco Malfoy, the pureblood from Slytherin. I thought they were quite talented. Dumbledore, tasting the sweet cream with a silver spoon, listened intently to their conversation without joining in. Fame isn't everything, Snape scoffed, his sarcasm evident. That Potter is just a fool with nothing but fame. He's clueless and arrogant. He can't even answer the most basic potions questions, and when criticized, he tries to talk back to the teacher. In some ways, he's even worse than the Muggle-born Granger. Dumbledore frowned slightly, his gaze fixed on Harry at the Gryffindor table, a deep look in his eyes. There must be some misunderstanding here. Although Potter is often late for class, his performance in class is quite good. He is an honest and kind-hearted child. Yes. Several professors who were present in the classroom made a few explanations, and Dumbledore's expression became gentle again, but unfortunately Snape didn't listen. What about that Draco Malfoy? From what I understand, the Malfoy family is very influential here, with abundant financial resources, generous and enthusiastic. Every year, they donate to institutions such as the Ministry of Magic, St. Mungo's Hospital, and the Quidditch Tournament Committee, and they have made friends with many influential people. As a result, this young Mr. Malfoy has attracted attention and accumulated some reputation before entering the school. Barely passed, Snape said casually. Is it that the questions you're asking are too difficult, Professor? They're all basic knowledge from the textbook. Snape glanced at him, confused as to why this guy named Lewynter was so concerned about the freshman. Feeling irritated, he raised his voice slightly. Potter doesn't know anything about bezoars, doesn't know about aconitum, and doesn't even know what to make by mixing powdered narcissus root with an infusion of wormwood. The Slytherin house table was very close together. Upon hearing their head of house's voice, the students fell silent for a few seconds and began to quietly move aside. Draco Malfoy was one of them. His eyes darted around, and instead of moving away, he moved closer, wanting to hear more of the professor's criticism of Potter. Less than a week into the semester, he and the boy who had saved the world had already become enemies. Powdered narcissus root with an infusion of wormwood is the living hell potion, Melvin replied softly, a hint of a smile in his voice. Also known as the water of life and death, it's a powerful sleeping potion. Dumbledore took a bite of his cake and observed the smile on his face, which he felt was profound. Professor Lewin is correct. She's much better than this group of freshmen, Snape said sarcastically. My potions grades were average, but I was very interested in legends and stories. I read a lot of gossip and learned some interesting facts about potions. Snape frowned at Melvin's slow tone, feeling a little uneasy. Daffodils are also known as golden spikes. In the eyes of Greek poets, their bare stems, unpleasant smell, and slightly dark purple blossoms in winter evoke the pale death and darkness of the underworld. In Muggle stories of the dead, Hades, the god of the underworld, places the souls of the dead in fields covered with daffodils. Melvin spoke eloquently. On the stage, the pale, grayish color of golden spikes perfectly evokes the emptiness and sadness of the underworld. Homer's Odyssey mentions that fields of golden spikes harbor the souls of heroes slain in the Trojan War. The other professors listened with fascination, but only Snape felt a subtle irritation rising in his heart. One of the symbolisms of daffodils is related to death, and wormwood, with its distinctive bitterness, is often associated with pain, sorrow, and deep regret. Regret cannot bring peace of mind, only the water of death can be consumed. This is the origin of the name of the living hell potion. Dumbledore's silver spoon stopped at the edge of the porcelain plate, and a look of reminiscence appeared in his eyes. The other professors also slowed down their meals, appreciating the name of the potion. There is another story about daffodils in Greek mythology. The beautiful boy Narcissus found his own reflection in the water one day, but he didn't know it was himself. He was deeply in love with it and couldn't extricate himself. Finally, one day he went into the water for pleasure and drowned. After his death, he turned into a daffodil. Later, Muggle psychologists called this disease of self-love narcissism or daffodil disease. Snape felt impatient. What exactly do you want to say? Psychology is a very important field in Muggle science. In the view of psychologists, everyone's language and behavior in daily life reflect their inner emotions, or subconscious. Melvin paused for a moment, and said slowly, so I wonder if choosing the living hell potion as the investigation question expresses Professor Snape's inner emotions, or some kind of subconscious that he himself can hardly perceive. Absurd, those green eyes came to mind, and although Snape angrily denied it, his heart was still inevitably turbulent, and even a little panicked. The eyes of those who knew the situation flickered, and they glanced at Snape and Melvin with a thoughtful expression. Is this Muggle knowledge? To some extent, it is even more terrifying than legilimency. Although it is a bit presumptuous. I still want to tell you my guess. Snape's pupils contracted, and he was about to scold and stop him. Dumbledore also looked reluctant and was about to speak out to stop him. At the moment when the atmosphere was tense, Melvin suddenly sped up his speech. As far as I know, Draco Malfoy's mother, Narcissa Malfoy, her name was taken from the story of daffodils, Narcissa. If I'm not mistaken, Professor Snape, you once loved Draco's mother, so you used the living hell potion to express your regret in your youth. There was a stunned look in the guest seats. Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick opened their eyes in shock. Dumbledore opened his mouth, but nothing came out. Even Professor Quirrell, in the corner, froze in his place, stuffing his short ribs into his mouth, forgetting to chew. You were in love with Narcissa. Snape's mind felt as if it were being bombarded by something, a bombardment from Muggle psychology, and for a moment, he couldn't react. Clang, metal cutlery fell from his hands, hitting the edge of the porcelain plate with a resounding sound. The professor in the guest of honor seat looked in the direction of the sound and saw Draco Malfoy, standing at the front of the Slytherin table, leap off his bench and scurried towards the door. Draco didn't even have time to wipe his mouth, didn't care that his platinum hair was stained with grease, and with no regard for table manners, he scurried off on his short legs, sprinting towards the Slytherin common room. Whoosh, no wonder his mother had specifically told him before school started that their head of house would keep an eye on him. Professor Snape certainly had a preference for him. Granger was so smart and a great potion brewer, yet he was the only one the professor praised that afternoon. No wonder. Father must be informed immediately. As the new students' figure receded, the professors in the guest of honor table withdrew their gazes, instinctively looking towards Snape. Then, sensing something was amiss, they glanced at Melvin next to them, but couldn't help but glance at Snape from the corner of their eyes. Melvin Lewynter. Snape's forehead twitched with anger, his long cold face flushed red, and his lips moved. I was merely testing Potter's potion skills. I believe you, Professor. Melvin nodded, his expression serious. I understand. Psychology is an empirical discipline, and the above inferences are merely speculation. Snape was speechless and turned to look at the other professors. The other professors nodded in return, avoiding his gaze. Dumbledore lowered his head, concentrating on scraping the cake crumbs from his plate. Only a few scraps remained, less than half a spoonful, invisible unless carefully observed. Professor Flitwick, taking advantage of his small stature, buried his head beneath the table, his shoulders hunched uncontrollably. Professor Sprout nudged him gently, trying to temper his urges, considering they'd been colleagues for over a decade. Professor McGonagall pursed her lips, trying to maintain a serious demeanor. It was impossible to miss the slight quirk at the corner of her mouth. It wasn't that they didn't believe Snape. After all, several professors had already taught at Hogwarts when Snape was a student there, and they all knew about the events. It was just that Melvin's speculation, coming from the usually sullen Snape, was hard not to laugh. Snape's breathing seemed to grow heavier, and he glared at Melvin several times. Given the speed of the owl messenger, he couldn't argue with him any further, so he threw up his sleeves and stormed out. The guest table fell silent, each one making eye contact. Is this Muggle psychology? It's even more terrifying than you-know-who's dark magic. Melvin took a sip of his wine and casually said, It suddenly occurred to me that the asphodel root powder in a living hell potion isn't narcissus, but a type of lily. Dumbledore lowered his azure eyes, silent for a moment. Late at night, lights out. On the second floor of Hogwarts Castle, Melvin climbed the stairs. After a week of familiarization, he had explored nearly every tower in the castle and had thoroughly mastered the patterns of common staircases and doors. Only a few rooms remained to be explored, such as the headmaster's office, the restricted corridor on the 4th floor, and the room of requirement on the 8th floor. It wasn't that he didn't know where they were or how to open them, but he wasn't in a rush and wanted to leave some suspense. Today, he toured the North Tower, visited the divination classroom and Professor Trelawney's office, and along the way, he encountered the portrait of Sir Cadogan, a very chivalrous figure, and had a very pleasant conversation. Melvin paused on the landing, looking around suspiciously. He thought he could faintly hear a muffled sob. Are there wailing banshees roaming the castle at night? Headmaster Dumbledore never mentioned that. Melvin carefully examined the sound and followed the path of the sobbing. A few minutes later, he found a plump, pale and tender boy in the corner of the hallway. The term skin here is an objective description. His skin had recently been damaged by corrosion, but had been rejuvenated by the potion, leaving it fresh and tender, with a rosy white tint. Neville Longbottom. Melvin called out his name. Neville, crouching on the ground, raised his head, his face mournful, sobbing. Professor, what are you hiding here for? Neville pulled out a crystal ball that glowed red and explained vaguely, I'm looking for my password list. It's gone since I woke up in the infirmary. How did you get into the infirmary? Seamus took me there. How did you get hurt? I knocked over a cauldron in potions class this afternoon. It took Melvin several minutes to understand what had happened. The Gryffindor common room required a password to enter, and the boy, having always had a bad memory, couldn't remember the regularly changing passwords, so he wrote them down on a piece of parchment. In the afternoon potions class, learning to brew a potion to treat boils, he misremembered the steps and concocted a corrosive, vicious potion. Unfortunately, he also knocked over the cauldron, splashing the potion all over himself, corroding his skin and clothes. After a brief treatment by Snape, he was transferred to the infirmary, where he drank the medicine given by Madame Pomfrey and fell asleep. It was already dark when he regained consciousness. He searched his pockets again, but the password list was gone. He was left searching the castle. He didn't find the password list, but he was found by the professor. Melvin first observed Neville's condition. His physical injuries had healed, but his mental state was a bit off, which made him feel a little relieved. Then he stared at the memory ball in his hand for a while. It was a small crystal ball, and the red mist inside was swirling endlessly, giving him a headache. It was clearly the dean's concern, so how could he, an elective professor, have to deal with it? Chapter 18 Try Again. Neville wasn't actually familiar with the professor, he only knew he taught electives. Freshmen didn't take electives until the end of their second year, but Neville's future courses had already been planned by his grandmother. They were ambitious, demanding, and included no Muggle Studies options. 10 years earlier, Alice and Frank had been captured by crazed Death Eaters and forced to reveal Voldemort's whereabouts, Tortured to the point of madness, they were unable to care for themselves and confined to the closed wards of St. Mungo's Hospital for the sick and injured, under the care of healers. The Longbottom family had lost a renowned horror couple, and Neville had lost both his parents. Since then, his grandmother, Augusta Longbottom, had become his guardian. For nearly a decade, the old witch had been constantly planning and dreaming of grooming him to be the most outstanding heir to the Longbottom family. Neville could clearly sense this expectation, but he couldn't respond. His talents were not exceptional, his magical powers had been slow to awaken, and he showed no signs of magic. Neighbors and friends even suspected he was a squib, a suspicion that persisted until 1988. On a midsummer's night, a month before Neville's birthday, Uncle Argyle accidentally threw 8-year-old Neville out of a window. In the moment of crisis, magical power erupted, and Neville bounced back like rubber, unharmed. Grandma Augusta rejoiced for months at the sight of his magical awakening, but only for a few months. Neville's talent was mediocre, and he could barely cast spells properly. The wand he'd inherited from his father, Frank, felt like a dead piece of wood in his hand, yielding no response no matter how he waved it. The Longbottom family's magical training proved ineffective, with Neville performing little better than a squib. Augusta ultimately placed her hopes on Hogwarts, hoping that this millennia-old school of magic could enlighten the Longbottom child and guide him to become a great wizard who would restore Longbottom. A week into school, Neville saw no such possibility. In their first class, Professor McGonagall taught them how to transmute matches into silver needles, but Neville still couldn't make them transmute. Professor Flitwick taught them the fire charm, but his wand couldn't even produce a spark, not to mention the potions class that nearly burned through his skin. Neville felt he lacked Harry's talent or Hermione's intelligence. He wasn't interested in transfiguration, charms, or defense against the dark arts, but rather the more mundane art of herbology. He found comfort in tending to the plants. Grandma and Uncle Argyle had urged him to write home weekly to report on school. This week's letter was already written and now sat in his bureau drawer. Neville wrote about some interesting school events, telling them he'd been sorted into Gryffindor and his roommate was Harry Potter. He described the Great Hall dinner and the castle staircase in detail, but he schemed over the specifics of his classes. Perhaps he'd never live up to Grandma's expectations, and with this realization, Neville simply wanted to spend his 7 years at school peacefully. I happen to know a spell that's perfect for finding missing items. Neville hesitated for a few seconds after hearing Professor Lewynter say this, then whispered, "Is it the summoning charm, born into the 28 purebloods?" Neville had been exposed to these spells since childhood. Although he hadn't mastered them, he was familiar with their effects. He hesitated to tell the professor that a summoning charm could be used to find the list, but it had a range limit of about a few dozen feet. If the professor cast it, it could be extended to hundreds of feet, roughly the range of several adjacent classrooms. But Neville couldn't remember where he had left the list. It could have been in the infirmary ward, just a few dozen feet away, or it could have been in the hallway, on a ground floor courtyard, in the potions classroom, or even in the grounds outside the castle, thousands of feet away. "You know the spell too," Melvin raised an eyebrow. "Then you cast it." "I don't know," Neville said, nearly bursting into tears again. "You can learn if you don't know. I'm the professor and you're the student." Melvin demonstrated the spellcasting, speaking slowly, a professor with great patience. "Wave your wand, visualize your list in your mind, point the tip of your wand in the direction your intuition leads you, and then chant, summon the list." On such a night, in such a situation, Neville suddenly found himself unable to refuse. He instinctively followed the professor's instructions and prepared to cast the spell. He pulled his wand from his pocket. It was old, two-oil black, inherited from his father. He took a deep breath, adjusted his breathing, pointed the tip of his wand at the side of the corridor, and shouted with determination, "Summon the list." Half a minute passed, and nothing happened. Neville's frustration deepened, and he nearly cried. Having learned nothing in the first week of school, he didn't blame the professor's teaching, but rather his own magical aptitude. Disappointed, he even blamed himself for not telling the professor directly, causing him to waste his time. Melvin took 2 steps, came up behind him, and placed his hand on his shoulder. Neville's voice began to tremble again. "Professor, don't waste your time on me. I can't learn anything. I'm a squib." Melvin offered no comfort, his tone calm and gentle. "Try again." Neville wanted to refuse, but the words failed him. He raised his wand again and shouted with all his might, "Summon list." In an instant, The evening breeze swept through the corridor with greater force than ever before, the whistling air rattling the windows and rustling robes. It was as if all the air surrounding the castle was rushing into the corridor, threatening to overturn the castle. Standing in the eye of the storm, Neville's first thought was that he had mispronounced the spell and gotten into trouble. His second thought was that he was going to be expelled from Hogwarts. This thought brought a sense of relief. He had no magical talent to begin with, and he shouldn't have been at Hogwarts in the first place. Absurd thoughts swirled around him, but in the end, a hint of joy settled in. At least the spell had worked. Neville quickly noticed the unusual force of the wind. The wind howled in the corridor, threatening to blow the windows off. Professor Lewynter, standing beside him, showed no reaction. He waved his hand, and the fierce gust suddenly became gentle and mellow. Melvin even patted his shoulder, urging him to wait. Neville wasn't sure if he had calmed down. His heart was swirling with panic at impending expulsion and elation at a successful spell. He couldn't pinpoint what emotion dominated. But his heart was pounding and his face flushed. The magical winds whipped across the landscape, swaying the torches and oil lamps along the brick walls. Dumbledore watched silently from behind the staircase, sipping his hot cocoa, oblivious to the swirling of his silver beard, even feeling a bit of the cool air. The wind in the corridor suddenly died down, and a wrinkled, torn parchment list floated towards him, arcing and landing in Neville's outstretched palm. Chapter 19. Born at the end of July. Dragon scum, good fortune shines, the stars shine. Neville's eyes were a little dull. He held the list of passwords. The parchment felt rough and inexplicably unreal. Is this the spell I cast? Melvin didn't answer. He patted his shoulder again and asked casually, now that we have the passwords, can we go back by ourselves? I think so. Neville's voice was still a little trembling. Melvin shook his head and searched in the portrait frames on both sides of the wall. Is Sir Cadogan here? Sir Cadogan, a noble mind and a strong body. Summon Sir Cadogan when you need him. With an impassioned shout, a short and fat knight in armor ran out from the path deep in the portrait. No one knew who had passed the message to him. Behind him was a pony, equally short and fat, with hooves clattering. Sir Cadogan. Melvin pounded his chest with a fist and gave a chivalric salute. This little fellow's lost. Could you please escort him back to Gryffindor Tower? I'll take care of that. The short, stocky knight's eyes lit up, and he rolled over to mount his pony, only to be thrown off by the saddle. Cadogan scrambled to his feet, unfazed. He raised his sword, donned his mask, and looked at Neville. Follow me, soldier. Then he dove headfirst into the frame of the nun next door and was chased all the way to another portrait. The next one was of a woman in a hoopskirt, and another chase ensued, a clanking noise. Neville glanced at the fleeing knight, then at the professor beside him, and hurried after him, waving goodbye. Goodbye, Professor Lewin. Haha. Melvin found the skull portraits quite amusing. My impression of the summoning spell is not this loud, and Longbottom has changed. Dumbledore walked out to the landing, holding a cup of hot cocoa in his hand, his brows slightly furrowed in thought, and asked curiously, Melvin, how did you do it? A little insignificant teaching skill. Melvin was not surprised. Not long after he found Neville, the headmaster was hiding there. Who knows if he installed surveillance in the corridor. The child's spell-casting movements are very standard. The mismatch of the wand will cause an obstacle, but it will not lead to complete failure of the spell. From what I have observed, his biggest problem is self-doubt. Melvin changed the subject. In the Muggle world, there is a short-distance transportation called a bicycle. It relies on the gyroscopic effect generated by the rotation of two wheels and the control of the driver to maintain balance. It is very difficult for beginners. The difficulty of controlling the bicycle is one aspect, and the other is to overcome the psychological barriers. Muggle parents have summarized a set of teaching methods based on this. When teaching children to ride, pretend to stand behind to help and assist beginners in finding balance. As the wheels rotate rapidly, the gyroscopic effect quickly helps the child to maintain balance, and the children learning to ride think that their parents are helping to support them, so they begin to ride freely and confidently. They only discovered after they had ridden a long distance that their parents had stopped helping them a long time ago. When they realized the truth, they had already overcome their psychological barriers and quickly learned to ride. What do you mean? As long as you have firm beliefs and give him support, even if it is false support, you can help him find balance and let him ride forward on his own. Dumbledore's blue eyes widened, sparkling with a glimmer of crystal light. The summoning spell is not accompanied by strong winds, but the cleansing spell can create strong winds. You cast the cleansing spell to summon strong winds, and Longbottom thought it was the effect of his summoning spell. This belief, combined with the correct casting action, truly released the summoning spell. The first-year student's magic power is not very strong. Fortunately, the list is nearby. It's an amazing miracle. Magic always brings us surprises. I mean your philosophy. Dumbledore sighed softly. I feel fortunate, Melvin. Fortunate that I invited you that night. It's my honor too. Melvin, are you free tomorrow weekend? I have something I want to ask you for help with. I'm going to Hogsmeade in the morning. How about in the afternoon? I'll wait for you in my office. See you tomorrow then. See you tomorrow, Melvin. Fairyland Light. The fat lady preferred to use Latin or astrological terms as passwords, which made her look elegant and classical. As the password sounded, the stone cave behind the portrait rumbled open, revealing the passage leading to the Gryffindor common room. After saying goodbye to Sir Cadogan and goodnight to the fat lady, Neville walked into the common room, his expression still a little dazed. Had he really cast such a powerful summoning spell? It had been almost half an hour since the lights were turned off, and the common room was pitch black. With a little starlight filtering through the window, Neville looked down at his hands. In one hand was a wand, in the other a list. A solid wooden staircase connected the common room to the dormitory. The left and right branches separated the male and female dormitories. Walking along the corridor, the dormitory for this freshman class was located in the interior. Perhaps to protect the students' privacy, there were no portraits in this corridor, and ghosts were rarely seen. Due to the lack of supervision, graffiti dotted the walls. Some were meticulously crafted, revealing images, while others were mere meaningless blobs of ink. Even the house elves' regular cleaning was neglected, and in the more obscure crevices, one could see writings left by students centuries ago. Neville gently pushed open the door and entered his dormitory. His roommates were already in their pajamas, tucked into bed. Seamus and Dean were fast asleep. Harry and Ron huddled together, whispering about their trip to visit Hagrid, the gamekeeper, the big man, tomorrow. You're back, Neville. I thought you were staying in the infirmary tonight, Ron and Harry whispered. Tomorrow, Neville put a finger to his lips. Oh, okay. His roommates were friendly and kind to him, unfazed by his poor class performance. While they didn't tutor him like Hermione did, they always accompanied him back to the dormitory after dinner, worried he'd forget the passwords and lose his list. But something had happened in potions class today. The night was deep, a bright silver light streaming into the dormitory through the glass windows. A damp mist seeped in through the cracks in the window, a faint, moist vapor. He went to the bathroom to wash, changed into pajamas, and emerged half an hour later, lying in bed, lost in thought. His parents' enemies, his grandmother's expectations, his uncle's hopes, the scenery outside his second-floor window, the smell of potions in the closed ward at St. Mungo's, and the candy wrappers his mother handed him. Things he had thought he could no longer remember now came vividly to mind. This was Neville Longbottom's first 11 years. The help of his roommates, the explanations of his classmates, the care of his professors, the delicious food served on the long table in the Great Hall, the plants in the greenhouse during herbology class, and the whistling wind in the corridors late at night. This was his first week at Hogwarts. Born in late July, Neville showed no signs of sleep. He turned to look at the drawer of his bedside table. Inside was an unsent letter from home. He extended his wand and pointed at the drawer. His lips moved slightly, his voice low and low. The drawer opened and closed smoothly, and the parchment envelope flew out quietly. Neville held the envelope, his fingers turning white, and he murmured, "Grandma, I learned the summoning spell." Chapter 20, First Experience with the Three Broomsticks. The seal was sealed with a coiled serpent. Malfoy Manor, Wiltshire, to Lucius Malfoy. He opened the envelope, unfolded the silver-green patterned parchment, and the contents of the letter came into view. "Dear Father and Mother's name is crossed out. I hope you are all well when this letter reaches you. I am writing this letter with a peacock feather pen I brought from home. It does make writing more decent than the low-quality feathers provided by Hogwarts that are stained by troll saliva." The sorting ceremony was exactly as expected. The tattered sorting hat just touched the end of my hair and screamed Slytherin as if it was burned. Prefect Flint applauded so hard that he almost overturned the table. The pure blood etiquette you taught me was very effective here. As for the Potter issue, I must elaborate. This boy who was touted as a savior had no basic manners and rejected my friendship on the train. He would rather choose to associate with a red weasel of the Weasley family than accept Malfoy's kindness. Crabbe and Goyle performed adequately, though their brains seemed entirely consumed by treacle tarts. But they were competent lackeys, at least able to ward off any prying eyes directed my way. And then there were those pure-blood traitors like Longbottom who stuffed toads in their pockets. The first half of the letter was neatly written, the narrative flowing smoothly. It was obvious that Draco had put a lot of thought into writing letters home in advance. The Malfoys were well educated in this area. But the second half of the parchment became scribbled, the notes left by the peacock feathers jumbled, as if the writer had written in a hurry and panic, and the grammar was erratic. I have an urgent matter to report. Hogwarts' newly appointed professor of Muggle Studies, Melvin Lewynter, has observed Professor Snape's behavior and, using a method known as Muggle psychology, has deduced that Professor Snape once had a crush on my mother. This conclusion can be drawn from the ingredients in the living hell potion and my mother's name. The details are detailed and convincing. A blur of ink followed, a few drops of violet ink lingering on the edge of the parchment. The signature was neat, seemingly pre-written. May Merlin bless the Malfoy family with everlasting glory. Your loyal son, Draco Malfoy. Snape stared at the letter, his fingers straining, veins bulging, his stiff expression tinged with irritation. What do you mean by detailed and convincing? It was clearly Lewin's baseless speculation, designed to test Potter's basic potion skills. His so-called Muggle psychology was just ridiculous Muggle knowledge. When had he ever been in love with Narcissa? Narcissa Black and Lucius Malfoy were 6 years older than him. When he entered school, they were already about to graduate. They had only interacted because of the Death Eaters. Fortunately, he arrived at the Slytherin common room in time to intercept a letter. Otherwise, the reputation of Severus Snape, once a court Death Eater and now the potion's master, would have suffered irreparable damage. He casually released a fiend fire and burned the letter. The orange-red flames reflected on his expressionless face, making it look a little cold. Snape planned to find an opportunity to have a good chat with Professor Lewynter. Late at night, in the observation tower, a platinum-haired figure quietly climbed onto the terrace, looking behind him from time to time to make sure no one was following him and no one had discovered his secret actions. He was wearing a green nightgown and slippers, and it was obvious that he had acted in a hurry and was not well prepared. Draco stretched out his wand and waved it in the direction of the owlery, sending out a weak magical power. After a brief wait, the sound of an owl's wings approached. A sturdy night owl quietly approached and landed on the railing. Its slender form had dark black eyes, and as it stared at people, it seemed to radiate humanity. This was a night owl tamed by the Malfoy family. Draco handed the owl the envelope he had prepared and watched it flutter away. He finally relaxed and let out a long sigh. A family motto passed down through generations: appearances serve to deceive, true action always lies in the dark. Malfoy would never be discovered. Hogsmeade. According to public information on the chocolate frog card, Hogsmeade was founded 1,000 years ago by the medieval wizard Hengist of Woodcroft, shortly after the 4 legendary wizards founded Hogwarts. It was somewhat like the idea of sheltering under a giant tree for shade. This was a rare village entirely populated by wizards. Its center was a commercial street, surrounded by residential houses of various sizes. It wasn't bustling, but it was peaceful. The Three Broomsticks was the busiest tavern on the street, packed with weekend patrons, making business brisk. The tavern's owner, Madame Rosmerta, was a graceful woman with a striking face, even more beautiful than Avila. Whenever the voluptuous proprietress appeared at the bar to mix drinks, she would be surrounded by wizards and witches who would come to chat and tease her, shouting out recent news stories, describing their recent travels, and their thrilling adventures, hoping to catch the attention of the beautiful witch. Madame Rosmerta, who ran the tavern alone, was no slouch either. She smiled as she mixed drinks while listening to their small talk, responding to any interesting topics. She would ask about Harry Potter's whereabouts during his 10-year absence, when the adventurer Mr. Lockhart would come to Hogsmeade for a book signing, and what cocktails were served in taverns in Albania. The boastful customers, unable to answer, were urged on by other patrons, thus boosting the tavern's revenue. Madame Rosmerta was said to have a wide circle of friends. The headmaster and professor at Hogwarts, the goblin master at Gringotts, and even Minister of Magic Fudge were regulars and knew her well. There had been cases of wizards passing through Hogsmeade who attempted to cause trouble, but Madame Rosmerta and the tavern's guests had cleared them out, and no one dared to cause trouble afterwards. Gossipy old witches claimed the tavern proprietress carried a curse that brought bad luck to the men she was close to, a fate that had claimed several of her previous husbands. Over a decade ago, the Three Broomsticks was originally called the Two Broomsticks, but after the death of her last husband, Mr. Rosmerta, the tavern's sign was changed to the Three Broomsticks. As soon as Melvin entered the tavern, he regretted his decision. The place was extremely crowded, noisy, smoky, and heavily intoxicated by alcohol. He chose a seat near the window for some fresh air, and Madame Rosmerta immediately greeted him with a glass of oak-matured mead. The rich aroma was tinged with sweetness, just the way Dumbledore liked it. Melvin looked up at her, a bit puzzled. Professor Lewynter from Muggle Studies, right? Madame Rosmerta put down her meat and explained with a smile, it's a tavern special offer. Any Hogwarts professor who comes to the Three Broomsticks for the first time gets a free glass of mead. Dumbledore loves it, and Professors McGonagall and Flitwick have praised it, too. Trelawney is a regular at the tavern, but she prefers sherry. Melvin didn't refuse her offer, picking up the glass and taking a sip. It was quite tasty, so he took another sip. Madame Rosmerta, standing beside him, smiled, a slightly complacent expression on her face. But soon, I heard the man's serious comments. The wine is a yellowish-brown amber color, ideally golden amber. It has a medium viscosity, indicating good structure. The first nose reveals typical honey-fermented orange blossom nectar and ripe apricots, complemented by vanilla pod and toasted hazelnuts from the oak. The sweetness is well controlled in the front, the alcohol is not high, and the woody tannins in the middle provide structural support. The finish has a beeswax-like sweetness. The overall balance surpasses most traditional meads. Ms. Rosmerta looked bewildered. What body structure? What woody tannins? Was he complimenting me on my brew? You could try using beer yeast, introducing Eastern European oak to add spicy notes of cloves and nutmeg, and adding a small amount of chestnut chips for secondary maturation. The honey could be smoked to enhance its texture. Melvin, sensing the pub owner's confusion, fell silent. He'd clearly hated it when he first arrived on Broadway, so he deliberately learned those insincere phrases and phrasings, and now he was showing off. Only a week into his professorship, and he was already acting like a patron saint. Melvin paused, then gave an apologetic smile. I meant, thank you for your gift, Ms. Rosmerta. I really liked this mead. Rosmerta nodded, still caught up in her thoughts, her mind racing through the long list of suggestions. She absent-mindedly took a few steps toward the bar, then turned back. What were you talking about? Beer yeast and Eastern European oak. I happen to know a few books on brewing techniques. I'll bring them to you next time I come. Are brewing secrets valuable? Muggle books. They won't cost more than a few galleons. Consider this my return gift. Thank you for your generosity, Mr. Lewent. Watching the tavern owner walk away, Melvin suddenly felt the tavern wasn't so noisy or messy. He unpacked the package he had taken from the post office, savoring the meat as he examined it. The deerskin tanned paper was thick and sturdy, its surface coated with beeswax and pine resin providing waterproofing. Unfolding, it revealed a detailed map of villages. Wizarding settlements in Denmark and Ireland were tabulated on either side, detailing the proportions of various resident creatures, wizards and muggles, purebloods and half-bloods, even goblins and trolls. All in all, their numbers barely rivaled those of Hogsmeade. These countries had small populations and wizarding populations, making it difficult for wizarding settlements of any significant size to form. Several neighboring countries might have only one settlement, and more wizards chose to settle in Muggle communities. In this era, witch hunts were prevalent, and as long as the statute of secrecy was observed, life was more convenient and comfortable for Muggles. Creatures reluctant to show their faces, such as vampires, goblins, and werewolves, favored these sparsely populated wizarding settlements. The gathering of various intelligent magical creatures created a unique ecological pattern. Melvin examined the map carefully for a moment, then put it away. Next came a letter from Mr. Borgin, saying there would be a special gathering in Knockturn Alley next week, with several wizards and witches specializing in Muggle technology in attendance. Mr. Borgin could help introduce them if needed. Half an hour later, having sent his reply, Melvin left the Owl post office and walked back along the somewhat deserted street between the streets. The shops on either side were mostly half-closed, their windows sparsely decorated. They were all in a state of semi-closure. The clerks leaned languidly at the counters, reading, counting, and calculating their wages for the month. Hogsmeade's commercial streets weren't busy at this time of year. It was only during the weekends when Hogwarts opened for events that the main customers were the third years and above. The rest of the time, it was barely surviving, with villagers buying their daily necessities and not being able to support such a large market. The only exception was Honeydukes Candy Shop, which also had a mail-order business. The delivery from that shop alone could support the adjacent Owl post office. Melvin paused at the entrance to Honeydukes, greeted the Flumes, and then, after a brief moment of acknowledgement from the Hogwarts professors, obtained permission to enter the candy store's basement. The Hogwarts name really works, Melvin muttered. It was a storage cellar, stacked with crates, a sweet aroma wafting from the cracks between them. A trapdoor sat quietly in the center, almost blending into the gray floor. Opening it revealed a dilapidated stone staircase leading down to an unseen depth. Melvin stepped inside and closed the trapdoor. The corridors on the fourth floor of Hogwarts Castle were lined with suits of armor and gradually displayed with wizard statues. But everyone knew that many of the rooms on the fourth floor had long been unused. The most common rooms on either side of the corridor were abandoned classrooms, piled high with discarded desks and chairs, thick with dust and permeated with a strong, musty smell. Even the most mischievous Gryffindors wouldn't venture into such rooms. Only 2 rooms on the fourth floor were still in use. One was the Charms classroom, where classes were held daily, so there wasn't much to see. The other was the trophy room, filled with trophies and medals. Curious students could bother Filch, get a few detentions, and become familiar with the room. By contrast, students preferred to explore the wizard statues, whose bases were engraved with short sentences, perhaps mottos or biographies of the statues themselves. Some depicted positive deeds, such as the inventor of a spell, the inventor of a potion, or the recipient of the Order of Merlin. Others depicted negative ones, such as someone who lost their nose completely due to miscasting a spell, never to be found again, or someone who composed their own potion recipe and instantly transformed into a ghost after drinking it. The statue of a one-eyed, hunchbacked witch was one of these. The crudely carved main body of the statue was set into a base, its dark gray-black material exuding an ancient, heavy feel. The inscription on the front of the base was blurred, lacking even a name. On this ordinary Saturday morning, a subtle knocking sound suddenly emanated from within the statue. Dong dong, dong dong. Chapter 21 Participating in Group Activities. I'm so stupid, I really am, Melvin sighed at the closed stone door. I only knew there were secret passages in Hogwarts Castle, one of which led to Honeydukes Cellar. I had no idea it needed a password to open it. Half an hour ago, he'd had a sudden whim to enter the tunnels from the candy store's cellar. He'd made his way through the narrow, dank tunnel, only to find himself trapped at the end. The dim tunnel was filled with cold, dank air, and a locked stone door blocked his way. Melvin tapped and pounded with his wand, trying to figure out the mechanism, then tried several spells to open the door and break the lock. His technique was expert and precise, evidently one he'd studied. The stone door remained unresponsive. Thunderbolt explosions and crackling holes might work, but how would I explain this to the headmaster after I'd broken through? Melvin pondered. His thoughts proved fruitless. He sheathed his wand and was about to retrace his steps, but before he could turn, he heard a noise from the other side of the stone door. He listened carefully, his steps slow and leisurely, and then tentatively asked, "Principal Dumbledore, it's Melvin." He tapped the stone door twice with the tip of his wand. He heard someone on the other side chant left and right separate, then the stone door rumbled open, and Dumbledore stood outside. "Principal, it's a good thing you're outside." Melvin felt relieved. He walked out of the secret passage and looked back. At the entrance was the high, hunched back of the one-eyed witch. It was my first time in this tunnel. I didn't know the opening spell, and I almost got trapped. If I hadn't been worried about the impact of the professor leading the vandalism, I would have used the exploding curse to break down the door. I didn't think you would do that. Dumbledore smiled gently. It could also be the transfiguration and the sundering charm. Those 2 spells make less noise when breaking through a door. Melvin shook his head and smiled. I learned a lesson during my first weekend at Hogwarts. A cautious wizard shouldn't venture into unfamiliar secret passages. It only took you a week to find the hidden passage. I'm curious how you discovered it. It was just a chance encounter, a coincidence. Melvin didn't elaborate. Is that so? Dumbledore paused and winked at him. Please keep it a secret. The castle's secrets should be explored independently by students. I promise you that. Melvin promised solemnly, then changed the subject and asked, "Headmaster, Why are you here? A guest is staying in the fourth floor corridor. It's almost lunchtime, and I came to deliver his meal. I happened to hear the noise as I walked nearby. I thought another student had discovered this secret passage and was using it to purchase candy from Honeydukes. It's a coincidence. Come on, let me meet that friend. Melvin followed the headmaster, with a vague guess in his heart. Most of the rooms on the fourth floor of the castle are abandoned, and only 3 places are put into use. The charms classroom is in another direction, the trophy display room is a few miles away, and the only remaining area is the forbidden corridor. According to the information sorted out from those long-lost memories in his mind, the room at the end of the corridor is connected to the secret space where the Philosopher's Stone is stored. The entrance is guarded by a 3-headed dog, and there are protective measures set up inside by several main professors. The protective effect is not as good as the stone door in the Hunchback of the One-Eyed Witch statue. Click turned the ball doorknob, accompanied by the sound of the old lock cylinder turning, and the door opened. A giant beast was crawling in the room, with 3 heads, 3 pairs of fierce scarlet eyes, 3 bloody mouths, and the ferocious canine teeth were slightly yellowed. The 3-headed dog looked ferocious and not very intelligent. It lay motionless on the floor, its 6 eyes darting around before locking onto the 2 people who had just walked in. Its constricted pupils indicated that it was gradually coming to its senses. Just as it was about to roar, it was interrupted by the principal. "Flutton, it's time for lunch." Fluffy then recognized that one of them was the breeder. His eyes quickly lit up, and he rushed towards Dumbledore, who was standing at the door with his 4 claws, leaving shallow scratches on the ground with his sharp nails, and crashed into Dumbledore's arms, and the 3 heads competed to act coquettishly and rubbed against each other, and there was a dull sound when the flesh and bones collided. Melvin's eye twitched when he saw this. With the physical fitness shown by the old headmaster, if it weren't for Voldemort, he could have lived for at least a few hundred more years. Dumbledore almost fell over, rubbing his sore chest, feeling a little helpless. He ignored the 3-headed dog's wet saliva, reached out and touched its nose, and smiled brightly. Fluffy was bought by Hagrid at the Hogshead Inn. At first, we planned to raise him in the Forbidden Forest, but the centaurs disagreed. Dumbledore took out half a leg of raw beef from somewhere, and while feeding him, he introduced, so he is temporarily fostered in this school, and helps with some guarding work. He has been doing his job conscientiously. I like this little guy. Little guy? Melvin remained silent. If you say it is, then it is. Come, meet them. Dumbledore leaned sideways slightly. This is Fluffy, and this is Professor Lewin. Fluffy was concentrating on tearing the raw beef. He paused, stretched out his leftmost head to sniff, then stretched out a front paw and handed it to Melvin. Woo woof. Melvin was stunned for a moment, put his hand on its paw. Hello. Fluffy shook his paw, as if shaking hands, to show that the man and the dog knew each other. Who said the 3-headed dog is stupid? The 3-headed dog is so smart. Dumbledore rubbed its head, which was concentrating on eating. Fluffy, get out of the way. Melvin and I are going downstairs. Fluffy buried his head in the beef without raising his head, and dug with his 2 hind paws, moving his whole body to the side, revealing a trapdoor under his belly. Let's go. Without giving Melvin time to react, Dumbledore pulled him and jumped directly in. What followed was a long free fall, and Melvin realized that the foundation of Hogwarts Castle was so deep. Without any torches or oil lamps, it was pitch black and nothing could be seen. The passage was very quiet. If you listen carefully, you can hear some subtle sounds, rustling, as if something tiny is moving slowly. After nearly 10 seconds, Melvin suddenly felt a gentle force lifting his body, slowing down his rapid fall, and his feet soon stepped on the solid and cold floor. Looking around. This is a one-way passage that has been excavated. There are some slender black vines attached to the rough stone walls on both sides. As if they have sensed someone breaking in, the tender tendril slowly crawled towards them, rubbing against the wall and making a faint sound. The devil's snare in the seedling stage is a magical plant of the vine family. It prefers dark and humid environments and is afraid of light and heat. I didn't know there was a herbology classroom under the castle. Melvin waved his hand, and several blue flames appeared, emitting a soft glow. The perfect warmth was enough to dispel the devil's snares, but not too scorching. Pomona doesn't want to take classes here. These devil's snares have just been transplanted here, and it will take a few weeks for them to mature. Dumbledore led him inside. This is an abandoned underground classroom. There happens to be a passage connecting to the corridor on the 4th floor. It will be temporarily rebuilt to store the Philosopher's Stone, and it will take some time to complete. Philosopher's Stone. During the summer vacation, Nicole and I met alone in New York to discuss this matter. Dumbledore's voice echoed in the corridor. For some reasons that cannot be made public for the time being, the Philosopher's Stone needs to be temporarily stored in Hogwarts, and I have received intelligence that a powerful and cunning dark wizard is planning to seize the Philosopher's Stone. Are these protective measures, arranged by several professors of the main subjects? The footsteps gradually went deeper, and the 4 rooms that the corridor passed through were revealed one by one. The charms room arranged by Professor Flitwick currently only had a heavy wooden door. The transfiguration room arranged by Professor McGonagall currently only had a few stone pillars. Several bottles of poison were already placed in Professor Snape's potions room. Finally, there were several piles of hay in Quirrell's defense against the dark arts room. Compared to these semi-finished products, Professor Sprout was far ahead in progress. Melvin looked at the last wooden door. He knew that these levels were meant to test students, but he still felt that the headmaster's acting was too rough. The 4 deans had clean backgrounds and were absolutely reliable. The levels they designed were placed on the periphery. Quirrell was just promoted to professor of compulsory courses this year. He had been to Albania, where dark wizards gathered, during the summer vacation. He was full of doubts, and the level he designed was placed at the very back. You use this to test the Dark Lord? Principal Dumbledore. Melvin pursed his lips and couldn't help but complain. This powerful and cunning dark wizard must have some physical defect. He lost his limbs and couldn't wave his wand? Or perhaps he's mute and can't cast spells. Thinking carefully about Voldemort's condition, that didn't seem out of place. Dumbledore smiled and said, "So I hope you can get involved and strengthen the Philosopher's Stone's protection." Melvin observed his surroundings and casually said, "I suggest putting up a sign next to the Philosopher's Stone that says, 'This is not the Philosopher's Stone.' Perhaps the Dark Wizard will see it and leave." An unexpected idea. If you devise it, it might actually work. Dumbledore seemed to sense his curiosity. He turned and stared into his eyes, inviting him softly. "Would you like to go in and see the legendary Philosopher's Stone?" "Can I?" Melvin was indeed a little curious. Of course, so the two of them pushed open the door and walked into the room. Inside was a circular hall surrounded by steps and a pool in the center. In the middle of the pool stood a simple stone platform, inlaid with a crimson halo. Melvin stared at it for a moment, then looked away. "It looks very ordinary, nothing special, really." Dumbledore smiled brightly, his blue eyes narrowed into slits. "Sodium metal is not necessary, we can do the explosion ourselves." "That's right, but ammonia is important." 2 red-haired students huddled together, whispering as they walked down the stairs. Autumn had not yet officially arrived, and the days were still long. In the evening, it was still dark, and the torches and lights in the castle had not yet been lit. The students were all chatting in the courtyard, gathering in 2s and 3s. The corridor was relatively deserted. After walking along the dim aisle for a while, it suddenly became cooler near the courtyard. After the summer homework was handed in, the second week of schoolwork was not so stressful, and the young wizards enjoyed the leisurely late summer time. A Hufflepuff student staggered with a teapot, pouring iced pumpkin juice for his friend. Listening carefully, they were discussing going to find a giant squid to play in the water tomorrow. By October, the water in the Black Lake would be cold. The Weasley twins found a step to sit down and scribbled in their notebooks. They were worrying about how to buy metallic sodium and ammonia. They were both Muggle things, and chemical products at that. Most Muggle students had no channels. Tried to get the raw materials during the school term, leaving it until the holidays would be troublesome. Breaking the broom if Mom caught them wouldn't be a big deal. Their father worked in the Muggle Prohibition Office. If you were caught, he might even be killed. Just as they were worrying, they saw a figure approaching the stairs. The twins perked up and immediately gathered around. "Professor Lewin, what do you want?" Melvin slowed down. The twins quickly approached, their faces plastered with eager smiles. "Professor, is there a chemistry course in Muggle Studies? Will the raw materials be provided?" "Well," Melvin paused. 6th-year courses cover basic science, and I do plan to use some materials for demonstrations, but I definitely won't be using sodium and ammonia. One is dangerous, and the other smells terrible. You might not even be able to wash it out in the shower." George and Fred exchanged a glance, their eyes flickering. "I advise you to give up on this idea now. If you cause a mess, Mr. Filch will make you clean up after yourself, and Professor McGonagall won't stop you." Look down on us, the twins puffed out their chests. We have cleaned the bathroom, even the real feces and urine. Why are you worried about this? Is there anything to be proud of? George and Fred chuckled twice and followed closely behind. Clean it if you want, we are not afraid of this. Tell us more about chemistry. The two followed Melvin, chatting all the way about the explosive reactions of active metals and the smell of various chemical reagents. When they heard that indole was the source of the fecal odor, their eyes lit up and they laughed non-stop. A few minutes later, they crossed the courtyard and came to the auditorium. It was a little different from usual. Today the auditorium was noisy. A group of people were arguing around the long table of Gryffindor and Slytherin. George and Fred glanced at the crowd and narrowed their eyes. Isn't it little Ronnie? And Harry, what happened to them? The two of them moved closer, and Melvin finally calmed down. He glanced at the guest of honor seat and didn't see Professor McGonagall. These two guys didn't even take Muggle Studies. If they cause any trouble in the future, the vice headmaster shouldn't be able to blame him, right? Have you heard about the flying class in the afternoon? Melvin passed by the aisle between the long desks of the college, and the discussions of the students around him drifted into his ears. He calmly sorted out the topics they were talking about. In the second week of school, the college teams began to select Quidditch players, and flying classes were added to the freshman schedule. This afternoon was the first experience of flying brooms. I don't know which professor scheduled the class, and Gryffindor and Slytherin were together again. As expected, there was a small accident in the class. Potter and Malfoy had a conflict, and a flying duel started immediately. It is said that the game could not be decided because Malfoy was too seriously injured to complete the game. 3 broken ribs, 1 dislocated arm, and a broken leg. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 22, The Muggle Inquiry. Professor stays away. Candlelight flickered in the auditorium's main seating area, a ruffled tablecloth spread across the long table. The clink of cutlery mingled with the professor's conversation. Melvin sat down, carefully tying his napkin and sipping a refreshing mint julep. Professor McGonagall, I heard there was a stud fight this afternoon. He tilted his head slightly to glance at the nearby deans, his voice tinged with curiosity. Professor McGonagall was tasting a cream of mushroom soup. A silver spoon scooped up the milky white soup, which was dotted with light brown mushroom pieces and chopped herbs. It had a rich milky aroma and a smooth taste. A smile appeared on her face. Don't be scared by the stories spread by the students, Melvin. They will tend to focus on the most thrilling part of the incident. It's normal for freshmen to be naughty occasionally. The incident is not that bad. I heard that Malfoy from Slytherin was seriously injured and is still lying in bed. You can ask Severus about the details of what happened. Professor McGonagall's lips curled up with a faint smile. Anyone could see her joy. You know, the vice principal usually had a stern and expressionless look when he heard that a student had made a mistake, which made people even more nervous than Snape. Snape said nothing and divided the steak on the plate vigorously. Let me explain. Professor Flitwick's voice was sharp and eager, as he eagerly began to explain. Actually, the flying lesson was going smoothly. It's normal for freshmen to experience some bumps and bruises on their brooms for the first time. Initially, only Neville Longbottom got a minor bruise when he lost control during takeoff. Rolanda told the other students to rest and took Longbottom to the infirmary. Rolanda Hooch, a retired professional Quidditch player from the Irish national team, was efficient and compassionate towards young wizards. She had joined Hogwarts as the flying lesson professor over a decade ago, and in her time, she also coached Quidditch for various houses and refereed school matches. Melvin pictured the chubby, timid freshman. Injured in potions, injured in flying, it seemed like this kid was always getting hurt. With Slytherin and Gryffindor together, and no professors supervising the scene, it's natural that a conflict arose. Flitwick soothed his throat with a sip of sherry. It all started when Draco Malfoy found Longbottom's lost Remembrall and made a few overly humorous remarks. Potter, being a righteous and kind-hearted child, immediately demanded its return, perhaps with a slightly rude tone. As the back and forth continued, the conflict escalated. Malfoy tossed the Remembrall on his broom, while Potter tried to reclaim it. It was what students call a flying duel. The clatter of knives and forks at the head table slowed, and the professors slowed their meals to listen to his explanation of the scene. Malfoy may have had experience with broomsticks before, while Potter inherited his father's exceptional talent. The two displayed exceptional flying skills, chasing each other until the match reached a stalemate. Snape frowned, his expression slightly displeased. Flitwick's eyes lit up and he raised his voice. The development of things was beyond anyone's expectations. Just as they were approaching the castle, the memory ball was suddenly dragged by an invisible force. The main guest seats fell silent. Flitwick used his lecturing skills in storytelling, leaving the audience enough time to think and react, and broke the silence after a few seconds. It turned out that another protagonist, Longbottom, was involved. When he was treating a scrape in the school infirmary, he found that he had lost his memory ball, and he immediately used the summoning spell to find the memory ball. At the same time, Malfoy, who was flying nervously, noticed this pulling force. He concentrated his mind on controlling the high-speed flying broom, and subconsciously clenched the memory ball, so the summoning spell came to a stalemate. Longbottom was unaware of this. He simply assumed the memory ball was too far away, so he increased the force of his spell. The powerful pull on the memory ball caused Malfoy to lose his balance, his broom out of control, and crash into the North Tower wall, knocking him unconscious. Professor McGonagall added, when he fell off his broom, the kind-hearted Potter didn't stand by and watch him get hurt. He immediately dove 50 feet, saving Mr. Malfoy from a broken neck. I also discovered a great seeker. Snape's face darkened, his expression even uglier. Fortunately, it's only broken limbs and a few ribs. Once the bones are set, a few sips of bone spirit will heal them. Flitwick finished his story, downed the remaining half glass of wine, and let out a long sigh. It's not that simple, Phileas. Professor Sprout came over and said, the young wizard is not as strong as the adult wizard. He will have to stay in bed for at least a night to recover. That's right, poor child. Melvin was speechless. Students fighting to the point of breaking hands and feet would require calling the police and asking the government to intervene in the Muggle society, but for wizards, it was like a child pinching a nail mark. The guest seats were silent for half a minute. Professor McGonagall couldn't help but sigh. It's been 2 weeks since the start of school, and the freshmen have taken several transfiguration classes. Longbottom's performance is average. I thought he didn't inherit the Longbottom's talent for spellcasting, but I didn't expect him to master the summoning charm. The traction force is even strong enough to affect a broomstick. Some wizards are like this. Their magic power is compatible with a specific spell, and they can exert spells far more powerful than other wizards. Flitwick paused. Maybe Longbottom is suitable for the summoning charm. Melvin ate in silence without saying a word. He was merely the Muggle Studies professor, responsible for teaching elective courses for third-year students and above. What did the freshman summoning spell have to do with him? I believe they must be punished. Snape, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke up, his voice slow and his pauses distinct. A class fight that resulted in a student being seriously injured should result in a house point deduction and detention. Professor McGonagall raised an eyebrow. Malfoy was the student who started the fight. Shouldn't Slytherin also be penalized for this? Longbottom, Malfoy, and Potter should all be punished, Snape said slowly. Melvin glanced up at him, and the other two professors shared subtle glances. Severus's calculations were clear, 2 points deducted from Gryffindor and 1 from Slytherin, a win in every way. But Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff also gained, so the two professors wisely chose to remain silent. Professor McGonagall and Snape began to discuss the point deductions, their tone slightly less serene. Malfoy's fault is the most serious. Slytherin should lose more points. I have no objection. 30 points for Malfoy, 20 for Longbottom and Potter each. Longbottom shouldn't lose any points. His summoning charm was the direct cause. Ahem, Melvin interrupted. From the perspective of a Muggle Studies professor, I think we should contact the students' parents as soon as possible, especially the injured Malfoy. His mother must be deeply distressed. The guest table suddenly fell silent, as if Draco's mother had some magical power. Narcissa, Flitwick and Professor Sprout muttered the name silently, glancing at Snape from the corner of their eyes, silently observing his expression. Snape's face was impassive, his hands clenched around his cutlery as he chewed the tender steak, his teeth making a slight click. He looked a little annoyed. It was late at night. Melvin sat at his desk in his office, having washed and changed into pajamas. He hadn't yet fallen asleep, and was actually becoming increasingly alert. After 2 weeks at Hogwarts, The castle had both evoked the magical mystique of a millennia-old school of magic and the insularity and backwardness of the wizarding community. Not all descendants of pure-blood families embraced pure-bloodism. Aside from the pure-blood enthusiasts gathered in Slytherin, pure-blood students in other houses embraced half-bloods and muggle-borns equally. However, they shared a commonality, whether it was discrimination based on bloodline or equal respect. They showed little desire to explore Muggle society. While purebloods were piqued by popular science, they only cared about the juicy bits, unconcerned with the social systems of the billions of Muggles. "We still have to change slowly," Melvin muttered softly, beginning to sort out his work plan. His Muggle Studies course progressed smoothly, but he was stuck on equipment for his photography project. His top priority was, surprisingly, the level design assignment from the headmaster. "Potter and the others will soon discover Fluffy's room. I wonder if Voldemort has scouted it beforehand." Melvin recalled his recent encounters with Quirrell. He hadn't observed any useful clues, but Dumbledore was undoubtedly keeping an eye on things, so there was plenty of time to design the levels and set up the traps. He just didn't know how the stage design would work this time. Based on those distant memories, the professor's levels should be completed quickly. Professor Sprout's Devil Snare, Professor Flitwick's Key Traps, Professor McGonagall's Giant Stone Wizard Chess Set, Snape's blend of potions and logical reasoning, and Quirrell's outright troll blocking the way. Each professor's design reflected the unique characteristics of their discipline. What about Muggle Studies? High-tech infrared lasers and safes were Muggle-inspired, but impractical. Classic mechanical devices like rolling stones and bear traps probably wouldn't convince Dumbledore. The levels were meant to test the new students. They couldn't be treated as dark wizards. The level of danger should be controlled, ensuring safety while giving the challengers a sense of urgency. The difficulty should also be interesting, serving as a training and assessment, and ideally reflecting the characteristics of the subject. Melvin glanced out the window. It wasn't pitch black, but rather a deep blue. He fished out a pen and paper from a drawer, lit a few desk lamps, and in the brighter light, began to scribble on paper. He quickly settled on a design theme and wrote down a somewhat eccentric plan. Escape room, narrow, enclosed space, ensure dim lighting, apply continuous psychological pressure, and cast an illumination spell against night moths. Although they're freshmen, they shouldn't be as fragile as you might think. Melvin pressed the cap of his ballpoint pen and began to get excited. Gryffindors have plenty of courage. September 13th, Friday. School had already started for 2 weeks. The last period of the afternoon was third-year Muggle Studies. Melvin, a part-time special advisor to the examinations authority, was in charge of developing new teaching content, free from the burden of assignments and schedule. So, he spent half the class playing fun games with the students, counter commands, no laughing, pass the parcel, and frozen statues. Invariably, some students misbehaved or laughed out loud. Those who lost the game were called up and publicly grilled, forced to answer key points from the encyclopedia. Failure to do so was met with punishment. This time, they weren't performing a show. Instead, they were impersonating animals from the book, normal, non-magical creatures. They imitated the movements and sounds based on the pictures and descriptions, though the resemblance was minimal, resulting in a high degree of comic relief. For half an hour, the Muggle Studies classroom was filled with laughter and screams. Knowledge, in a rather despicable way, was being pumped into the students' brains. As Melvin led the games and grilled them, he enjoyed their embarrassment and contemplated whether he could get Dumbledore to assist. Time slipped by unnoticed. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the bell rang crisply in the corridor. Melvin had assigned the students to study on their own 5 minutes ago, and when the time came, they immediately grabbed their textbooks and left to get out of class. The students in the classroom, on the other hand, were in no hurry to leave, chattering about the fun games they just played. Lee Jordan's dark face flushed red as he let out unbridled sneers. "Alia, you're so stupid. Every time I tell you to stand up, you just stand up. Why don't you just sit still? You're not much better. Every time the professor says look ahead, you just look ahead. Don't think I don't know you're looking for Angelina." Angelina rolled her eyes at her roommate Alia's rebuttal. If Lee hadn't been distracting her in the backseat, she wouldn't have made so many mistakes and ended up being asked to play the animal. "Hey, did you see Angelina playing a hippopotamus? Ho ha ho ha." You could fit a fist in her mouth. Lee Jordan was still excited, his face flushed with laughter. "Professor Lewynter's game is so fun. How about we continue it in the common room tonight?" Get George and Fred, or even the whole team. I can't wait to see Captain Wood make a fool of himself. You think you look good as a kangaroo. Who wants to play with you? Play kangaroo boxing with your shadow. Angelina, mocked, blushed furiously. Elia, let's go. Stay away from this guy. The excitement lasted for a long time before some of the students, having calmed down, gradually left the classroom. Others, still unsatisfied, stayed and continued the game, using the same punishment methods that used in class. It was a kind of self-study session. Elsewhere, Melvin found the Weasley twins in the courtyard. George and Fred were crouched behind a bush, several open books in front of them. Their red-haired heads huddled together, occasionally letting out strange laughs. Zog's Joke Shop product list, Introduction to Alchemy, A Rough Guide to Runes, and the rather out-of-place DK Children's Encyclopedia. Unable to find Muggle chemical raw materials, the twins needed a new approach to making stinky urine eggs. They were considering using runes to achieve a similar effect. Suddenly, a shadow obscured the instruction book in front of them. The two looked up abruptly, somewhat surprised. Professor Lewynter was standing before them. Mr. Weasley, I have something to consult you about. Chapter 23. Why are you always thinking about that stick bomb? Professor, what do you want to ask? Let's put my business aside for now. Melvin glanced at the books spread out before them, then at the contents of his notebook. His voice was gentle. What are you all doing here, discussing some alchemical problems? Why are you so obsessed with developing a urine stink bomb? Our dream is to open a magic show, like Zog's Joke Shop, with feces stink bombs as their signature product. George and Fred took turns answering. So, you're going to make a urine stink bomb? That's right. How is the progress? I have a new idea. Tell me about it. Melvin squatted down. George and Fred felt a strange sense of distance between them and the professor. With some unfounded trust, the twins felt that the professor would not report them to Professor McGonagall. George naturally let down his guard and explained their design. Before, we were worried about how to buy Muggle chemicals. Then we suddenly realized that the design idea of the urine bomb is to disperse the urine odor substance through explosion. Ammonia and sodium metal are not irreplaceable. Many magical raw materials can also do this. Fred spread out their notebooks and pointed at the abstract stick figures on them. His tone was somewhat complacent. Ammonia can be replaced with dragon urine. My brother Charlie raises dragons in Romania. He brought back half a bottle last summer. Professor, you may not have smelled that stuff up close. Take a whiff and the impact is like being hit by a full-force venomous horn. You will be stupid for a long time. It is definitely more terrible than ammonia. Sodium metal can be replaced with fiery fireworks. The blooming area is large, the fireworks can spread everywhere, and the explosion is not lethal. The idea is very clever. Melvin expressed his approval of their ideas, but only the ingenuity was worthy of praise. However, from the perspective of product development, your design is very poor. This urine bomb will definitely be a failure. Why? George and Fred opened their eyes wide, unable to accept it for a moment. Muggle wisdom: designing a successful product requires a systematic balance of multiple factors, including user needs analysis, feasibility research, and market competition research. Melvin looked at their gradually confused expressions and waved his hand. Forget it, you won't understand even if I tell you more. So I will analyze your design flaws from two perspectives. First, cost control. Dragon urine is generally used in herbal compost and used to deter other animals in the wild. Although it is not a rare magical material, it is not a cheap consumable either, and the price is a few psychs per ounce. However, the Philaba fireworks themselves are mature products. How much does it cost to produce urine stinking eggs using Philaba fireworks as raw materials? If you consider selling them, how much will you price them at? You should know that the same type of feces stinking eggs on the market are almost the same price as Philaba fireworks. Second, the audience psychology. Your audience is basically underage wizards, and you are making prank toys, not biological weapons. From what I heard from your thoughts just now, you have taken this into consideration, and you have also considered the explosive power of Philaba fireworks. However, you have neglected to consider the power of urine, which is powerful not only on the physiological level, but also on the psychological level. George and Fred listened quietly to Professor Lewynter's lecture, their thoughts gradually becoming clearer, as if something that had been blocked in their minds for a long time was washed away. Melvin tapped their notebooks and spoke slowly. Pranks and jokes are meant to make people happy. They use ammonia as the base material, and while they may smell like urine, at least they're not real urine. Friends and classmates can just laugh it off, clean up with a whirlwind, and happily continue playing with a wave of a wand. Would real urine be okay? Imagine if you were actually splashed with urine. Would it just be okay with a spell to clean it up? You'd still feel awkward. Even showering and changing clothes would be uncomfortable. From the perspective of the person being pranked, would you feel happy? Would the person orchestrating the prank feel happy too? Moderate offense and pranks are jokes, but excessive and inappropriate offense is malicious bullying. Fecal stink bombs are acceptable because they don't contain real feces. Similarly, urine stink bombs can't contain real urine. Otherwise, how would your jokes be any different from Peeves's cheap tricks? Are you the same as Peeves? George and Fred were stunned and shook their heads. Although their designs were criticized and rejected by the professor, they felt no disappointment, but rather a sense of enlightenment. Previously, they had driven their pranks solely by interest and intuition, dreaming of opening the most entertaining joke shop after graduation, where they could bring their wildest ideas to life and produce prank products everyone found amusing. However, they were at a loss when it came to implementing them. They didn't dare discuss the matter with their parents or professors, and didn't know where to begin. They had no concrete ideas or theoretical guidance, and no one had ever explained the definition of a prank or a joke. The experiences they had accumulated over the past few years had prompted them to reflect on the proper limits, but no one had ever clearly stated it. A joke should be enjoyable and entertaining to both the prankster and the pranked. Professor Lewynter seemed to have lit a light for them, dispelling the fog and pointing a path forward. Product effect is one aspect, and audience psychology is another consideration. Melvin smiled. It's good that you understand. Just tear it down and redesign it. Fred lowered his head and drew a cross in the upper right corner of the draft. George reacted belatedly and remembered the question at the beginning. Professor, what did you want to ask us? I want to consult some questions about prank products. Melvin looked down at the product sheet of Zog's Joke Shop. You are more familiar with this area. Help me think about it. Are there any prank products that can affect wizards, at least have the effect of hindering their actions, and can make people nervous without knowing it, but it will not really hurt people? It is best to have some fright elements, hindering actions. Fright elements. George and Fred opened the product sheet, slightly sideways, and showed Melvin the product picture and text introduction. The signature item, the fecal stink bomb, explodes slightly and releases a fecal odor, with selectable scent intensity. The best-selling classic, the biting snuff bottle, touches the box and bites the victim's nose violently. Back to school special, the painstakingly pulled fireworks, which automatically ignite upon contact with water and cannot be extinguished by conventional spells. The fireworks transform into shapes like dragons and phoenixes and charge around. A rare find, the clown box, which ejects a hook punch when opened. Even after turning the last page, Melvin still hadn't found anything he liked. It's too much of a joke, and too classic. Anyone familiar with Zog's Joke Shop will recognize it immediately. That just goes to show how good these products are. I'm sure you'll produce even better works in the future. I'd better ask the professors about this problem now. Melvin shook his head and turned to leave. Goodbye, Professor. George and Fred watched the professor walk away, huddled together and whispered, the effect the professor is looking for is probably those cursed dark magic items. Dark magic items can really hurt people. They're probably old, damaged dark magic items. For example, the ghouls upstairs in our burrow. Melvin looked thoughtful as he heard the following discussion. Chapter 24, Still Traveling with the Principal. The night was deep, the moon shining brightly. Hogwarts forbade students from leaving the common room after lights out, nor were they allowed to wander the corridors, classrooms, or other areas. Violations of the rules were severely punished, and the caretaker, Filch, patrolled the castle floors every night. Aside from a few red-headed students who viewed nighttime wanderings as a playful adventure to challenge the caretaker's authority, the castle generally fell silent after lights out. The tranquility of the castle provided a constant source of inspiration for his creations. Melvin sat at his desk in his office, eyes closed, head raised, silently searching through the distant memories of his soul, searching for information about escape rooms. Try to keep the lighting in the enclosed space dim, but not so dim that you completely lose your vision. Nearby clues can be discerned, and shadows and corners can be vaguely seen. The dimmed vision will maintain a sense of tension. The enclosed space should eliminate noise, ideally allowing them to hear each other's heartbeats and breathing, maintaining a sense of oppression and allowing them to detect discordant sounds, such as extra breathing and heartbeats, or the voice of another Harry. It's best to disperse them. Separating them from the group will continue to incite panic and raise suspicion of any returning companions. Consider fostering the terrifying association of a companion being replaced. Melvin clicked the cap on his ballpoint pen, frowning suddenly. He looked up at the door. A flurry of hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor outside, gradually becoming distinct and fading away. Melvin closed his notebook, stood up, and pushed open the wooden door to his office. He clearly heard footsteps running toward the stairs, but saw no one there. Instead, he saw two familiar faces in the opposite direction. Melvin exclaimed in surprise, "Headmaster Dumbledore, Mr. Filch." In the corridor, near the window, Dumbledore was wearing dark blue velvet pajamas, embroidered with silver stars and moons, and crescent-shaped glasses. He had a gentle smile, without the dignity of a legendary wizard. He looked more like an elderly man who had been unable to sleep and gone for a walk. Argus Filch, the caretaker, stood opposite, carrying a dim oil lamp, his back hunched. Though he was scrawny, he had a double chin, his sagging skin twitching slightly, his brows furrowed tightly, his pale complexion looking a bit gloomy in the night, his light-colored eyes bulging outward, a somewhat frightening sight. "Headmaster Dumbledore, I'm absolutely certain that some students are violating school rules and wandering around the castle at night." Peeves said the same thing. "There are some first-year brats wandering around in the middle of the night. I must catch them." Filch's voice was fierce, his expression somewhat sinister. Dumbledore spoke slowly, not at all anxious. "Please calm down, Mr. Filch. This might be a prank by Peeves. Don't fall into his trap. Even if it's a trap, we should chase them down and see." Filch was a little anxious, not waiting for Dumbledore to speak. "Headmaster, they're getting away, if you insist," Dumbledore said, stepping aside. Filch immediately chased after them towards the stairs, followed by the cat named Mrs. Norris. He gave Melvin a slight nod as he passed by, a greeting. Melvin blinked, amused. After waiting for the administrator to walk away, he slowly came to the headmaster. "Good evening, Headmaster." "Good evening." The student who was out at night just now was Potter, right? Dumbledore pondered for a moment, as if seriously considering this possibility. It's possible, or it could be that Peeves is playing a prank on the administrator. They never get along. They have already broken into the corridor on the 4th floor, right? "You mean the students who are out at night?" Dumbledore continued to pretend to think. "If they are chased and have no choice but to go somewhere, they may indeed break in there. They have entered that room and met Fluffy, right?" Dumbledore pushed the frame of his glasses on his nose, realizing that he couldn't let Melvin continue to ask questions. Maybe everything is just a prank by Peeves playing a prank on the administrator. "I don't know the details of the matter. I'm just an old man with insomnia. I couldn't sleep, so I got up for a walk and looked at the moon tonight." "How?" Melvin chuckled. "I used to work in a theater for half a year and met many professional actors. Your acting skills are a little poor, Headmaster." "Really?" Professor Celticburn said the same thing. Dumbledore's smile became more gentle, and he unconsciously changed the subject. "He used to be the instructor of the school drama club, and asked me to choreograph a program together. It was Beetle the Poet's classic The Fountain of Good Luck. It makes me miss it so much. At that time, I was still a Transfiguration professor. I originally planned to compete for the role of the Unlucky Knight, but my acting skills were defeated by the 4th-year students, so I could only be responsible for the stage special effects." Melvin raised his eyebrows. "Then how are we still in the same industry?" "That's right." Dumbledore grinned, not caring about his manners at all. "Melvin, please allow me to call you that. Professor Marchbanks once said that you are very similar to me when I was young, but I have to say that you are far better than I was then. Your arrival has added a different vitality to the castle. I'm not more handsome than you in appearance. I was more handsome back then. I doubt it. Your courses are not only imparting knowledge, but also teaching them the principles of life." Dumbledore smoothed his beard, his eyes narrowed in a smile. "When I passed the courtyard this day, I heard the lecture you gave to the two Mr. Wheeleyes. It was very fascinating, especially your insights on the limits of jokes. Neither I nor any other professor had ever thought about this before." His blue eyes shone with reminiscence. "The Weasley twins have caused a lot of trouble. Sometimes their pranks went beyond the limit. The familiar Gryffindor classmates could tolerate it, but students from other houses in the same grade found it annoying and even clashed. Molly, that is, Mrs. Weasley. Their mother sent several howlers about this, And there were also complaints in the letters she sent to me. Melvin knew he was changing the subject, but since they were once colleagues, he didn't pursue the question of his acting skills. Their original intention was to bring laughter to their boring lives. Even without me, they could slowly learn the limits and discover the true meaning of pranks. It won't be as smooth as it is now. Perhaps they will have to graduate and become adults, and perhaps they will have to learn some lessons and suffer. Dumbledore changed the subject and said, "Speaking of what happened during the day, you asked them for prank props in order to set up the protection level of the Philosopher's Stone, right?" "Yes, I happen to know a place where there are many old props piled up. Maybe you can find what you want there." Chapter 25, Night Tour. Passing the corner of the stairs, Melvin glanced at the corridor on the 4th floor. The room where Fluffy was behind a few corners, so he couldn't see anything. Room of requirement? You mean there is a hidden secret room in Hogwarts Castle? The 4 founders cast a hidden magic on it. It will only be revealed when someone really needs it. I tend to think it was created by Ms. Helga Hufflepuff. Dumbledore walked in front, going up the stairs, his footsteps light. She understands the fun of life and often surprises students and leaves gifts. Surprise. Gift? Melvin calmly retracted his gaze and followed behind half a body length. Since it is a gift, why not make it public directly, or leave clues for students to explore? I don't know, that was 1,000 years ago. Does the room of requirement have what I want? Maybe. When it appears, it is always arranged to meet the needs of the person seeking help and can solve the difficulties encountered. How did you find it? Well, Dumbledore's tone matched his footsteps, neither hurried nor slow, his voice clear in the hallway. It was many years ago, when I was still at Hogwarts. I remember it was the second half of 5th year. My friends and I were busy preparing for upcoming exams, our minds preoccupied with review, our heads spinning. In a hurry to use the restroom, I took the wrong road, turned 2 corners, and found myself in a room I had never seen before. It was beautifully decorated, filled with all sorts of exquisite and luxurious chamber pots, cabbie pots. Melvin pursed his lips, unsure whether this experience was real or not, and he didn't want to ask. It felt like a real experience for Dumbledore, but it was also unlikely. It sounded like something he'd made up to appease a child. Dumbledore didn't feel that his story was false or cliched at all. He spoke in a serious tone and continued to analyze in a serious manner. After the ordinary wizarding level examinations, I had some free time and went back to investigate carefully, but I could no longer find the room. There was no trace of it, as if it had completely disappeared. When I returned to school in 6th grade, I spent several months experimenting and worked out some patterns. It can probably only be entered at 5:30 in the morning, or it may only appear during the quarter moon, or when the bladder of the person looking for the toilet is particularly full. Melvin quickened his pace a little and came to stand next to him. I don't care much about the previous triggering conditions. I'm only interested in the last conclusion. How many experiments did you do to draw this conclusion? Well, I can't remember. Anyway, the matter came to an end. My exploration of the mysterious room in my student days ended here. At that time, I didn't know it was called the Room of Requirement. Dumbledore's tone seemed to become much happier. When I came into contact with a Room of Requirement again, I had taken over as the Professor of Transfiguration. The administrator at that time was Mr. Apollyon Pringle. He was much stricter than Filch, and his punishment of students was more radical. In order to avoid his routine searches, students needed a room hidden enough to hide contraband. I noticed that the name of the Room of Requirement began to spread among a very small group of students. Later, when I took over as headmaster, the house elves discovered I was investigating the mysterious room. These castle staff members who knew Hogwarts best explained my doubts. It's a magical room that has existed since the school's founding. For nearly 1,000 years, the elves used it as a cleaning tool room and a transit lounge. By the way, students back then were willing to trust me, the Professor of Transfiguration, and temporarily store prohibited items with me. Melvin paused. Then how can you be worthy of Headmaster Armando Dippet? He trusted you so much that he was even willing to hand over the entire Hogwarts to you. So, after I took over as headmaster, I stopped helping students hide prohibited items. The 8th floor of Hogwarts Castle is a very well-used floor. Turn right at the staircase and you'll find the fat lady's portrait. The hole behind the portrait leads to the Gryffindor common room. Continuing past the portrait hole, the hallway turns a corner and you'll find Professor Flitwick's office. Melvin was puzzled. Why was the office of the Ravenclaw headmaster located next to the Gryffindor dormitory? Dumbledore was unable to answer his doubts. Their destination was on the left side of the stairs. Walking straight into the corridor and turning 3 or 4 corners, a white wall with a huge tapestry came into view. The tapestry was worn and tattered, the woolen threads were dull in color, the edges were severely worn, some threads were falling off and breaking, and the surface was covered with gray dust and mildew. The background of the portrait was a gloomy forest and a crooked castle tower, which seemed to be not far from the vicinity of Hogwarts. Several gray-brown mountain trolls were lying on a haystack and snoring, wearing loose pink ballet skirts with lace edges, and holding thick wooden sticks in their hands. The protagonist Barnabas was resting on a tree stump. Barnabas was an elective professor who taught care of magical creatures 400 years ago. Dumbledore stopped to admire the tapestry and explained to Melvin, at that time, the Wizarding Council was drafting a definition of humans, and trolls were the most controversial creatures. They look similar to humans, with a head, facial features, 4 limbs, and walk upright. Some wizards believe that trolls are distant relatives of giants and should be classified as humans. Others believe that trolls just happen to look like this, and their essence is still uncommunicative beasts, not even as good as some cats and dogs. Topics related to trolls have been popular for more than 10 years. I can't remember who the principal was at the time. He was studying the troll language and was impeached for this. Barnabas, then professor of care of magical creatures, began an interesting study. He tried to prove that the troll's brain was not a decoration by teaching the troll to dance ballet. As you can see, he failed. To commemorate this event, the students made this tapestry, which has been hanging here for hundreds of years. Melvin observed and analyzed the difference between the tapestry and the other portraits in the castle. Hogwarts contained numerous magical portraits, those of past headmasters in the headmaster's office and notable alumni adorning the corridor walls. These portraits could freely move in and out of other frames in the castle, even connecting to other portraits of the same subject worldwide. For example, Knight Cadogan and his pony, or Lady Dilly's Devant, once both headmaster and headmistress of St. Mungo's. Because her portrait hung in both the school and the hospital, Lady Devant's portrait could move back and forth. The portraits on the tapestry were completely different. Barnabas and the troll were both incapable of intelligence and communication, responding to stimuli with only simple reactions. They performed a fixed routine every day. In the morning, Barnabas taught the troll ballet. In the afternoon, the troll assaulted Barnabas, and in the evening, they each retired. Day after day, year after year. This almost theatrical performance could be extended in length, with more plot points, different backgrounds, and even voiceovers. Melvin began to take an interest in the tapestry. "Have you noticed something wrong with the tapestry?" Dumbledore asked softly. Melvin turned to look at him. "What's wrong?" The tapestry was originally just a joke among the students, representing harmless banter. The scenes in it were originally just for fun research, and Barnabas was still a respected professor. Dumbledore stared at the portrait in the tapestry, his blue eyes deep. "I don't know when it started. Barnabas became silly Barnabas, and this tapestry became a warning case of failed teaching. There are always wizards with bad intentions who mention Professor Barnabas, claiming that Muggle-born wizards are another kind of trolls. They find it difficult to understand the mysteries of magic, and one day they will wield sticks to beat the pure-blood wizards who teach them." Melvin was silent. "I didn't expect this tapestry to have political metaphors. This is too Muggle. Let's talk about the room of requirement again." Dumbledore retracted his gaze and turned around. "Do you see the wall opposite the tapestry? Concentrate on visualizing the location you need. Walk back and forth past that wall 3 times, and the door to the room of requirement will appear before you." Melvin paused, then decided to pretend. "So what kind of room would help me?" "The room of requirement contains 2 types of magical rooms. One is completely fake. Everything within is imaginary and magically concocted. It exists only within the room and has no physical substance. It follows Gamp's law of transfiguration and cannot be taken out of the room. The other is half real. The interior is fake, but the items provided are real. Some of these items were stored here by former teachers and students, and some were collected and stored by the house elves who clean and organize." Melvin finally understood. "So what I need are the once prohibited items." Dumbledore nodded, a smile on his face. Melvin narrowed his eyes at him. "After decades, these items have been confiscated. Your former students who trusted you were truly wrong." Dumbledore's smile froze, and he seemed a little ashamed. Melvin stopped attacking the headmaster's conscience, turned to face the wall and began to imagine the scene he needed, a secret room where many prohibited items were stored, hidden enough not to be discovered. After walking back and forth 3 times, as the last step was taken, a circle of dust ripples appeared on the surface of the rough stone brick wall, as if ripples spread out, and a smooth, ordinary, dark-colored wooden door quietly appeared. Let us go into the secret room and look for those dangerous and terrifying treasures. Ignoring Dumbledore's nervous whispers, Melvin grasped the ball handle and turned it without any resistance. With a slight force, he pushed the door open and walked in. The interior of the room was wider than one could have imagined. Rather than an inconspicuous secret storage room, it was more like a warehouse with invisible boundaries. The dome had a glass skylight, and the surface was covered with stains and dust, condensed into a substance that was almost sealed, blocking all external light. The gems inlaid in the dome and the pillars emitted a dim light, which mixed with a faint light emitted by the unidentified objects piled up around it. It failed to illuminate the room, but instead distorted and dispersed the focus of the pupils, making the vision even dimmer. Fortunately, there was no mold or moss. The only smell in the air was the old and stained parchment, which was barely acceptable. Fluorescent flashing, a soft silver light lit up, and the brilliance permeated the room. What caught the eye was a mountain of debris. Tired and worn furniture was stacked up layer upon layer to form a frame. Metal utensils, armor, and magic items of various shapes served as the main structure. Old, yellowed parchment books filled the gaps, forming endless hills of debris. The great wizards of the 17th century, the Golden Snitch and Quaffle that had lost their magic power, a round table produced by Carpenter's Furniture Store in 1774, a hollow oak cauldron eaten by insects, and a dusty knight statue. Some of the objects did indeed exude a cursed aura, but the magic was very weak, like a lamp with exhausted fuel that could be extinguished by a gust of wind. Melvin looked at the debris with some disappointment. I don't think there's anything in here that can help me. Treasure hunting adventures require plenty of patience. Dumbledore walked into the room first, stepped over several piles of debris, and walked around a maze-like area to an inconspicuous corner. These messy things almost formed an alley. He pointed to a black pile of things. Look at this. It was a strange-shaped square object, at least dozens of feet high. If it was placed in an ordinary classroom, it would almost reach the ceiling. It was supported by a base underneath, like a wardrobe, but not that thick. Only after a closer look did he realize that it was a mirror. The frames on both sides were covered with dust and their original appearance could not be seen. The faint gold color could be distinguished as brass. The middle part of the mirror seemed to have been simply wiped, and a line of cursive inscriptions appeared on the top. Aristella Melvin reacted immediately after reading 2 words, and whispered it in reverse, I don't show your face, but reveal the desires deep in your heart. Looking at the center of the mirror, his face was not reflected, but an equally dim room. He was leaning on the sofa and pressing the remote control. In front of him was not an ultra-thin LCD TV, but a large cathode ray tube TV. Next to the sofa was curled up a thick silver snake with horns growing on its forehead. Melvin had an expression as if to expect it. Those long-forgotten memories deep in his soul were his secrets. The Sorting Hat could not see them, and neither could the mirror of erased. The TV in the mirror was playing The Simpsons, and the picture quality was pretty good. He squinted his eyes and stared at it carefully for a while, waiting for Dumbledore to come in front of him before looking away. What did you see? Personal privacy, sorry. Dumbledore was stunned for a moment. Then reacted, smiled and shook his head. Okay, what did the principal see in the mirror? Sorry, I will keep it secret for the time being. Dumbledore stared at the mirror for a while, and said to himself, this was discovered during the school cleaning before the start of the term. This mirror is magical and too large to be moved by transfiguration. I plan to move it out after the students leave school for the Christmas holidays and use it as a classroom teaching aid. Perhaps it can be used in this way, tutoring Potter, right? Melvin glanced at the inscription on it and looked up. His sight showed the towering dusty knight statues, the dull metal armor, and the ornaments placed on them. Things like lances, helmets, and crowns. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.